Our story kicks off with the dead-tired, soul-crushed face of a young man named Sano Yuji. He's a total corporate slave, forced to drown in overtime even after he leaves the office. His once burning passion for video games has been completely extinguished by his brutal career. He grinds away at a toxic black company for a pathetic paycheck that never grows. Out of nowhere, a bizarre pop-up flashes on his monitor, catching him completely off guard. The screen claims he's been summoned to another world and demands he accept the call. Thinking it's just a nasty virus, he desperately tries to reboot his entire system. But before he can react, blinding light and mystical symbols explode from the screen. He wakes up moments later, stranded all alone in the middle of a vibrant, alien forest. This feels exactly like the time he collapsed from overwork and woke up in a hospital bed. He's spiraling, wondering if he just blacked out at his desk with a mountain of work still waiting for him. A dark thought crosses his mind. Could he actually be dead? And is this bizarre place the afterlife? Suddenly, a tiny, jiggly blob with wide eyes bounces right toward him, curious about its new visitor. It's a slime. He recognizes the iconic monster immediately from all those hours spent gaming. He gears up for a fight, convinced that dying in this dream means it's game over for good. With a face full of exhausted determination, he braces himself to see this through. He kicks up a cloud of dust, bracing himself for the slime's first strike. He collapses onto his back, spreading his arms wide in a total act of surrender. A status screen flickers to life, revealing he's a Tamer with a pathetic 10 hit points to his name. The slime bounces even closer, looking way more curious than it does dangerous. The slime bounces harmlessly off his chest, snuggling up to him like a loyal pet. He stares down in disbelief, shocked by the creature's sudden, gentle behavior. He gives it a quick poke, noting that the texture feels way too realistic for a simple dream. A melodic chime rings out as a glowing notification flashes right before his eyes. The message confirms the unthinkable. The monster slime has officially been tamed. He sits up, finally realizing his new companion isn't going to attack him anymore. With the slime riding on his shoulder, he starts plotting his next attempt at a game over. He decides to keep exploring, certain that something in this world can finally drain his HP. His journey through the woods leads him straight to a mysterious, crumbling old shack. Suddenly, he spots a terrifying, dragon-like beast soaring through the sky above. He shoves open the rotting door of the derelict building, the hinges screaming in protest. He peers into the ruins, desperately searching for a sturdy rope to use. His gaze darts across the pitch-black, dust-choked interior of the crumbling wreck. He tears through a shattered crate, hunting for anything he can use as a tether. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto a colossal bookshelf, overflowing with ancient, heavy tomes. He stares up at the massive structure, realizing just how much weight is looming over him. Getting flattened by that thing would be an instant game over. But then he pictures the nightmare of surviving. Broken, bleeding, and clinging to a single HP. He shakes the thought away, knowing that kind of agony just isn't worth the risk. His mind flashes back to his alarm clock, the one tool he needs to snap back to reality. He figures he'll just kill time until dawn, when his alarm finally snaps him back to reality. To stave off the boredom, he starts scanning the massive collection of books lining the shelves. He yanks a massive, dust-caked tome from the rack, desperate for anything to do while he waits to wake up. A cloud of dust explodes from the cover, making him wonder if he can even decipher the ancient text inside. To his surprise, the title is crystal clear: The Grimoire of the Sage. That edgy title is so over the top, he's convinced the author was suffering from a major case of 8th grader syndrome. For a split second, he questions if this entire dream world is just a manifestation of his own wild fantasies. He flings the book open and realizes he can recognize the words, but their actual meaning is a total mystery. He shrugs it off, assuming this gibberish is just some flavor text or deep game lore. Suddenly, his eyes nearly pop out of his head as a surge of mystical energy erupts from the pages. He's left speechless as a massive vortex of magical energy starts spiraling around him. His jaw drops as radiant runes and ancient magic circles explode from his very skin. A notification pings into existence, revealing he's mastered magic, and his MP has absolutely skyrocketed. It hits him like a freight train. He unlocked legendary powers just by glancing at a book, but his racing thoughts are cut short by a tiny, high-pitched chirp from his slime buddy. He whips his head down toward the floor, searching for the source of the noise. Looking down at his squishy friend, he asks the little guy what's going on. His eyes nearly pop out of his head when he sees the entire room is drowning in a literal sea of slimes. They all seem incredibly peaceful, making him wonder if these are just buddies of his original companion. Dropping to one knee, he realizes every single one of them is begging him to become their master. The massive army of slimes bounces wildly, nodding their heads in total excitement. He accepts the challenge, but he's completely clueless on how to actually tame them. Before he can even process it, every single slime starts emitting a mysterious, soft light. A giant magic circle erupts from beneath his feet, binding the entire swarm to him in an instant. A system alert flashes. He's just successfully tamed 80 slimes at once. His stats skyrocket once more, unlocking brand new spells and a massive boost to his mana. Suddenly, his brand new slime battalion starts levitating right off the ground. He stares in utter disbelief as the entire mob swarms toward the massive bookshelves. One little slime starts flipping through a legendary book called The Secret Tome of Immortality. Another one dives into the forbidden arts of ice and snow, leaving him absolutely stunned. It hits him like a lightning bolt. The slimes are devouring those books to master magic just for him. Suddenly, a relentless storm of notification pings explodes in his ears. A massive whirlwind of cosmic power and ancient symbols swallows him whole. A flood of pure magical knowledge slams straight into his soul. His status screen completely transforms, revealing his legendary new titles, Tamer and Sage. He's left reeling, staring at his insane new class and an endless list of god-tier spells. As the divine energy settles, a monstrous hunger claws at his gut. Doubled over in pain, he realizes he needs to find a feast, and fast. The slimes start chirping and bubbling all at once, but it's just a wall of noise to him. Just then, a screen flashes. His telepathy skill has finally awakened. His jaw drops as he realizes he can now understand every single word the slimes are saying. He brushes off their offer of leaves, desperate for a meal that's actually filling. He's praying that behind the next door, he'll finally find some juicy meat or a bowl of rice. He grips the fancy handle, determined to hunt down a feast worth eating. But the second he twists the knob, the entire house erupts into a violent, bone-rattling tremor. Dust rains down from the ceiling as he panics, wondering if a massive earthquake just hit. His army of slimes scrambles in a frenzy, completely blindsided by the sudden chaos. The house lurches wildly as a colossal impact sends shockwaves through the entire forest. He looks out the door and sees a massive flock of birds fleeing for their lives in pure terror. His face turns grim as he desperately tries to pinpoint the source of this massive disturbance. A monstrous clawed foot shatters the earth right at the doorstep. A giant reptilian eye encased in obsidian scales glares down with pure malice. He stands his ground, staring straight into the soul of a legendary black dragon. This titan looms over him, its massive horned head literally swallowing the skin. Instead of trembling, he's just annoyed that this beast's meat is way too high level to cook. The dragon strikes, its colossal jaws snapping shut with lightning speed. He blurs out of the way and hammers a devastating spinning kick right into its skull. The massive beast reels back, completely dazed by the sheer power of that hit. Yuji hits the ground, gritting his teeth as a sharp pain shoots through his jaw. He checks his stats and sees his HP took a hit, but he's still got plenty of fight left. Stranded in a mysterious forest, Yuji wonders if he's trapped in some twisted nightmare. He looks up, and his blood runs cold as a colossal dragon with jet-black scales looms over the canopy. There's no time to hesitate. He instantly locks onto his most devastating spell. He frantically searches for the ultimate magic to bring this titan down. He thrusts his hand out, unleashing the world-ending fury of hellfire of demise. A blinding pillar of white-hot energy swallows the dragon whole before it can even react. His slime buddies are left frozen in place, their jaws dropping in absolute disbelief. Even Yuji is horrified by the sheer, godlike destruction he just unleashed. The beam rips through the landscape, turning everything it touches into nothing but dust. Ancient trees and giant boulders vanish instantly under the weight of his overwhelming magic. A massive tree gets ripped from the earth and vaporized instantly by the shockwave. The blinding light burns the earth itself, leaving nothing but a scorched scar behind. The explosion is so massive you can see the flash from the edge of the world. Silence falls over the void as burning wreckage rains down from the heavens. Yuji stands tall in the middle of a fresh, desolate wasteland he just created. That legendary dragon is gone, leaving nothing but a heap of charred bones in the dust. His slimes, even the one with the mustache, slowly poke their heads out to see if it's safe. Yuji brushes back his hair, grumbling about how his magic is way too overpowered. The slimes can only stare in shock at the absolute carnage left in his wake. Suddenly, one slime cheers, claiming he's the one who took down the dragon. The slimes explode into a frenzy of cheers, shouting that he's absolutely incredible. They dogpile him in a wave of pure joy, crowning him as their unstoppable new master. But Yuji cringes at the title and begs them to cut it out immediately. He makes it clear, being called master is the last thing he wants. The slimes are totally baffled, wondering why he'd reject such a legendary honor. They look up in shock, asking if he's really serious about dropping the formalities. Yuji pauses, racking his brain to find a name that actually fits. Suddenly, a memory hits him. His old bosses screaming his last name, Sanao, at the top of their lungs. He shakes off the past and tells them to just call him Yuji. With the name settled, his stomach lets out a massive roar, signaling it's time to hunt for some food. His mind drifts back to the dragon, but a wave of crippling vertigo slams into him. The entire world starts spinning out of control as the brutal magical backlash finally strikes. He lunges forward, desperately grabbing a burnt tree trunk to keep from collapsing. He grips his skull in agony, praying this blinding pain is just from an empty stomach. Suddenly, his status window flickers to life, exposing the horrifying truth. The glowing screen lists his name, his jobs, and a massive wall of skills and stats. His MP has plummeted to a soul-crushing negative 205,064, triggering a mana overuse warning. It hits him. That Hellfire of Demise spell must drain an insane amount of mana. Surveying the absolute carnage around him, he realizes this massive energy debt actually makes sense. He spots his HP dropping too, his body literally breaking under the weight of the magical strain. He strokes his chin, desperately wondering if this entire world is just a twisted dream. But the sharp sting of pain and that gnawing hunger in his gut are way too real to be fake. He can still see that mysterious pop-up window that yanked him into this new reality. He lets out a heavy, exhausted sigh as he finally accepts his fate. He realizes that even if this is real, it's still a million times better than his soul-crushing job. He'll solve the mysteries of this world later. Right now, survival is the only thing that matters. His number one priority? Finding a meal before his stomach caves in. He glares at the massive dragon's skeleton, a grim reminder of his own insane overkill. He makes a mental note. Next time, don't vaporize the only thing that looks edible. His loyal slimes hop over with a bunch of leaves, chirping out his new name, Yuji. He glares at the leaf in his palm, looking absolutely disgusted by such a pathetic offering. He warns his crew that eating foliage is strictly a last resort for when they're truly desperate. He needs to hunt down a monster that's safe to eat, but strong enough to be worth the effort. His slimes slump over in despair, literally sweating bullets at his impossible demand. One slime squeaks out the truth. His overwhelming mana has terrified every monster into fleeing for their lives. Yuji nods in agreement, admitting that even he'd sprint away from power that terrifying. He realizes there's only one option left. It's time to expand the search zone. He taps his chin thoughtfully as a brilliant new plan flashes through his mind. He points a finger and barks out a single, game-changing command. Slime, divide. The slimes explode into a chorus of joyful, squelching cheers. Their gooey bodies stretch to the limit before snapping into two perfect clones. The division doesn't stop, spawning an endless swarm of miniature slimes. In seconds, the barren wasteland is crawling with hundreds of his devoted minions. Everything is going exactly to plan. When it comes to a manhunt, numbers are everything. He thrusts his hand toward the horizon, commanding his fresh legion to advance. This massive gelatinous horde surges forward, bouncing straight into the thick woods. They fan out like a living wave, leaving no stone unturned in their hunt. This sea of blue scouts tears through the dense brush at breakneck speed. They vault over bizarre, twisting plants that litter the alien forest floor. Suddenly, one slime freezes. It spotted something suspicious rustling in the shadows. Right at the crater's edge, a mysterious telepathic ping echoes through Yuji's mind. He's desperate to know what's happening, but the signal is way too faint to understand. He rips through his massive list of abilities, hunting for the perfect skill to bridge the gap. He locks onto a skill and slams a finger against his temple to trigger the power. His eyes snap open as his pupils dilate with raw, unfiltered focus. Miles away, the slime's eyes transform, mirroring Yuji's own burning determination. Peering through the slime's eyes, he watches a massive beast explode from the tree line. It's a colossal wild boar, armed with razor-sharp tusks and a coat of matted fur. He's stunned by its sheer scale, realizing this monster is a staggering 3 meters long. He can't help but wonder, just how many people would it take to devour a feast this big? The boar's eye snaps toward the target, locking on to the helpless slime scout. Panic surges through Yuji as he realizes his little scout has been caught. The beast explodes forward like a freight train, aiming its tusks right at the tiny slime. The slime lets out a terrified shriek as it stares down the monster's throat. Crack! The boar's massive tusk plows straight into the poor, gelatinous creature. The slime is launched into the sky, its squishy body rippling from the brutal impact. Yuji's mind races, wondering why on earth this thing doesn't have physical resistance. The slime wails that it has a little defense, but nothing that can stop a hit like that. Yuji frantically scrolls through his skills, desperate to find anything to save his friend. The slime begs for its life as the boar charges back in for the kill. Yuji's eyes ignite with a sudden spark of genius as he locks onto the perfect skill. He screams, "Monster reinforce," and a massive, intricate magic circle erupts from his palm. Across the field, the tiny slime starts to shimmer, wrapped in a blinding, unbreakable aura. The boar slams into its target with full force, triggering a massive, bone-shaking shockwave. The poor slime is sent soaring through the air, shrieking in pure terror as it takes the hit. It hits the dirt and bounces like a rubber ball, completely stunned that it didn't feel a thing. Yuji realizes his magic just cranked the slime's defense and physical resistance to the absolute max. Suddenly, a wave of pure agony hits him, and he barely manages to steady himself against a nearby tree. He checks his status and gasps. His HP has plummeted to a dangerously low 51 points. He drops to his knees, finally realizing the brutal price of using such overwhelming power. He realizes his defensive magic won't leave a single scratch on this foe. He frantically scans his tamer skills, hunting for a cheap but deadly alternative. He locks in a lethal combo, magic transfer channel fused with a blazing fireball. Gritting his teeth, he gambles everything on the hope that his theory is right. Across the clearing, the massive boar tenses up to crush the helpless slime. The tiny slime tilts its head in confusion as a radiant magic circle erupts right in front of it. The boar's eyes bulge in pure terror as the devastating spell manifests in a heartbeat. A colossal pillar of fire roars out from the circle, incinerating everything in its path. The beast is blasted backward, soaring through the air like a living fireball. Its blackened, smoking carcass slams into the dirt with a bone-shattering thud. Victory is finally his. The tiny slime stands there without a scratch, staring at the fading magic in total shock. Yuji watches from afar with a satisfied smirk, realizing this skill is absolutely broken. His status screen suddenly blares red. His HP has tanked to a dangerously low 23 points. Knowing he's on the brink of collapse, he decides to refuel and get some rest immediately. He commands his loyal slime army to go retrieve that massive boar carcass for him. The slimes chirp with delight, bouncing up and down in pure excitement. They begin to fuse together, morphing into one giant, wobbling mountain of goo. This massive slime titan rolls forward, closing in on the fallen beast. It swallows the entire boar in one go, absorbing the massive creature into its gooey core. With the boar safely tucked inside, the slimes are ready to haul the loot back with ease. Yuji scans the endless sea of trees, certain that civilization is hiding just beyond the horizon. His massive slime buddy slides over, proudly presenting him with a fresh kill. Yuji scratches his head in a panic, realizing his MP is totally drained and he can't even spark a fire to cook. He asks the giant slime to split off a tiny, manageable piece of itself. Instantly, a pint-sized, hyperactive slime bounces out of the mass and right into his palm. He hoists the little guy high into the air, winding up for an epic throw. The confused little slime squeaks out, wondering why he's suddenly being held like a projectile. Yuji just grins, explaining that this is his ultimate plan to scout out the nearest town. With a massive heave, he launches the slime into the clouds like a living cannonball. The slime rockets upward, soaring far above the thick forest canopy to see for miles. High above the world, the slime finally catches sight of a massive walled city on the horizon. "Bingo, I found it!" The slime screams directly into Yuji's mind. A bustling town reveals itself, nestled perfectly within the safety of a mountain valley. The slime is absolutely buzzing with joy, marveling at the fact that it's actually soaring through the sky. It reaches the very top of its arc, suspended in the air for one heart-stopping moment. Then, gravity takes over, and the slime goes into a terrifying freefall, shrieking all the way down. Splat! It slams directly onto Yuji's head, making him jump out of his skin. The dizzy slime offers a quick apology, begging Yuji to actually catch him next time. Two blazing suns beat down from above, illuminating the massive, untamed landscape of this new world. With a target in sight and his stomach growling, Yuji kicks off his journey with his slime squad in tow. His allies shout a warning. Vicious monsters are prowling the main road ahead. He pulls up his status window and realizes his HP is way too low to survive a brawl. He pivots to a safer route, feeling more grateful than ever for his handy slime companion. He stealthily navigates the thick, suffocating vines of the deep forest. At long last, he reaches the towering, reinforced gates of the town of Fasten. The city is a whirlwind of energy, packed with busy blacksmiths and bustling crowds. He catches sight of a cryptic witch reading fortunes at a tiny, weathered table. A massive orc warrior and a stunningly graceful elf chat casually amidst the chaos. He's completely blown away by just how vivid and lifelike every corner of this world feels. He gazes in awe at the masterfully crafted weapons strapped to the backs of every adventurer. Their gear is top tier, built for serious combat and maximum efficiency. Seeing a kid dig into a bowl of hot stew makes his stomach roar with desperation. He refocuses on his hunt for a meal, hoping he can actually communicate in this world. Out of nowhere, a rough voice growls from behind. "Hey you!" A massive, intimidating figure marches forward, each step shaking the ground. This warrior is hauling a gargantuan greatsword strapped across his spine. His towering shadow completely swallows Yuji, blocking his path forward. Yuji turns around and stares up at a literal mountain of a man with a mohawk. The giant takes one look at Yuji's bizarre outfit and asks if he's a newcomer to Fasten. Yuji looks down to find his slimes trembling as they witness the terrifying encounter. He peers past the man's towering shadow, mesmerized by the chaotic energy of the bustling town. Everywhere he looks, humans, elves, and seasoned adventurers are swarming the streets. It hits him. His modern clothes make him look like a total freak in this fantasy world. The man snaps, demanding to know if Yuji is even listening to a single word he's saying. Yuji breaks into a cold sweat, realizing he's been caught red-handed while spacing out. A massive, terrifying blade glints over the man's shoulder, radiating pure danger. Yuji stammers that he just got here, praying he can talk his way out of a fight. The man's jaw drops, shocked that Yuji actually survived the journey in these dark times. Yuji wonders if there's some kind of official system to finally become a real adventurer. The man issues a chilling warning: stay inside the walls, because the monsters outside have become insanely powerful. Yuji is stunned. This terrifying guy is actually genuinely worried about him. The man mentions a colossal explosion rocked the area and asks if Yuji felt the blast. Yuji's heart skips a beat. He knows exactly what happened. That was his Hellfire of Demise spell. He describes it as a world-shaking disaster, a surge of magic that has the entire town terrified. Yuji realizes his safe arrival was pure dumb luck, not because of any warning. He realizes this guy is a total sweetheart, despite his scary face, and gives him a sincere thanks. Then, he drops the big question: can he become an adventurer to start earning some serious cash? The man is caught completely off guard by the sudden request. He tells Yuji that if he manages to pass the exam, he'll finally ask what his profession is. Yuji steals a quick glance at his slimes, who are shaking with pure nerves. He frantically scans his mind, cycling through every tamer skill in his arsenal. With total honesty, he looks the guy in the eye and declares he's a tamer. The man groans and pinches the bridge of his nose, clearly fed up with that answer. He's taken aback, asking if being a tamer is really such a bad thing. The man explains it's a brutal path, because tamers are useless without high-tier weapons or magic. When Yuji reveals he can actually use magic, the man tells him to register as a sage instead. But then the man looks baffled, claiming he's never even heard of a sage profession. It suddenly clicks. The sage class must be practically non-existent in this world. He thanks the man for the heads up, but decides to dive into the test anyway. Finally, the man introduces himself as Gale, a powerful swordsman who keeps this town safe. Yuji introduces himself, realizing that despite Gale's terrifying look, he's actually a stand-up guy. Following Gale's lead, Yuji finally spots the crowd of adventurers waiting up ahead. He marches through the streets, his heart pounding with pure hype for the adventurer's exam. His eyes lock on to the massive guild banner, sporting a badass stylized barrel. He takes a deep breath to steady his nerves before diving straight into the action. He stands before the massive, multi-story fortress that is the Adventurers Guild. He shoves the heavy wooden doors open, hearing them groan as they swing wide. He steps into a massive hall, absolutely packed with battle-hardened adventurers. He spots warriors slamming drinks at the bar while others crowd the registration desk. He marches right up to the counter, ready to kickstart his legendary journey as an adventurer. Inside the Adventurers Guild, a cheerful receptionist beams at Yuji, asking if he's finally here for the big exam. She introduces herself as Lily and beckons him over to her counter with a friendly wave. With his army of slimes tagging along, Yuji confirms he's ready to prove his worth and take the test. Lily slides an elegant application form across the desk, telling him it's time to get started. Yuji thinks the form looks way too much like a boring corporate document and wonders how to sell himself. He freezes with his pen hovering over the paper, debating exactly what to write for his job title. He weighs every single option carefully before finally making his big choice. The paper lists the standard classes: swordsman, magic user, and tamer. Yuji is bummed that sage isn't an option, but at least tamer is right there on the list. Since he's out of options, he checks the box for tamer and commits to his new path. The next part of the form demands he reveal every single one of his magical affinities. He pulls up his mental status window and decides to copy down every last detail he sees. From behind her desk, Lily watches in total confusion as he scribbles down an endless list. "All done," Yuji announces, sliding the finished application back to the stunned receptionist. The camera zooms in to show tamer circled, followed by a mountain of impossible magic types. Lily's jaw hits the floor as her face twists into a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. Yuji starts to sweat, realizing he might have gone overboard and wondering if she can even process what she's reading. She snaps at him, warning that lying is a crime and the upcoming test will expose his deception. She thinks his claim of wielding legendary time-space magic is nothing but a ridiculous joke. Yuji asks if he should just wipe it clean, explaining that he was only copying what his status screen showed him. He drops back into his seat while his loyal slimes swarm around his feet. He hands over the revised paper, having scratched out all those god-tier, impossible skills. Lily takes the form with a sigh, warning him that faking his stats is a total waste of time. Yuji's confused because he was actually being honest. Is his class really that pathetic? He scribbles sage right next to tamer and tells her that's his final choice. Lily stares at him in pure disbelief, a cold sweat breaking out across her forehead. She snaps at him to stop making up fake jobs and promises to wipe that nonsense away. Her pen moves like a blur, aggressively crossing out the sage class he just wrote down. Yuji slumps in defeat, realizing even sage is off limits. This registration is a nightmare. Lily flashes a fake corporate smile and demands the massive exam fee of 150,000 coal. Yuji stands frozen in shock, hit with the crushing realization that he's completely broke. Lily stares at him in disbelief, baffled that he had no clue about the massive fee. He curses his luck, feeling the brutal weight of how unforgiving this new world really is. Surrounded by his slimes, he desperately racks his brain for a way to scrape that much cash together. He glances at his loyal companions, and suddenly, a brilliant spark of inspiration hits him. He drops down and asks those slimes if they can hear his thoughts, and they respond instantly. It finally clicks. This incredible telepathic link is a powerful perk of his tamer class. The slimes chirp with excitement, reporting that they've still got the monster they slaughtered. He asks if they mean the boar, wondering where they could possibly be hiding a carcass that big. One slime starts bouncing with pure joy, getting ready to reveal their secret loot. With a massive gulp, the slime unhinges its jaw to an impossible size. It vomits the colossal, mangled carcass of the burst boar right onto the guild floor. Lily lets out a blood-curdling scream, pointing a trembling finger at the massive beast. Chaos erupts in the guild hall as every adventurer stares in pure shock at the dead monster. Yuji's jaw drops as he wonders if his slimes possess some kind of hidden storage magic. The slimes chirp back with joy, revealing that this is actually one of Yuji's very own powers. He's just unlocked a broken skill called slime storage, but he'll have to dig into the details later. Right now, he's got to deal with the massive panic caused by the monster sitting in the lobby. He turns to the terrified Lily and asks if the guild buys loot from people who aren't even members yet. He casually points to the giant boar and tells her he's ready to cash it in. Totally rattled, Lily begs him to stay put while she rushes off to find her superior. Yuji waits around, wondering if this pig is even worth a payday. It's definitely no dragon. He even considers heading back out to slaughter more monsters, just to cover the entrance fee. Moments later, Lily returns with a man who radiates pure, seasoned authority. The guild's branch manager marches toward Yuji, his face locked in a dead serious stare. He demands to see this mysterious beast that he's never even heard of before. Lily gestures toward the colossal carcass, confirming that this is indeed the monster. The manager leans in close, scrutinizing the beast's mangled face and its massive, jagged tusk. His eyes suddenly bulge in pure shock as a vein begins to throb violently on his forehead. He screams in total disbelief, realizing this is actually a legendary and ultra-rare burst ball. UG demands to know the price, and the manager's eyes widen as he leans in for a closer inspection. UG is stunned by the manager's shock. This monster must be worth a literal fortune. The manager notices the beast is in pristine condition and demands to know how a mere tamer took it down. UG shrugs it off, casually mentioning he just blasted it with his magic. The manager screams that it's impossible, because tamers aren't supposed to have a drop of magic. UG drops a bombshell, revealing that his second job is actually that of a legendary sage. Two professions? The manager bellows, losing his mind over such an unheard-of feat. He finally catches his breath, muttering that UG is an absolute freak of nature. He throws down a challenge, questioning if a lowly slime tamer can actually wield real magic. UG confirms he can, but admits his mana is completely drained after that epic battle. Even with his mana in the negatives, he's confident his health can tank the cost of a minor spell. The manager shrugs it off, eager to see UG's true potential during the exam. UG pivots back to the fee, admitting that his pockets are currently bone dry. The manager just smirks, assuring him that selling this ball will cover the cost and then some. UG is skeptical, having no clue that the beast he caught is worth a fortune. With a sharp snap of his fingers, the manager summons a worker, hauling a tray overflowing with riches. He drops a bombshell offer, 300,000 coal for the kill. UG and his slimes are absolutely stunned as they stare at the mountain of shimmering gold. He picks up a coin, finally realizing that he's brought in a legendary, high-value prize. UG seals the deal and officially signs his name to take the exam. The cold, hard cash sits right on top of his messy, chaotic application form. The manager looms over the table, ready to tear into the final application. He snatches the paper and screams, "What on earth am I looking at?" His eyes scan the endless list of UG's insane magical affinities. His eyes nearly pop out of his skull as a shock of pure disbelief surges through him. He thrusts the paper at Lily, who just sighs and says she already told him to fix it. The manager rubs his temples in frustration, deciding the exam will expose the truth. UG just stands there, wondering why they're upset when he was just being honest about his skills. The manager tells him the exam is tomorrow, but UG demands to take it right this second. UG declares he's locked and loaded, dying to find out what this test is all about. The manager grins, revealing that this grueling exam lasts 2 full days and a night. UG takes it in, realizing this is going to be one hell of an endurance trial. But compared to his soul-crushing office job, a 2-day test is a total walk in the park. With his pockets full of cash, UG heads out to grab a feast and find a place to crash. It doesn't take long for him to track down a cozy local inn for the night. Back in his room with his slime squad, he looks back on the absolute chaos of the day. He glances at his outfit, remembering the warnings that he sticks out like a sore thumb. He knows he needs to blend in, so he decides to score some normal gear before the big day. Suddenly, his focus shifts as a chilling new thought enters his mind. Staring out into the darkness, he recalls the terrifying warnings about the monsters lurking just beyond the city walls. UG stares out the window, his mind racing with images of warriors locked in brutal combat. From behind, UG flings open the window to gaze into the heart of the massive, pitch-black forest. UG turns to his loyal slimes, asking his little buddies for a massive favor. The slimes go wild, chirping and bouncing with joy as they accept the dangerous scouting mission. UG lays out the plan, making sure to warn them. If things get ugly, get out of there fast. With a collective cheer, the slimes huddle up and prepare to fuse their bodies together. A giant, super slime takes shape and hovers in the air while UG looks on in awe. The massive slime leaps from the window, vanishing into the shadows of the night. Yuji watches them go, frustrated that his drained mana is keeping him stuck on the sidelines. Yuji presses his fingers to his temple, igniting a glowing magic circle to link his senses with his slimes. A joyful slime streaks across the moonlit sky, locked in on its objective. Inside his room, Yuji hunts through his skill list, searching for a move that doesn't cost a single drop of mana. Yuji's eyes snap wide as a powerful new skill flashes onto his interface. He squeezes his eyes shut and taps his temple, igniting his Tamer's detection abilities. Seeing through the slime's eyes, a massive wave of energy ripples across the entire forest. The skill illuminates the darkness, exposing glowing white silhouettes of monsters lurking everywhere. Yuji's mind races as he realizes the woods are absolutely crawling with monsters. His focus sharpens to a point as he picks out one strange signal from the chaos. Using his shared senses, he zooms in on a brutal clash between two figures. He witnesses a group of adventurers locked in a life-or-death struggle against a towering lizard beast. Deep in the woods, a lone warrior stands his ground against a monstrous lizard. Steel slams against scales as his blade struggles to pierce the beast's iron-like skin. A swordsman and a mage fight for their lives against this massive, hulking predator. From the shadows, Yuji watches everything unfold by linking his mind to his slimes. He frantically hunts through his massive skill list, desperate to find the perfect counter. With fire in his eyes, Yuji ignites a glowing magic circle to unleash his power. A nearby slime erupts in light as Yuji's camouflage magic takes hold. The little guy turns completely invisible, stunned as it vanishes into the greenery. Yuji barks out an order, sending his hidden slimes creeping toward the front lines. Suddenly, a colossal explosion rips through the trees, blasting a poor slime into the air. A violent explosion rips through the air, sending a helpless slime spiraling into the sky. The sheer force of the blast slams the adventurers backward as the entire forest erupts. A bloodthirsty pack of white-furred wolves swarms the beaten and bruised party, trapping them. Despair sinks in as the warriors realize they're hopelessly outnumbered by the endless wave of monsters. From the shadows, Yuji watches the carnage unfold with a look of pure dread. Gale stands his ground, blood dripping down his face as he grips his shattered, massive blade. Yuji's heart stops when he realizes the warrior fighting for his life is none other than Gale. High above, a camouflaged slime watches the life-or-death struggle from the safety of the branches. Fire burns in Yuji's eyes as he locks in on his next move, ready to jump into the fray. The slime tilts its head in confusion as Yuji's voice echoes in its mind, ordering it to scale the tree. High above the chaos, a lone slime watches from the treetops, scouting the entire battlefield. Gale and his crew are beaten and bruised, but they refuse to back down against the enemy. The elf mage shuts her eyes tight, pouring every ounce of her mana into a devastating chant. She lets it rip, firing off a barrage of razor-sharp wind blades that tear through the air. The gale shreds right through a pack of massive, lightning-fast white wolves. But the mage's heart sinks as she realizes just how terrifyingly fast these beasts really are. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupts as a bone-shattering impact rocks the battlefield. The dwarf warrior grinds his teeth, barely holding back a giant wolf's snapping jaws with his shield. While the dwarf holds the line, another adventurer rockets into the sky for a counterattack. He lets out a blood-curdling war cry as he slams his blade down with pure fury. A blinding star-like flash erupts as the weapon is completely pulverized. Gale watches in pure horror as his massive greatsword shatters under the crushing weight. A giant wolf's jaws clamp down, snapping the steel like a twig as the party is totally overwhelmed. Beaten and weaponless, Gale roars in frustration as his party desperately clings to life. A pack of massive, snarling wolves circles the group, cutting off every single escape route. Gale grits his teeth, drenched in cold sweat, as he realizes their situation is absolutely hopeless. Back in his room, Yuji extends his hand as a magic circle ignites with overwhelming power. Seeing through the eyes of his slime, Yuji watches the carnage and prepares to strike. Yuji's eyes narrow with lethal focus as he prepares a massive, multi-pronged, magical strike. A storm of magic circles erupts in the sky, all channeled through a single, tiny slime. An intricate magic circle blazes to life, surging with raw power for a devastating fireball. The spell detonates, unleashing a blinding supernova of pure destruction. The shockwave sends a massive white wolf flying as Gale's crew watches in total disbelief. The earth shatters on impact, launching the beast through the air like a rag doll. Gale and his team are frozen, their jaws dropping at this sudden, overwhelming magical strike. A pillar of fire tears through the midnight sky, lighting up the entire forest. Nothing remains but charred earth and thick, choking smoke rising from the crater. The pack is in total shambles, wounded and howling as the explosions rip their formation apart. The heroes scramble to make sense of the chaos, desperate to find out who unleashed that insane power. Gale lets out a blood-pumping war cry, leading his team to crush the scattered wolves. High on a branch, a slime watches the carnage as adventurers fight a desperate, bloody battle against massive wolves. We get a sharp look at Yuji's face, and his expression is nothing but cold, hard determination. He looks forward with a confident, steady smile. He's finally made his choice. Yuji collapses onto his bed, completely exhausted, but feeling triumphant with his slimes gathered around him. The city of Fasten glows under the night sky as Yuji calls his slimes back from the field. Sunlight floods the room, and Yuji's eyes snap open as he wakes up to a brand new day. He sits up and looks at his hands, the realization dawning on him that the night is finally over. He bolts upright in a panic, momentarily terrified that he's overslept for his old corporate job. He looks down at his gear, and the weight of his new life finally starts to sink in. Standing by the window, Yuji gazes out at the world, ready to tackle the adventurer's exam and his new reality. Two dark-skinned elves, an adult and a child, watch something mysterious from the shadows. We're greeted by a massive title page, showing a fantasy city packed with legendary adventurers. Yuji stops at a local stall, debating whether it's time for a serious wardrobe upgrade. Now, sporting a slick new coat, Yuji marches through the streets, feeling like a total boss. The camera pans down to Yuji's boots as he makes his way toward the guild entrance. In the center of a grand courtyard, an examiner stands before a small group of nervous candidates. This is Regan, and he wastes no time introducing himself to the crowd of hopefuls, including Yuji. Regan checks his list, tallying up the swordsmen and mages ready to prove their worth. We get a sharp close-up of Regan's eyes as he gets ready to announce the very last category. Regan shoots Yuji a look of pure disgust as he announces the final class. A Tamare, a tiny, adorable slime, hitches a ride on Yuji's shoulder, looking completely dazed. Regan the examiner narrows his eyes at Yuji's application, dead set on catching him in a lie. A rival candidate sneers at Yuji, but our hero just stares back with cold, unbothered eyes while clutching his slime. Regan wears a wicked smirk, already plotting the perfect way to expose Yuji's fraud. One candidate freaks out, realizing Yuji is the mysterious guy from the magic slime rumors last night. Yuji's heart sinks as he realizes his secret moves might have been caught on camera. Looming in the shadows, Regan shocks Yuji by admitting he completely underestimated his power. Regan flashes a friendly grin, calling Yuji by name and dropping some crucial advice. Yuji stumbles over his words, trying to act casual, but Regan can see the burning fire in his eyes. Yuji scans the crowd of candidates, realizing just how brutal the hierarchy of this new world really is. Standing in the sun-soaked courtyard, Regan flashes a cocky smirk and announces that the first trial is for magic users only. He singles out a shaking young woman and barks the order that she's going first. Perched on a pedestal sits their judge, a sleek, pitch-black crystal orb shimmering with mystery. Regan explains that this orb will strip her secrets bare, measuring both her raw mana and her elemental affinity. With a trembling hand, The terrified candidate reaches out to touch the cold, polished surface of the crystal. The moment her fingers graze the glass, the orb explodes into a blinding, infernal blaze. Regan acknowledges her solid fire magic and decent mana reserves, passing her instantly before shouting for the next victim. His hungry, predatory eyes lock onto Yuji, commanding him to step up and face the orb. Regan wears a devious grin, certain that this test will finally expose Yuji as a total fraud with zero magic. Yuji knows the stakes. This is the ultimate moment of truth, where his claims will finally be proven real. He reaches out, his fingertips grazing the surface with a soft tap. The orb atop the pedestal begins to vibrate violently, sending a jolt of fear through Regan. Yuji glares at the trembling crystal and demands to know if this thing is actually safe. Beads of sweat roll down Regan's face as he desperately insists everything is under control. Yuji decides to take the examiner at his word and reaches out to touch the orb. The very second his finger touches it, a jagged crack rips across the surface. The crystal explodes into a million shimmering shards, leaving Yuji standing there in total shock. Regan is frozen in pure silence, a stray lock of hair springing loose from the sheer shock. The other candidates are paralyzed, their faces twisted in absolute comical disbelief. A heavy, suffocating silence drops over the courtyard as every eye locks onto Yuji and the ruined pedestal. Yuji looks at the absolute carnage he caused and calmly asks if he passed the test. Regan stares back, his jaw hitting the floor in pure, stuttering disbelief. He forces out a nervous laugh, desperately claiming the crystal was just a cheap dud. An assistant hauls in a massive new orb, and Regan swears this one is indestructible. He motions toward the giant crystal and orders Yuji to give it another shot. The second Yuji's fingertips touch the glass, the entire orb begins to violently shake and spark. Unbelievably, this top-tier orb starts malfunctioning just like the last one. Regan's face twists in pure terror as cold sweat pours down his face. He frantically pulls Yuji away, screaming that his power is completely off the charts. Yuji speaks up, asking if anyone has ever broken the scale like this before. Regan flashes back to the ancient legend of the Mage of Annihilation, a monster who could shatter crystals with pure power. The other candidates are buzzing with shock, terrified that Yuji's strength might actually rival that mythic legend. Yuji just stares back at the gossiping crowd, looking totally chill with a tiny slime perched on his shoulder. He figures this Mage of Annihilation guy must be a pretty big deal around here. Regan confesses that while he's not certain, Yuji's raw power is straight out of a fairy tale. Yuji is completely blindsided, since he honestly thought his mana levels were bottom of the barrel. Taking a massive breath, Regan finally shouts that the magic power test is officially over. He marches the group over to a training field dominated by a massive, towering rock wall. Regan barks out orders for every mage to blast that wall with their most lethal attack spells. He shoots a look at Yuji and demands to know if he even bothered to bring a staff to channel his magic. Yuji looks down, realizing he's standing there completely empty-handed. He asks Regan if a staff is actually a requirement for this combat trial. A nearby candidate whispers in shock, wondering how anyone could cast magic without a focus. Regan snaps at him to just try it, even though he's convinced it's a total waste of time. Yuji realizes right then that he probably should have studied the exam rules a bit harder. He decides to launch a tiny fireball just to see how much power he's actually packing. Regan barks out Yuji's name, his face twisted into a sharp, judgmental glare. He gestures toward the massive rock wall, signaling that it's finally Yuji's turn to perform. He mocks the boy, sarcastically asking if he'll really be okay without a staff in his hand. Yuji stays perfectly calm, telling him it's no problem as he prepares to cast without a single word. A measly spark flickers out, hitting the stone with a pathetic little pop. All that's left on the massive boulder is a tiny, blackened scorch mark. Yuji realizes the impact is weak, but figures it might work on some low-level pests. He looks back to see the examiner's face twisted in pure disappointment. Suddenly, Regan's face contorts into a mask of absolute screaming fury. Yuji just stares back, completely baffled by the examiner's insane overreaction. Regan grits his teeth, his entire voice trembling with a rage he can barely hold back. He bellows that the power was bizarre and demands to know where the incantation went. Yuji wonders out loud if it looked weird just because he didn't bother using one. He innocently asks if Regan is talking about that part where you shout the spell's name. Regan breaks it down. Skipping the chant is a pro move, but it totally guts your power. Now that he gets the gist, Yuji asks for one more shot at the spell. Regan gives him the green light with a sigh, convinced it's just a total waste of time. Yuji thrusts his hand forward and screams the command, "Fireball!" A world-ending beam of pure destruction blasts out and slams into the cliffside. The stone wall literally vanishes, replaced by a massive, glowing crater and a river of melted rock. Regan's face twists into a horrifying mask of pure, unadulterated shock. The other trainees stand there frozen, their jaws hitting the floor in absolute terror. Yuji calmly notes that the chant definitely gave the spell a massive power boost. He wonders if even this insane level of power would be enough for a real life-or-death battle. Regan recoils in pure terror, his voice shaking as he brands Yuji a literal monster. Yuji is completely lost, assuming Regan was just frustrated by his earlier weak magic. He asks if Regan was actually complaining about his power being strangely pathetic. Regan and the entire crowd of candidates roar back that his power was terrifyingly strong. Yuji just scratches his head and asks with total innocence, "Wait, really?" He brushes off the chaos and asks if he actually passed this part of the exam. A broken Regan confirms his victory, then begs to know what kind of life Yuji has been living. Yuji stares into the distance, seriously trying to wrap his head around the weird question. He calmly explains that he lived a boring life, just grinding away at a regular office job. Regan and the others scream in total shock, demanding to know how that's even possible. We cut to a jagged mountain wasteland, where the next brutal trial awaits. Regan points toward a smoldering crater and declares that the next test is pure swordsmanship. He demands the first challenger step up, and a warrior charges forward with a grin. This hulking beast of a man heaves a giant blade and asks Regan if he's actually ready for a real fight. Without breaking a sweat, Regan draws his own sleek, razor-sharp longsword. He tells the challenger to quit worrying and hit him with everything he's got. Regan's gaze turns ice-cold as he barks the order one more time. The warrior lets out a primal roar, swinging his massive blade down in a crushing overhead strike. Regan stares down the lethal blow with a smirk, looking completely unbothered. His slender blade catches the giant's sword, parrying the strike with flawless precision. The ground literally explodes into pieces under Regan's feet from the sheer force of the impact. The candidate staggers back in a panic, leaving his massive blade wedged deep in the shattered debris. He grinds his teeth in pure shock, drenched in sweat, after witnessing the examiner's monstrous power. Regan doesn't even break a sweat as he coldly points out the boy's pathetic lack of control. Flashing a cocky smirk, the examiner barks out that it's time for the next victim to step up. The entire crowd, including Yuji, stands frozen after witnessing that insane display of raw skill. Regan locks eyes with Yuji and mocks him for showing up to a sword exam empty-handed. Yuji realizes that while he can cast spells without a staff, he's dead meat without a blade in this fight. His mind races through a massive library of forbidden spells, hunting for the perfect way out of this mess. He finally locks onto the ultimate spell, knowing this secret technique is exactly what he needs. A blinding flash erupts as a massive magic circle flares to life. Out of thin air, Yuji pulls a wicked black blade, realizing just how handy this magic really is. Regan, the examiner, stands frozen, his face twisted in absolute disbelief. He stutters out a question, while the crowd whispers that Yuji just forged a weapon out of pure mana. Regan's brain is short-circuiting as he wonders if this test should even continue. But Yuji just gives a cool nod, confirming he's ready to go. Regan shakes off the shock and bellows that the exam starts right now. Gripping the hilt, Yuji prays his combat skills kick in and take over. Regan watches his bizarre stance, wondering if he's facing some legendary secret fighting style. Little does he know, Yuji is just winging it with a totally random grip. He shuts his eyes tight, desperately praying his hidden powers will finally take over. Regan stands his ground with total confidence, daring Yuji to give it his best shot. Suddenly, the sharp whistle of a blade slices through the silence. "Here I come!" Yuji screams, lunging forward to launch his assault. He swings the blade in a messy, desperate arc straight at Regan. Regan laughs at the pathetic move, demanding to know if Yuji is making a joke. As he trips forward, the summoned sword fumbles right out of his shaky hands. But then, Yuji's body moves with insane speed, spinning around to snatch the falling blade. His eyes pop in shock as his limbs start moving completely on their own. The second that sword hits the floor, a massive shockwave of energy explodes outward. A massive shockwave slams into Regan, sending the examiner stumbling back. The ground beneath his boots shatters into pieces from the sheer, raw power. With a single fluid motion, Yuji snatches the rebounding sword right out of the air. In the blink of an eye, he's behind Regan with the blade pressed firmly against his throat. Regan stands there, frozen in pure shock, unable to even process how he just got blitzed. Yuji realizes his insane skills and magic took over, winning the fight before he even noticed. He pulls the sword back and calmly asks if this means the test is finally over. Regan is dripping with sweat as he accuses Yuji of being a pro who's just acting like a rookie. Yuji insists it's his first time, but Regan screams that those were the movements of an expert. Yuji offers a rematch, telling Regan he won't get caught off guard a second time. Regan's face twists in pure discomfort. He clearly wants absolutely no part of another round. He shuts it down immediately, admitting he'd lose even if he gave it everything he had. Regan officially declares that Yuji has passed the exam and is free to head out. Yuji is caught completely off guard by this sudden no-strings-attached victory. Regan shouts to the entire group that Yuji is through and doesn't need to prove himself anymore. With a mischievous glint in his eye, he adds that the special bracket is a completely different game. Now, totally curious, Yuji asks what this mysterious special bracket actually involves. Regan explains that while most rookies start at the bottom H rank, there's a faster way up. Yuji realizes that jumping to a higher rank would be the ultimate shortcut for his journey. He announces he's taking the special test, sending a massive shockwave through the other candidates. The other candidates are stunned, whispering in total shock that he's actually crazy enough to go for it. Yuji turns to Regan, desperate to know if the difficulty is about to hit a whole new level. Regan clarifies that the test stays the same, but the score needed to pass is absolutely brutal. He warns that almost no one survives this, but it's worth the risk. And Yuji is ready. Regan's face turns cold as he tells Yuji to brace himself for a trial unlike anything he's ever seen. He marches the group deep into the woods, barking orders for everyone to start setting up camp. The candidates find themselves staring at a massive walled-off forest looming at the edge of the training grounds. Yuji's eyes widen as he realizes this is the legendary forest controlled by the Adventurers Guild itself. Regan commands everyone to pitch their tents and defend them with their lives until the sun comes up. Yuji's mind races. Could the examiner himself be the one planning to hunt them down? He shoots his hand into the air, signaling he's got two burning questions to ask. He wants to know if his slime's a fair game, and Regan confirms that every tool is on the table. Yuji pushes his luck, asking if this means they won't run into a single monster tonight. Regan's gaze turns ice cold, staring him down with a terrifying, unblinking glare. He snaps at Yuji, warning him never to underestimate the grueling reality of a solo night watch. Yuji just scoffs internally, thinking this is a breeze compared to the hellish hours at his old corporate job. Reagan calls for any final questions, but the group remains frozen in dead silence. He barks the order to scatter and start the exam the second their tents are pitched. Darkness swallows the woods as a sliver of the moon rises into the pitch-black sky. Yuji mutters to himself, already dying of boredom before the real test even begins. Yuji kicks back outside his tent, realizing this exam is a total walk in the park. He decides to check in with his slime scouts to see if they've sniffed out any trouble. High up in the branches, his slimes keep a silent, watchful eye over the entire forest. One little slime bounces over, proudly presenting Yuji with a delicious leaf it found. Yuji doesn't hold back, immediately shutting down the slime's gross snack offer. But the slime's noisy bickering over the leaf catches the attention of someone lurking in the shadows. Reagan watches from the brush, convinced that Yuji has completely lowered his guard. He white-knuckles his blade, ready to give this kid a brutal lesson in the world of adventuring. Yuji glances right toward Reagan's hiding spot, a mysterious smirk playing on his lips. He calmly asks himself if taking down the examiner is the only way to clear this exam. Reagan's heart stops, and his eyes bulge as he realizes his cover is blown. He desperately tries to play it cool, praying Yuji is just staring aimlessly into the woods. He's in total disbelief that he was spotted while Yuji looked completely spaced out. Yuji slowly rises, calmly revealing that his slime was the one tracking Regan's every move. Regan is floored by how insanely broken it is to use monsters as a personal radar. But Yuji isn't done, casually mentioning he's got a massive swarm of slimes at his command. Regan looks up in horror to find the dark canopy crawling with dozens of slimes. He thought he was dealing with just one, but Yuji explains they can split and fuse whenever they want. Regan is paralyzed with fear, realizing Yuji is a total freak of nature even for a tamer. Yuji just shrugs it off, dropping the bombshell that he actually commands 80 slimes in total. Regan is totally crushed, throwing his hands up in defeat and promising to see Yuji tomorrow. Yuji stands his ground, watching the examiner disappear into the pitch-black forest. He knows this trial is far from over, so he stays on high alert for any hidden threats. Suddenly, a slime screams his name in a total panic, and Yuji demands to know what's wrong. The slime reports a terrifying new arrival, something strange that can't even be seen. The bushes rustle nearby, but the slime cries out that there's absolutely nothing there. Another slime confirms the nightmare. Someone is lurking right in front of them, completely invisible. Yuji quickly realizes his hidden foe is using powerful stealth magic to stay hidden. He prepares to counterattack, raising his hand to surge his magic directly into a slime. The slime chirps with excitement, ready to absorb the spell and join the fight. Suddenly, a massive, intricate magic circle erupts with light in the middle of the pitch-black woods. He screams, flash, detonating a supernova of pure, blinding energy. In a heartbeat, the entire clearing is bathed in a searing, white-hot glow. He knows that if his enemy is hiding behind optical camo, this blast will tear their cover right off. For a split second, the light catches the ghostly outline of a human figure lurking in the shadows. With his target finally in sight, he knows it's time to strike. His mind races, frantically searching his arsenal for the perfect spell to end this. He locks onto a brand new ability he's never touched before: magic creation. He's got the power to forge new spells, but there's zero time for trial and error in this fight. Pivoting his plan, he commands his army of slimes to swarm around him immediately. The survival trial has officially begun, and Yuji barks a command to his slimes from the shadows. He orders them to establish a lethal defensive perimeter exactly 5 meters from his tent. Understood, the slimes chirp, bouncing into their spots to guard their master's camp. This bizarre squad, complete with mustaches and eye patches, stands ready for war. Now, Yuji is protected by a flawless, unbreakable ring of his most loyal gelatinous soldiers. Time for the real magic. Blazing runes erupt from the ground right beneath his feet. He deploys a massive, invisible sensory dome to snare any fool brave enough to trespass. Suddenly, a mental spark ignites. The trap has been triggered. They've arrived, he mutters, his eyes piercing through the pitch-black woods. He ignites his magic transfer, ready to blast a devastating spell directly through his slimes. A glowing web of raw energy erupts from the slime, lunging to trap its prey. Gotcha, he smirks, instantly chanting the incantation to call forth his legendary blade. A jet-black sword materializes in his grip with a lethal, shimmering flash. He looms over the trapped, unseen enemy, his weapon poised for the kill. With ice in his eyes, he drops a chilling command. Don't you dare move. The cloak of invisibility flickers and shatters, exposing the prisoner to the world. Trapped in the burning net is a sharp-dressed man with perfectly slicked-back hair. The captive lets out a heavy sigh, stunned that he actually got outplayed. Bathed in moonlight, the man begs for release, claiming this whole thing was just a misunderstanding. Finally, the mysterious stranger drops his name. He goes by Is. Yuji demands to know if he's in serious trouble and if the higher-ups need a full report. EIS looks visibly shaken, admitting that the mere fact Yuji got caught is a massive disaster. Suddenly it clicks. This whole encounter wasn't even part of the official exam. With a sly wink, EIS brags that he's a legendary guild agent who can vanish without a trace. But if he's so impossible to track, Yuji wonders why on earth this ghost of an agent hunted him down. Is confesses his real plan. He was going to infiltrate the tent and teach Yujio a lesson he'd never forget. Yuji's eyes narrow as he asks if the agent was actually trying to sabotage his entire test. EIS warns him that countless adventurers are slaughtered in surprise attacks because they let their guard down for even a second. He intended to use failure as a brutal teacher, but it's obvious Yuji is already way ahead of the curve. Feeling the second-hand embarrassment, Yuji offers to wipe the slate clean and let the agent try his sneak attack all over again. Sweat pours down Ice's face as he forces a shaky smile, desperately weighing the offer. "No thanks, I'll pass," he shouts, waving a frantic goodbye before making a run for it. Yuji stands there looking completely crushed after getting shut down so hard. Ise vows that his final report will score Yuji a legendary, beyond perfect evaluation. Yuji is totally over it. He just wanted a normal passing grade without all this insane drama. "And with that, I'm out of here," he called out, vanishing instantly into the shadows of the night. The next morning, twin suns blaze over the forest canopy to signal the start of a brand new day. Reagan bellows that the exam is officially over, ordering every single candidate to fall in line. The exhausted candidates stumble through the forest trails, desperate to finally hear their results. A crowd of hopeful adventurers huddles together before the cold, stone-faced examiner, Regan. While every other candidate looks like a total zombie, Yuji stands there perfectly calm and collected. Yuji realizes that pulling an all-nighter in this world feels more like brutal slave labor. Reagan steps forward and announces that the official guild results have finally arrived. He barks out the first name, and a wide-eyed young swordsman answers with a desperate shout. "Failed!" Regan shouts, instantly shattering the poor guy's dreams into a million pieces. The candidate collapses in total despair while Regan coldly moves on to the next name. Watching the endless string of failures, Yuji realizes the pass rate for this test is absolutely abysmal. Finally, Regan looks down at the scroll and calls out the very last name, Yuji. Regan's eyes narrow to slits as he scans the shocking results written on the parchment. His eyes nearly pop out of his head in pure shock as a strangled gasp escapes his throat. Yuji stares at the paper, wondering what kind of insane secret could trigger a reaction like that. He spins toward his assistant, voice trembling as he begs to know if this is all just a massive error. But the assistant stands firm, confirming the guild double-checked every single detail. Reagan grabs his head in disbelief, desperate to know how Yuji pulled off such an impossible feat. He finally shouts it out. Yuji has been granted a special pass and is officially a B-rank adventurer. The other candidates are absolutely stunned, their jaws hitting the floor at the mention of a B rank. Yuji realizes that being B rank must be a legendary status that everyone dreams of. Reagan turns to Yuji, baffled that the kid isn't freaking out over this insane achievement. But Yuji just shrugs, admitting he has absolutely no clue what a B rank even is. Reagan stands there speechless, realizing Yuji is a total monster who lacks even a shred of common sense. This B rank is the absolute peak of power, and it hasn't been seen in 15 long years. Yuji sighs to himself, realizing his dream of a quiet, normal registration is officially dead. Regan barks at the survivors, ordering everyone who passed to report to the guild immediately. We cut to the massive, towering pillars of the legendary Adventurers Guild. A bubbly receptionist with pigtails beams at Yuji, showering him with praise for his success. Surrounded by the roar of the guild hall, Yuji keeps it cool and gives a quick nod of thanks. She breaks down how the guild works and finally slides over his official adventurer card. A detailed chart reveals the grueling climb from the bottom ranks that every rookie must face. She reveals that because he's a special case, his path through the ranks is going to be unique. Yuji realizes that if he wants to climb the ladder, he's got to crush these Durant quests. She begs him to stay cautious, warning that this world is a death trap for the reckless. She slides his new adventurer card across the counter, wishing him the best of luck. The card reveals his official status, a lowly rank H Tamer with basic fire magic. Yuji spots the catch. His legendary Sage class and massive magic pool are completely hidden. He charges straight for the quest board, ready to hunt down his first real job. He scans the wall of notices, looking for the easiest, most low-stakes quest available. His eyes lock on to the perfect, low-profile mission to kick off his journey. He grabs an I-ranked quest to pick Hylia herbs for a handful of 300 cola pieces. The receptionist is stunned that he's jumping into the fray the very same day he joined. She's totally starstruck, amazed that a B-rank adventurer would work this tirelessly. He realizes with a bitter smirk that his relentless grind is just a habit from his days as a corporate slave. As he steps out the door, she cheers him on, wishing him the best of luck on his quest. The afternoon sun blazes overhead, marking every second that ticks by. He strolls back in and announces his return, leaving the receptionist absolutely floored by his lightning speed. She's convinced he failed, but her jaw drops when he orders his slimes to unload their haul. A literal mountain of herbs piles up in the lobby, striking the entire room dead silent. The receptionist inspects one and confirms the impossible. It's a flawless Hylia herb. She screams that this massive haul is impossible, demanding to know if he just bought them all. He casually explains he just picked them, claiming his slimes made the whole job a total breeze. She's stunned by how fresh they are, baffled at how he managed to transport such a massive load. He reveals his secret: slime storage. A broken ability only a Tamer could pull off. Totally caught off guard, she stammers that the appraisal starts now and begs him to wait. She rushes back with a co-worker, and they're both stunned to find a perfect haul without a single weed in sight. With total composure, he tells them he used his own appraisal skill to handpick every single herb. He leans in and asks the big question: is the guild ready to buy out this entire mountain of loot? Her face lights up as she confirms this massive payday is more than enough to boost his rank. Yuji takes it all in, realizing he's finally climbing the ladder from H rank all the way to G. But he's not done yet. He asks if he can turn in a monster subjugation report for this same mission. She's completely baffled, but she nods and tells him that's perfectly fine. He casually mentions he took down some beasts and wants to see if any of them are on the guild's hit list. Yuji stands perfectly still while his slimes spit out a sickening mountain of mangled monster corpses. The guild receptionist freezes, her face contorted in a silent scream at the gruesome sight. Every adventurer in the hall is paralyzed with pure terror and utter disbelief. Yuji casually holds up his application, the sole reason he stepped back into this guild. Tucked away in the office, Yuji asks the manager if this one form is all he needs. The stern branch manager, Aegis, immediately pins Yuji as the mastermind behind the chaos. The camera zooms in, revealing his true identity. Branch manager Aegis. Yuji asks point-blank if he's being interrogated about that exam incident. Aegis confirms his suspicions, warning Yuji that the higher-ups are watching this rare B-rank powerhouse. Yuji looks down in defeat, realizing his dreams of a quiet life have just gone up in smoke. Aegis demands answers, and Yuji coolly agrees to play along. Aegis reaches toward his desk, ready to unveil a secret weapon. He pulls out a shimmering, complex crystal, a legendary artifact that sniffs out lies. Aegis fires off the first question. Did Yuji rely solely on his slime's power? Yuji doesn't even blink as he calmly confirms the truth. Aegis narrows his eyes, staring intensely at the crystal for even the slightest flicker. But the crystal stays perfectly still, its glow remaining rock steady. Aegis pushes further, asking if Yuji was the one who personally hunted those monsters and gathered the herbs. Yuji sets the record straight. His slimes did the heavy lifting and handled the combat. Once again, the crystal sits motionless, proving Yuji isn't hiding a single thing. Aegis leans back with a smirk, fully convinced that Yuji is the real deal. He grants the promotion on the spot, crowning it the fastest rank-up in the history of the guild. Yuji finally grips his brand-new official G-rank adventurer card. A staff member chimes in, noting that this G-rank officially makes Yuji a true professional. Aegis tells him to take it slow, but Yuji is already itching for his first big mission. Chuckling at his eagerness, Aegis points him toward a quest to hunt down some ultra-rare dried flowers. Yuji mutters the name of the plant, his eyes lighting up at the challenge ahead. Aegis warns him that these blooms only grow in the treacherous heart of the Western Mountains. Yuji locks in the quest, ready to gear up for a grueling 3-day trek into the wild. As night falls, a calm silence washes over the town of Fasten under the glow of a crescent moon. Yuji drifts off to sleep in his room, surrounded by his army of loyal slime companions. As the sun rises, Yuji stands at Fasten's massive main gate, ready to conquer the day. He tightens his coat and braces himself for the grueling trek that lies ahead. He hauls a massive rucksack onto his shoulders, packed to the brim with survival gear. With his slimes circling him, he boldly announces their quest to track down those mysterious flowers. The weight is crushing, so he decides to tap into his slime's incredible storage skill. As the slime swallows his gear whole, he wonders if this bottomless pit actually has a limit. The little guy pauses to think before cheerfully chirping that it has absolutely no clue. Yuji shrugs it off, deciding it's not a problem until they actually hit a wall. Finally free of the weight, he and his slime squad charge headfirst into the sprawling wilderness. Far on the horizon, the razor-sharp, icy peaks of the Western Mountains tower over the land. Yuji treks through the dense forest with his loyal squad of slimes hopping right behind him. He lets out a heavy sigh, realizing those massive mountains still feel a lifetime away. His body isn't giving out, but this endless walking is absolutely crushing his spirit. Suddenly, a stroke of pure genius hits him like a lightning bolt. He spins toward his slimes and demands to know if any monsters are lurking nearby. One slime tilts its head in total confusion, wondering why he's suddenly so curious. Yuji explains that since he's a tamer, it's high time he found a beast to serve as his mount. The slimes cheer in excitement, promising to hunt down the perfect ride for their master. Suddenly, razor-sharp fangs and piercing glowing eyes emerge from the pitch-black shadows. A massive clawed paw crashes into the dirt, shattering the earth into pieces. A monstrous shadow wolf explodes from the brush, lunging straight for Yuji's throat. Yuji whips his head around, his instincts instantly locking onto the sudden, violent attack. The beast's gargantuan jaws, packed with razor-sharp teeth, snap shut just inches away. Yuji remains dead calm, watching as the creature sticks a perfect, graceful landing right before him. A majestic snow-white wolf towers over him, letting out a low, bone-chilling growl. Yuji sizes the beast up, realizing this massive creature is big enough to serve as a mount. The wolf glares at him, its face twisted into a mask of pure, terrifying intimidation. It pounces forward again, becoming a deadly blur of white fur and raw killing intent. But Yuji doesn't budge, completely unimpressed by the beast's aggressive display of power. He knows if he can't survive this clash, taming the beast is nothing but a pipe dream. The prideful wolf lets out a deafening roar as it lunges straight for his throat. Yuji thrusts his hand forward, igniting a massive, glowing magic circle in the air. He fires off a magic net spell, aiming to trap the charging predator right in its tracks. The wolf is snatched right out of the air, its face twisting from fury to pure shock. The magical net slams the beast down, sending it crashing violently into the dirt. Now pinned and powerless, the once mighty wolf starts whimpering like a frightened pup. Yuji stares down at the creature, wishing he could understand what its desperate cries actually mean. Suddenly it clicks. He has the perfect skill hidden up his sleeve for this very moment. He triggers monster telepathy, forging a direct mental link with the wolf's consciousness. This beast looks terrifying, but its mind is screaming in absolute terror. It howls in desperation, begging Yuji to spare its pathetic life. Yuji and his slimes are completely stunned by how much of a coward this creature really is. As the wolf grovels, Yuji finally promises that he won't end its life. Honestly, seeing a monster act this pathetic is a total disappointment. He offers to tame the beast, and the wolf jumps at the chance with zero hesitation. A satisfying chime rings out as a system window flashes right in front of Yuji. The notification confirms it. The proud wolf is now officially his servant. Yuji can't help but think that the proud part of its name is a total lie now. He asks for a ride, and the wolf is more than happy to serve as his new mount. The massive wolf bows its head, practically begging him to hop on for a ride. Once he's settled, the beast explodes forward like a rocket. The scenery blurs as those towering mountain peaks loom larger by the second. They skid to a halt in a wide clearing right at the foot of the mountains. Gasping for air, the wolf announces they've arrived while still whimpering for mercy. Yuji snaps at the creature to stop acting so pathetic, totally fed up with its constant begging. He grants the wolf its freedom and asks where it plans to go from here. Without a second thought, the wolf shouts that it's staying right by Yuji's side forever. It knows that sticking with a powerhouse like him is the ultimate survival strategy. Yuji just sighs, realizing this wolf has completely thrown its pride out the window. He gives the okay for it to stay, and the crew begins their hunt on foot. He remembers the guild's intel. This is the exact spot where those rare flowers grow. Out of nowhere, a pack of bizarre snail creatures pops up and gives them a friendly welcome. Even more snail slimes crawl out from the foliage, all chirping out a greeting. Yuji realizes in an instant that he's never seen this species of slime in his entire life. One of his own slimes vouches for him, promising the newcomers that Yuji's group is safe and has snacks. Yuji is skeptical, doubting these creatures would trust a total stranger so easily. To his absolute shock, the snail slimes don't hesitate for a second and join the squad. A chime rings out as the system confirms these new slimes are officially tamed. Yuji is baffled by their total lack of caution, but he welcomes his new allies with open arms. Yuji raises a small twig, questioning his slimes about a mysterious, legendary flower. He uses the branch to carve the outline of the withered bloom right into the dirt. Suddenly, a snail-like slime chirps out that it recognizes that exact flower. Yuji catches the slime's past tense and asks if these flowers have already vanished from the world. With a heartbroken expression, the slime confirms they all disappeared just a short while ago. Yuji wonders if some freak weather disaster wiped the entire species off the map. But another slime cuts in, claiming it knows the dark truth behind their disappearance. It excitedly suggests They track down a mysterious figure known as Dryad's son. Yuji echoes the name, instantly sensing a deep connection to the withered flower. The slimes guide Yuji and his majestic wolf through a bizarre, twisting maze of massive roots. He realizes this path is so perfectly hidden, he never would have found it on his own. The cheerful slimes bounce along the twisted, ghostly roots with pure joy. They stumble into a clearing dominated by a massive, hollow dome of white roots. With a tiny slime perched on his shoulder, Yuji peers deep into the bizarre structure. The snail slimes call out into the darkness, desperately asking if the dryad is still alive. A faint, fragile voice echoes from the shadows, whispering that she's somehow still breathing. A slam announces their arrival, shouting that they've brought Yuji to save her. Deep within the sanctuary, a small girl with horns sits huddled among the roots. Yuji steps into the strange, root-woven chamber to get a closer look at the mystery. The girl looks up at him, her eyes wide with total shock and fear. She gasps in pure terror, realizing the intruder is actually a human. Her scream of fright rings out through the massive, hollowed-out roots. The young dryad is deathly pale, trembling as cold sweat pours down her face. She lunges for cover, desperately trying to hide her tiny body behind a massive root. Yuji watches her closely, noting that she's absolutely petrified of mankind. The slimes jump in to defend him, shouting that Yuji is a gentle, powerful soul. The dryad peeks out from the shadows, whispering if this human is truly here to save her. Yuji keeps it real, telling her he needs the full story before he can do anything. A slime reveals that a villain left a cursed object behind, and it's poisoning the entire forest. Yuji suddenly realizes she's a spirit, and without a mana source, her life is literally fading away. He realizes he was so blinded by the flowers that he missed the deadly rot eating away at the forest. He looks up and gasps as he sees the trees are withered, their skeletal branches stripped of all life. He notices the dryad's deathly pale skin, even if he's clueless about how fantasy creatures actually work. His mission is clear: hunt down and destroy the source of this disgusting decay. Plus, he's discovered the perfect spell to surge mana back into her fading body. He knows a direct touch might terrify her, so he comes up with a much gentler plan. A single slime leaps from his shoulder and lands softly right in her palms. He fires off 2 spells at once, funneling his massive mana reserves straight through the slime. Yuji's status screen pops up, showing his health and mana are peaked at their absolute limits. The numbers become a total blur as a staggering amount of his magic power is instantly sucked dry. His mana pool takes a massive hit, plummeting by half, but his health bar stays rock solid. The dryad gasps as a surge of raw power rushes through her, making her feel lighter than air. Yuji reveals his secret. He used the slime as a living bridge to funnel his magic directly into her. Beaming with joy, she looks Yuji in the eyes and pours out her gratitude for saving her. She warns him that they can't wait. They have to head straight for the source of this evil. Brimming with new life, she charges ahead, guiding Yuji's crew through the decaying skeletal forest. He watches in horror as he realizes every single tree and leaf around them has been sucked dry of life. The dryad points a trembling finger toward a clearing, declaring that the nightmare begins right there. A massive, jagged black monolith looms in the center, throbbing with a terrifying dark aura. Yuji steps toward the cursed stone, convinced that smashing it to bits is the only way to end this. The dryad screams for him to stop, desperate to keep him away from that thing. But it's too late. His hand is already inches away from the cursed stone. She's paralyzed with fear, demanding to know why he'd risk his life touching something so deadly. He just picks up a fragment and calmly asks what she's so afraid of. A slime pipes up, revealing that any human who touches that stone drops dead instantly. It even mentions the last guy was armed and ready when he met his end. The slime gestures to a shattered sword that's been rotting there for an entire week. The hilt is completely smashed, and the metal is rotting from the stone's dark energy. Yuji realizes the blade looks like it's been scorched and reduced to absolute scrap metal. He figures out that the stone's curse is what's eating away at everything on this hill. To gauge the danger, he tosses in a piece of meat to see exactly how lethal it is. He quickly scans his status screen, but surprisingly, there's not a single debuff or negative effect to be found. The Dryad is convinced Yuji survived only because his magical reserves are absolutely massive. She explains that this curse is just another form of magic that his overwhelming mana can easily shrug off. Yuji realizes his true power is actually double her wildest estimates. The Dryad is left completely stunned, unable to process that he possesses that much raw power. Suddenly, a realization hits Yuji about the bizarre and unique nature of his own mana. He remembers the insane fact that his magic power can actually drop into the negatives. The Dryad is completely baffled because the very idea of negative mana should be impossible. She shuts her eyes tight, desperately trying to wrap her mind around this logic-defying concept. She shakes her head in disbelief, totally unable to wrap her brain around his bizarre condition. Throwing her hands up, she lets out a laugh and calls Yuji a complete enigma. Yuji realizes he'd better keep his hands off that creepy cursed stone for good. Since he can't haul it away, he decides there's only one thing left to do: smash it to bits. He activates sword summoning, and a glowing magical blade manifests right out of thin air. He puts every ounce of his strength into a massive overhead swing, slamming the blade into the monolith. The enchanted steel crashes against the stone's jagged, pitch-black surface. To his absolute horror, the legendary sword explodes into a million tiny shards. The monolith doesn't have a single scratch, pulsing with a terrifying dark energy. Yuji stands there frozen, stunned that his weapon didn't just snap, it was completely vaporized. The terrifying reality of the curse finally hits him. He's been playing with fire this whole time. He rubs his chin, his mind racing to forge a brand new strategy on the fly. Since brute force is useless, it's time to unleash some devastating high-tier magic. He commands his slimes to swarm the cursed monolith and lock it in a perfect circle. The slimes let out a joyful cheer, bouncing wildly as they scramble into their spots. From high above, we see the slimes forming a flawless, unbreakable ring around the stone. He slams down 2 barrier spells, trapping the target under a shimmering, translucent dome. He reveals his genius move. He's inverted the barriers to keep his next explosion contained. To keep his mana from bottoming out, he preps a slightly dialed-back spell for the strike. He lets it rip, unleashing his devastating custom spell, Hellfire of Extreme Annihilation. A blinding pillar of raw energy explodes within the magical barrier. The slimes are shaking in their boots, absolutely stunned by this insane show of force. The Dryad stands frozen in pure terror as this world-ending power is unleashed. Yuji casually mentions that this is barely a fraction of his true ultimate spell. His prideful wolf loses it, howling in pure fear at the crushing weight of the magic. The spell erupts with a silent, world-shattering blast, trapped inside the dome. The shockwave is so violent, it rips trees apart, sending lethal splinters flying everywhere. The slimes go wild, buzzing with excitement over the godlike fire their master controls. Horrified, the Dryad screams, asking if he even realized how dangerous this magic was. Yuji's status screen flashes a warning. His MP has plummeted straight into the negatives. Yuji realizes with a shock that his negative MP has stopped draining the life right out of him. He and the Dryad stand together as the suffocating smoke from his spell clears the air. He scans the wreckage for the magic stone, certain that his attack wiped it from existence. But the cursed monolith stands tall and defiant, completely unscathed by that overwhelming power. Yuji stares in absolute horror, unable to believe the stone is still standing. The Dryad turns to him, finally revealing the terrifying truth behind the curse's power. She explains that the curse itself forms an absolute impenetrable wall of defense. Fueled by frustration, Yuji hunts through his arsenal until he finds the ultimate solution. He triggers a spell with a name that means business: Magic Stone Crusher. With a deafening blast, the indestructible monolith explodes into 1,000 tiny fragments. That explosive burst of raw power sent his proud wolf mount trembling in pure terror. Yuji stared at the smoldering debris, praying that this final blow was enough to end it. But even in pieces, those shattered shards throbbed with a sinister, cursed energy. The dryad stood frozen, her voice stolen by a paralyzing sense of impending doom. Even his loyal slimes could feel it. The nightmare was far from over. It hit him then. Not even a spell that powerful could finish the job. The dryad's warning echoed in his mind. He had to break the curse itself, not just the rock. Yuji realized the truth. The physical stone was nothing compared to the wicked magic fueling it. He made his choice. He'd obliterate the curse and the stone in one final devastating strike. He remembered with a chill how his strongest attack hadn't even left a dent on that monolith. He just scored a massive new spell called Decurse, and it packs 3 different levels of power. But there's a catch. He has to get dangerously close to his target to trigger it. He unleashes the weakest version of the Decurse, aiming it straight at a single corrupted shard. Suddenly, a soft, holy light starts radiating from the heart of that pitch-black fragment. The dryad stands there in total shock as the cursed stone begins to transform right before his eyes. That filthy, corrupted shell starts crumbling and flaking off the stone. It morphs into a brilliant, snow-white crystal, completely purged of that evil rot. The dryad is absolutely floored. He actually managed to break the curse. But out of nowhere, the crystal snaps open, revealing a terrifying darkness hiding inside. "Wait!" the dryad screams in terror. Something is horribly wrong. A massive surge of pure evil energy erupts from the shattered crystal. Yuji remains eerily calm as the shadows swirl around him like a storm. A horde of hideous, demonic monsters begins to take shape within the darkness. These are creatures of pure nightmare, armed with jagged claws and gaping, terrifying maws. This cursed stone wasn't just a plague, it was a literal prison. Yuji shields his eyes, realizing this new threat is directly linked to the monsters. Luckily, the monsters are trapped tight inside the barrier he's still holding. The dryad is completely paralyzed with fear, certain that their end has finally come. Yuji coolly scans the chaos, thankful he kept that barrier active. He orders his slimes to hold the barrier steady as he prepares his next devastating move. His faithful slimes chirped in unison, ready to unleash chaos at his command. He surged with power, slamming an unbreakable physical barrier onto the dome. Without missing a beat, he layered on a massive anti-magic shield to seal their fate. With the trap perfectly set, he finally pulled the trigger on his most devastating attack. A localized inferno erupted, designed to turn every single demon into piles of ash. A blinding flash of raw power vaporized the entire monster horde in the blink of an eye. The dryad stood frozen in shock, unable to process how fast they were wiped out. Yuji smirked, satisfied that his plan for total surgical destruction worked perfectly. It drained his mana, but this was way more efficient than his usual chaotic outbursts. With the danger finally over, the dryad bowed in gratitude for saving her precious woods. With the crisis finally over, Yuji snaps back to his real mission. The dryad confirms the news. She knows exactly which flowers he's looking for. He explains that those rare blooms are the entire reason he made this journey. She gives a warm smile and agrees to try and manifest them right now. But there's a twist. She's never actually tried to grow them on purpose before. Yuji tilts his head in total shock, confused that she doesn't know her own limits. She slams her hands onto the roots, channeling her massive, restored life force. With her eyes shut tight, she focuses her entire will and pours energy into the forest. Suddenly, a tiny green sprout bursts through the pale, dead roots at her feet. The entire network of roots explodes into life, covered in a sea of vibrant green leaves. In a stunning explosion of color, thousands of rare, dried flowers suddenly bloom all around her. These gorgeous petals drift into the sky, fluttering through the clearing like a swarm of enchanted butterflies. Yuji snatches one out of the air and asks if he's actually allowed to take them. She beams at him, telling him to grab every single flower he could possibly need. The entire sky above the clearing is absolutely blanketed in a massive sea of shimmering blossoms. The slimes dive right in, joyfully piling up a mountain of flowers to finish their quest. Suddenly, it hits him. He's completely forgotten exactly how many flowers the quest even asked for. His slimes chirp with excitement, thanking her for providing such an incredible harvest. She lets him know he's welcome back whenever he needs to restock his supply. Yuji gives his word. He'll definitely be coming back to visit her soon. She reveals her incredible power to warp to any tree in existence. "Check this out," she shouts, putting her insane teleportation on full display. She vanishes in a flash, and Yuji immediately realizes how deadly this skill could be in battle. To stay connected, he drops off a slime to act as a permanent magical hotline. With the deal sealed, it's finally time for him to head back to Fasten. He spots his mighty wolf shivering behind a trunk, absolutely paralyzed with fear. Yuji just sighs, totally used to his mount's pathetic lack of courage. The wolf whimpers, desperately asking if the nightmare is finally over. Yuji reminds him that the barrier was protecting his cowardly hide the entire time. He commands the wolf to quit stalling and haul him back to the city. He says his goodbyes and charges full speed toward the city of Fasten. His magically charged mount blazes a trail through the untamed wilderness. They tear through the jagged mountain terrain at an impossible pace. In no time at all, the familiar wooden gates of Fasten come into view. Now that the job is done, Yuji has to decide what to do with the wolf. The wolf desperately begs to stay, choosing a powerful master over the dangers of the wild. Yuji realizes this cowardly creature wouldn't survive 5 minutes on its own. He agrees to take him in, even though he expects zero help in a fight. To prove the beast is tamed, he snaps a collar around its neck. He even adds a bell to signal to everyone that this wolf is officially a pet. Yuji realized his squishy slimes didn't look nearly as terrifying as that massive wolf. Every person in town stared in absolute shock at the majestic beast walking right beside him. If only this wolf's personality was as cool and intimidating as its legendary appearance. But the atmosphere shifted instantly. The entire town was on edge and drowning in tension. Guards were geared up for war, looking like they were braced for a full-scale invasion. Yuji stood frozen in the middle of the street, his mind racing to figure out what disaster had struck. He didn't waste a second and bolted toward the Adventurers Guild to get some real answers. He slammed the heavy doors open and marched back into the familiar hall. One of the staff members spotted him and gasped, stunned that he had returned so quickly. The receptionist's face fell with worry, immediately assuming Yuji had failed his mission. Yuji tells his slime that things just got messy, but it's finally time to head back and report in. He orders his slimes to dump their loot, and a literal mountain of dried flowers erupts in the middle of the room. The guild receptionist's jaw hits the floor, completely stunned by the sheer amount of rare flowers. Aegis, the guildmaster, lets out a massive sigh, knowing exactly who's responsible for this absolute chaos. After inspecting a single petal, Aegis confirms the impossible. Every single flower is 100% authentic. Yuji asks if he brought back way too many, but Aegis insists the guild is buying every last one. Sensing the guildmaster's dark mood, Yuji asks if something catastrophic has happened. Aegis reveals the terrifying truth. A massive monster outbreak has just been discovered in the mountains. Yuji processes the news and demands to know if the horde is charging straight for their town. Aegis clutches a flower, admitting they have no idea which town the monsters are going to strike first. He reveals these flowers brew into god-tier medicine and tells Yuji to claim his massive reward. A literal mountain of shimmering gold coins is dumped right in front of Yuji for his incredible haul. Yuji stares at a single coin, his jaw dropping at the tens of thousands he just raked in. He realizes being a tamer is a total gold mine, and it's all thanks to his loyal slimes. Aegis drops the news that the outbreak has completely paralyzed every other guild operation. He begs for Yuji's help, and without a second thought, Yuji jumps into action. Aegis lays out the mission. Yuji needs to scout a terrifying horde of monsters. He admits that tracking these chaotic beasts is a suicide mission for any normal person. Surrounded by his blue buddies, Yuji calmly explains he'll just scatter his slimes to get the job done. Aegis is absolutely floored, screaming to know exactly how many slimes Yuji is actually hiding. Yuji casually drops the bombshell that he's got 100 of them, leaving Aegis completely paralyzed with shock. He explains that his tamer skills allow him to command every single one of them from miles away. Aegis breaks into a cold sweat as the terrifying scale of Yuji's true potential finally hits him. He realizes that Yuji's scouting power alone is equal to an entire elite party of high-rank adventurers. Suddenly, a frantic, telepathic SOS cuts him off. It's an urgent message from the dried slime. From deep within the forest, the dried slime reports the discovery of a lethal magic stone. The slime relays a chilling warning. There are more of those cursed stones out there. Yuji's mind races as he suspects these sinister stones are fueling the massive monster outbreak. He instantly connects the dots. These stones are the literal source of the entire monster horde. A dark flashback reveals the vile black ooze from the shattered stone morphing into bloodthirsty monsters. That memory proves his darkest theory. This curse is literally birthing horrific monsters. Yuji drops a bombshell, revealing he crossed paths with a black magic stone just yesterday. He describes how a swarm of beasts erupted from the stone the moment he shattered it. "A cursed magic stone?" Aegis shouts, desperate to know if he's actually telling the truth. Yuji is completely caught off guard by the guildmaster's sudden, bone-chilling panic. Aegis leans in, asking if he's ever heard the name of the fallen kingdom. Aegir. He tells the horrific story of how these cursed stones wiped an entire nation off the map. Yuji presses for details, needing to know exactly what these kingdom destroyers look like. Aegis describes a lifeless black rock that rots the earth and drains the life from every living soul. Yuji's heart sinks as he realizes that's the exact same stone he just encountered. Aegis clenches his jaw, knowing that the return of this curse spells absolute disaster. He orders Yuji to stay put before sprinting off to deliver the terrifying update. Meanwhile, Yuji gears up for his own quest and marches straight out of Farsen's massive gates. He commands his loyal wolf to charge into the woods and scout for any hidden threats. The wolf is shaking in its boots, but the slimes on its back are cheering with pure excitement. Yuji senses his companion's fear and decides it's time for a massive power-up. He slams his hand down, bathing the wolf in a blinding magical aura. The wolf lets out a thunderous howl as raw, physical power surges through its veins. Its muscles swell with power, granting it the speed of a lightning bolt. It mutates into a massive, armored juggernaut with defense that no blade can pierce. Overflowing with courage, the wolf howls that fear can no longer touch him. He gives his word and vanishes into the dense forest like a streak of lightning. Yuji is beyond relieved because he knows his slimes are way too sluggish to make it in time. Standing alone, he weighs his options, knowing a single hellfire blast could incinerate the entire horde. But unleashing that kind of raw destruction so close to the city is a massive gamble he can't take. He's determined to forge a brand new spell that can annihilate the monsters while keeping the city untouched. With a single thought, he triggers his ultimate trump card, Magic Creation. A massive, glowing holographic display of pure magical code explodes into his vision. He begins dissecting the very DNA of magic, flow, power, intake, and structure. Realizing it's just like high-level programming, he starts by hacking into the Fireball spell. He rips open the blueprint for Fireball, exposing every hidden gear and circuit of the spell. His eyes lock onto a glitchy line of code labeled Magic Power Stagnation. It hits him instantly. This magical structure is identical to a computer program. A confident grin spreads across his face as he realizes he can hack the very fabric of this magic. His hands blur across the interface, cutting and pasting data like a master coder. To test his theory, he begins completely rewriting the core formula of the fireball spell. He dives deep into his mental archives and snatches the elemental essence of water. He isolates the water element, ready to inject it straight into the spell's heart. He rips out the fire component and slams the water element into the core. He unleashes the brand new spell, shouting its name, Fireball, Water Version. A high-pressure water blast explodes from his palm, smashing right through a massive tree. The raw power behind the strike completely shreds the trunk into splinters. Yuji grins, knowing he can now replicate any spell with a literal copy and paste. He starts crafting a lethal new spell to crush the army marching his way. His master plan takes shape, a massive wall of slimes encircling every inch of Farson. But there's a catch. If this barrier breaks, the explosion will wipe the entire city off the map. Suddenly, a slimes report pulls Yuji right back into the heat of the moment. His scouts have spotted the enemy, but the numbers are still manageable for now. They've tracked down the Horde's vanguard, a pack of the most vicious beasts imaginable. Realizing his perimeter is too thin, Yuji prepares to summon even more reinforcements. He orders his loyal slimes to hunt down every wild one they find and bring them into the fold. The slimes bounce with excitement and immediately scramble out on their recruitment mission. They track down the wild slimes, promising them ultimate protection if they join the cause. A massive tidal wave of wild slimes surges forward, eager to join his growing army. With his forces now exploding past 500, his encirclement problem is officially over. Suddenly, a desperate telepathic scream echoes through his mind, calling out his name. He instantly recognizes the voice. It's the slime he left behind to guard the Dryad. The Dryad reports that a mysterious human has invaded her forest carrying a sinister, cursed stone. This cloaked figure raises a wicked scepter, crowned with a jagged, pitch-black monolith. Yuji instantly marks this man as the mastermind and vows to hunt him down. He orders his dried slimes to huddle up so he can link their minds to his own. The Dryad steps in, offering her mystical power to warp the slimes across the forest in a heartbeat. Suddenly, the giant, ghostly roots beneath them begin to pulse with light and grind together. She signals the slimes to leap, and they eagerly plunge into the shifting organic tunnel. The roots surge forward like a lightning bolt, delivering the slimes directly to the mysterious, cloaked figure. They phase right out of the wood like ghosts, surrounding the man's feet without making a single sound. More slimes rain down from the canopy above, forcing the panicked man to finally look up in pure shock. Terror grips his heart as he realizes he's trapped in a flawless, deadly ambush. Miles away, Yuji stays calm and triggers his powerful magic transfer ability. He unleashes a magic net, trapping the man in a suffocating web of brilliant, burning energy. Hiding in the shadows, Yuji triggers a magic transfer to snare the cloaked freak. He immediately launches a blazing fireball straight at the cursed monolith the man is clutching. With eyes locked on his target, he charges up his ultimate, most devastating purification spell. Dekur's Extreme erupts, swallowing the monolith whole, while the captive watches in pure terror. Yuji remembers his last failure barely scratched the surface, praying for a total wipeout this time. Under the crushing weight of his magic, the cursed monolith completely shatters and vanishes into thin air. Nothing is left of that evil artifact except a foul, hissing cloud of black smoke. The cloaked fanatic can only gasp in shock, unable to believe his ultimate weapon was just pulverized. A violent magical backlash sends the unconscious man flying into the massive roots of the dried sanctum. The Dryad stands there in absolute awe, her hand over her mouth as she witnesses the impossible. Yuji watches intently, satisfied that the decurse worked perfectly. Suddenly, the prisoner's body jerks violently as his eyes fly open in absolute torment. His shoulders twitch and pop as his entire frame starts to twist into a grotesque shape. He bellows one final insane oath, promising to bring salvation to this rotten world. Thick black sludge explodes from his eyes and mouth in a sickening display of horror. His flesh literally liquefies, dissolving into a bubbling black puddle on the forest floor. Yuji stares in total shock, cursing his failure to squeeze any intel out of the man. He reels from the sudden self-destruction, a suicidal move he never expected. He shudders to think what kind of powerful group could command such terrifying loyalty. Realizing how high the stakes are, he knows he must alert the guild immediately. He pushes his body to the absolute limit, bolting back toward the town of Fasten. Suddenly, a frantic, telepathic scream from his slime catches him completely off guard. His scouts are losing it. An overwhelming wave of monsters has just been spotted. A nightmare fuel army of mutated beasts is crawling out from the shadows of the deep forest. Another slime chimes in, trembling as even more monsters swarm into its territory. This legion is insane, featuring twisted, corrupted unicorns and hulking sludge beasts clad in armor. Yuji kicks it into high gear as desperate reports from his slimes flood his mind. He barks an order to his loyal wolf, telling him to grab the slimes and alert the town immediately. With a sharp, knowing glint in its eyes, the magic-infused wolf understands the mission perfectly. The slimes swear to stay hidden in the shadows, waiting for his command to strike. He sprints back to the massive, towering gates of the Adventurers Guild. He throws his weight against the heavy double doors, slamming them wide open. He storms into the main hall, screaming at the top of his lungs that the monster army is finally here. That panicked shout sends a shockwave through the room, freezing every adventurer in their tracks. Yuji is rushed straight to the war room to face Aegis and deliver the grim news. The stone-faced guildmaster doesn't waste a second, demanding to know exactly how many monsters they're up against. Yuji takes a sharp breath, bracing himself before dropping a total bombshell. He reveals the terrifying truth. His slimes spotted 10,000 monsters, and there could be tens of thousands more. The room erupts in pure chaos as adventurers scream that fighting 10,000 monsters is a suicide mission. Beads of sweat roll down Aegis's face as he desperately asks Yuji which way the horde is headed. Yuji gestures wildly at the tactical map, revealing the terrifying positions of the monster columns. With a look of pure dread, Aegis realizes their only hope is to pray the horde ignores them entirely. Yuji stays ice-cold, demanding to know the backup plan if the monsters decide to raid the town. Aegis delivers the brutal truth. They'll have to run for their lives and leave the slow behind. Yuji grapples with the heart-wrenching logic of abandoning the weak to save the many. He sends a silent thanks to his slimes, ordering them to keep their eyes glued to the enemy. Suddenly, a frantic, telepathic warning strikes his mind like a bolt of lightning. A slime screams the update. The monsters have officially launched their unstoppable invasion. Another report floods in from the opposite side. A second column is closing in fast. The news is the same from every direction. The entire massive horde is finally on the move. Yuji turns to his slimes and demands to know their target. Which town is about to be wiped out? The slimes share a silent, eerie connection before finally giving him the answer. From high above, we see massive armies of monsters, all swarming toward one terrifying destination. The slimes drop a bombshell. Every single monster is marching straight for Yuji. Back at the guild hall, Yuji shouts the warning that the monster horde has begun its assault. The guildmaster desperately demands to know where they're headed and just how many are coming. Yuji delivers the chilling reality. The entire army is coming right for this very town. Before Aegis can even react, the doors are kicked open with a deafening crash. A panicked lookout screams at the top of his lungs that blue and yellow flares are lighting up the sky. Yuji demands to know what those colors mean, already feeling a wave of pure dread. Aegis gasps in pure horror, revealing that blue means they're the target, and those three yellow lights signify a massive army of over 3,000. His face cast in shadow, Aegis bellows a thunderous command to every warrior gathered before him. The warriors stand frozen in a stunned silence, their faces pale with absolute dread and disbelief. With grim finality, Aegis commands everyone to abandon the town and run for their lives. He warns them that a defense is suicide. They have to get out of there right now. The adventurers explode in a roar of defiance, refusing to turn their backs on the town or their duty. The entire room shakes with shouts of pride as every single one of them refuses to retreat. UG is deeply moved by their warrior spirit, realizing that not a single person is trying to run away. Aegis desperately pleads with them, trying to make them see just how hopeless their situation has become. Yuji slices through the chaos, demanding a time estimate from his loyal wolf. The wolf delivers the grim news. The vanguard hits in 10 minutes, but they need 20 just to set up. Yuji stares down the impossible clock and boldly declares he's got a plan. The bickering adventurers go dead silent, their eyes glued to this mysterious stranger. When asked if he can actually save the town, Yuji admits even he isn't sure. Sweating bullets, Aegis barks out a demand to hear Yuji's secret strategy. Yuji knows there's no way they'd believe the truth about his god-tier sage magic. On his signal, the slime on his shoulder unhinges its jaw to an impossible size. It vomits up a massive charred dragon bone that Yuji brandishes as his secret weapon. Aegis's jaw hits the floor as he realizes he's staring at a legendary dragon bone. Yuji lies through his teeth, claiming a tamer skill can mimic dragon fire for one final shot. The crowd of adventurers erupts, realizing a dragon's flames could wipe out the entire monster army. Yuji knows the truth is way more complicated, but he prays this little lie keeps them motivated. Suddenly, the legendary swordsman Gale steps up, demanding to know how he can serve Yuji's master plan. Yuji is stunned to see such a powerhouse warrior backing him up without hesitation. A skeptical adventurer shouts out, asking Gale if he actually buys this insane story. Gale shuts them down, reminding the crowd that a fire-breathing slime already saved his life once. With total confidence, Gale swears his loyalty to Yuji, igniting a fire in the hearts of every warrior present. Yuji nods in thanks and reveals the strategy. He just needs 15 minutes to set the trap. Gale lets out a thunderous roar of approval, and the entire guild rallies behind him for the coming slaughter. The adventurers storm out of the guild, ready to hold the line or die trying. A flood of warriors surges through the streets, charging straight for the main gate with fire in their eyes. Aegis barks orders at a guild worker to hand out every single potion Yuji fought so hard to secure. Desperate hands snatch up the life-saving vials, bracing for the brutal slaughter that's about to begin. Yuji's majestic wolf and a massive tide of slimes slam into the gate, leaving the guards completely shell-shocked. The slimes, even the one rocking a mustache, let out a roar of joy as they finally make their grand return. The noble wolf gazes up at the watchtower, signaling to Yuji that the reinforcements have arrived. Yuji commends his loyal beast for gathering enough slimes to encircle the entire town in a sea of blue. High atop his command post, he commands the slimes to throw up a massive barrier and seal the city tight. Down below, the adventurers grip their blades, knowing they have to survive 20 minutes of pure hell. The slime army explodes into motion, sprinting to form an unbreakable wall around their home. High atop the watchtower, Yuji locks in, channeling every ounce of mana to rewrite the barrier's ancient spells. Then, the nightmare begins as a tide of rotting undead and screaming demons storms the battlefield. "Move out!" the adventurers scream, throwing themselves headfirst into a suicidal charge against the monster army. A titan's blade slams into a shield, sending a bone-shattering ring echoing across the carnage. Gale grinds his teeth against a hulking armored beast, feeling his muscles scream under its monstrous power. He won't back down, not even when the beast's crushing blow explodes his armor into 1,000 pieces. Gale stands his ground with iron resolve, sweat stinging his eyes as he refuses to budge an inch. A massive rock golem delivers a devastating haymaker, crushing an adventurer's ribs with one brutal swing. The stone giant bellows a victory roar, looming over its broken and defeated prey. Regan stands like a god of death in the middle of the slaughter, his blade slick with the dark blood of his enemies. "Watch your six," he barks, hurling a life-saving potion toward Gale. Gale snatches the bottle, gritting his teeth, as he mutters a bitter apology for his reckless mistake. The order goes out: switch to total defense and hoard every scrap of remaining mana. Yuji's mind races, searching for a way to hold the line without paying such a devastating price. He flashes back to his Hellfire spell, pure destructive power that leaves his mana pool bone dry. Suddenly, a spark ignites. A classic strategy from his old gaming days might just work. With the clock ticking down to 0, he slams his hand down and triggers his magic creation skill. A massive, glowing grid of complex magical code explodes into existence right before his eyes. His fingers fly as he rewires the spell's core, absolutely certain this new design will hold. It's time for a live fire test of his brand new magic reflection barrier. He hurls a fireball, fully expecting the spell to ricochet right back into his face. The sphere of flame streaks through the air and slams into the shimmering barrier. To his absolute shock, the barrier swallows the magic whole until it vanishes into nothingness. Down in the trenches, Gale and the others are fighting a losing battle against the endless tide. Battered and broken, Gale loses all track of time, as every agonizing second feels like a death sentence. Regan screams toward the tower, desperately begging to know if Yuji is finally ready. For the defenders trapped in the chaos, the crushing weight of the battle feels like it'll never end. Suddenly, a massive storm of fireballs rains down from the sky and obliterates the monster horde. The explosions tear the enemy ranks to pieces, carving out a desperate opening for the survivors. Gale and Regan look up in awe, their hearts overflowing with thanks for the sudden magical backup. Their jaws hit the floor when they realized that massive power was coming from 3 grinning slimes perched on the wall. The slimes sat perfectly still at Yuji's feet, waiting for orders atop the massive watchtower. Yuji stood like a statue as his slimes called out to him. Their deadly preparations were finally complete. He realized that devouring the enemy's magic was just as devastating as reflecting it right back at them. The slimes chirped with excitement, ready to unleash the ultimate barrier the moment he gave the word. Aegis screamed the final order, commanding every adventurer to fall back into the safety of the town. "Time's up!" Yuji begins chanting as a massive, intricate magic circle erupts in a blinding glow before him. A colossal, shimmering dome of pure energy surges upward, swallowing the entire town of Farson in a protective embrace. From within the walls, the adventurers could only stare in absolute awe at the sheer scale of this legendary shield. Then, the nightmare begins. The main monster horde slams into view like a tidal wave of pure darkness and rage. Those monsters slammed into the barrier, but they couldn't even leave a scratch on that unbreakable dome. Inside the bubble, the town was a silent sanctuary, while a sea of nightmares swarmed just inches away. The slimes watched in awe as the beasts clawed desperately at the glowing wall, unable to break through. Yuji saw the barrier was holding firm. Now it was time to see if his master plan would actually work. He realized the clock had run out, and there wasn't a single second left to second-guess himself. With ice in his veins, he gave the order to incinerate every single monster outside into nothing but dust. He triggered his most devastating move yet, the world-ending hellfire of demise. Yuji meticulously etches a powerful seal onto a barrel, while his hungry wolf watches with drool dripping from its jaws. He kicks back for a nap, using his loyal wolf and a soft pile of slimes as the ultimate living pillow. Yuji ignites his final trump card, his hands glowing with the blinding light of a massive magic circle. A titanic beam of pure energy blasts straight out of the watchtower. It slams into the dome's interior, leaving the adventurers breathless at the sight of the dragon's fire. That overwhelming power suddenly vanishes, swallowed whole by the barrier. The adventurers stand there stunned, terrified that their ultimate spell just flopped. Outside, a monster freezes in its tracks, sensing a sudden, deadly shift in the air. The entire dome starts pulsing with a blinding white-hot energy. The radiance surges, ready to scream back at the horde with a vengeance. A massive shockwave of total annihilation erupts in every single direction. This apocalyptic blast tears through the monster ranks, turning every single beast into dust. The entire world is swallowed by a haunting, silent light of total destruction. Yuji stands frozen, watching the carnage unfold as a cold sweat drips down his face. Gale's jaw drops in pure horror as he watches the monsters vaporize into nothing but ash. A beast lets out one final blood-curdling shriek before being completely erased from existence. Up on the wall, the slimes are mesmerized, their eyes wide as they take in the blinding light show. The vibrant forest is gone, replaced by a scorched and smoking wasteland of death. Gale desperately asks if they finished it, certain that such insane power must have wiped out everything. Yuji's face is tight with worry, praying with everything he has that the nightmare is finally over. The town sits untouched inside its protective dome, a lone sanctuary in the middle of a literal hellscape. But way out on the horizon, a few lucky monsters actually manage to survive the explosion. A slime frantically cries out, reporting the terrifying news that the enemy is still alive. Yuji realized wiping them all out was a pipe dream. Taking on the rest would be a straight-up suicide mission. His status window flashed a warning. His MP had plummeted to a staggering negative 200,000, and his body was screaming from mana exhaustion. Even through the searing pain, he felt a surge of relief that his boosted HP was the only thing keeping him from the brink. With no other choice, he decides to bet everything on one final, desperate strike to end this once and for all. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he forces his broken body to conjure his magic for one last stand. He summons the catastrophic hellfire of demise, gathering enough world-shattering energy to level the entire region. The remaining monsters are instantly vaporized, shredded to pieces by the sheer overflow of his raw power. Down below, the adventurers are frozen in terror, their faces twisted in absolute mind-numbing shock. Yuji fights with every ounce of his soul to contain the volatile, massive energy surging through his palms. His status window begins to glitch and flicker wildly, a terrifying sign that he's pushed himself way past his breaking point. A brutal migraine rips through his skull, twisting his face into a mask of pure pain. His slimes shriek his name in terror as they watch their master stumble. His legs give out, and he slams hard against the wooden floor of the watchtower. He grips his head with all his might, feeling like his brain is literally about to explode. We see a close-up of his eyes as the light of consciousness starts to flicker out. Everything around him dissolves into a chaotic mess of shadows and blinding light. The world goes pitch black as the sheer exhaustion finally drags him under. Even in the void, the desperate, muffled cries of his slimes reach his ears. Their voices echo through his fading consciousness, pleading for him to wake up. He finally snaps his eyes open to find his worried slimes crowding all around him. He scans the rooftop, his head spinning as he tries to make sense of the world again. He bolts upright, desperate to know how long he was out and if the town is still standing. A slime chirps back with the news. He's only been out for a measly 5 minutes. Yuji is floored, remembering how his old office job would leave him bedridden for hours after a collapse. His stats are a total nightmare, with HP at a measly 53 and MP plummeting to a terrifying negative 421,261. He forces himself up and staggers toward the edge of the building. He gazes out at the smoldering, blackened wasteland, his own magic left behind. His eyes searched the horizon, struggling to process the sheer scale of the destruction. Far off in the distance, a handful of surviving monsters are still crawling through the dirt, but the town's adventurers are already storming the battlefield, ready to end this nightmare once and for all. Faston was surrounded by a sea of ash and fire, yet the town itself didn't have a single scratch. Yuji smirked with pride, knowing his ultimate barrier had kept every soul safe from the destruction. He leapt down from the watchtower as his loyal slimes gathered at his feet, ready for their next move. The moment his boots hit the pavement, the entire town erupted, screaming his name at the top of their lungs. A massive wave of warriors and villagers charged toward him, desperate to reach their savior. Yuji stood there, completely stunned, his head spinning as the chaos unfolded around him. The mob hoisted him high into the air, chanting his name and crowning him the undisputed hero of the land. Drowning in all the praise, a totally flustered Yuji turned bright red, unable to handle the spotlight. His slimes went wild, bouncing with pure joy as they joined in on the massive celebration. Even the stoic wolf couldn't hide a smirk, beaming with pride over his master's legendary win. Under the silver glow of a crescent moon, the town of Faston exploded in celebration. Adventurers slammed their frothing mugs together, their roars of cheers echoing through the streets. Gale raised his glass to Yuji, confessing he thought that Dragonfire story was a total lie. Until today, when the crowd pressed for details about the beast, Yuji played it cool, claiming he just stumbled upon a stray bone. But deep down, Yuji's stomach churned. He knew he had to keep his true god-tier magic a total secret. Suddenly, the guildmaster Aegis stepped forward, his face stone cold as he demanded a moment of Yuji's time. He signaled for Yuji to follow him away from the noise to somewhere they wouldn't be overheard. The pair slipped away from the party, trekking back toward the eerie silence of the moonlit guild hall. They stepped into the master's inner sanctum, the heavy door closing on their high-stakes conversation. Resting right there on the desk were the glowing, purified shards of the once deadly cursed monolith. Aegis reveals the dark truth. Mysterious magic stones are being pulled straight from the corpses of these monsters. He's certain these stones are man-made, but the identity of the creator and their twisted motive remains a total mystery. Suddenly, Yuji flashes back to that shadowy, cloaked zealot who forged the cursed stone. He shocks Aegis by revealing that he actually tracked down and captured the man carrying the stone. Aegis is completely floored, stammering in pure disbelief that Yuji actually caught the culprit. His gaze turns sharp as he demands to know if the prisoner is still ready for a brutal interrogation. But Yuji drops a bombshell. The fanatic took his own life the very moment he was cornered. Aegis presses for any tiny detail Yuji might have spotted before the man's final breath. Yuji repeats the fanatic's haunting final words. Salvation to this filthy, sullied world. Aegis recoils in absolute horror, instantly recognizing that chilling phrase from a nightmare he can't escape. Yuji turns to the guildmaster, desperate to uncover the truth behind those mysterious words. Aegis has a hunch, but the truth is so insane he can barely wrap his head around it. He reveals a dark secret about the Blue Moon of Salvation, a doomsday cult wiped out 4 decades ago. It hits Yuji like a ton of bricks. He's up against a fanatical cult from the shadows of history. Aegis explains that this group was tiny, barely 20 members strong back in the day. But don't let their numbers fool you. These guys were absolute masters of summoning and production magic. Yuji connects the dots. If he was summoned here, then a powerful summoner is definitely lurking in the shadows. His sudden arrival and those cursed stones? There's no way that's just a coincidence. He thought this world was a paradise, but now he sees the deadly danger hiding everywhere. He vows to journey across the land and uncover every single secret this world is hiding. The town went wild the next morning, cheering for Yuji as their ultimate savior. By day 2, the local kids were running around, swinging wooden swords, and pretending to be dragon-slaying legends. On the third day, desperate adventurers swarmed him, begging for an introduction to the Dryad. Feeling the pressure of the spotlight, Yuji realized he had to escape to a place where he could work in the shadows. He confessed to Aegis that his fame was exploding way too fast for comfort. He needed a new base, a town with plenty of quests, but none of the unwanted attention. Aegis rubbed his chin, carefully weighing Yuji's request in his mind. Finally, he recommended the city of Kiria, a massive hub overflowing with opportunities. He pointed out that Kiria was a sprawling metropolis just 50 kilometers away. Yuji didn't hesitate, hoping this massive city held the secrets to the summoning magic he sought. He looked Yuji in the eye and admitted that without his help, this town would be nothing but a pile of ash. He promised Yuji that no matter what, he'd always have a home waiting for him right here. With a grateful grin, Yuji thanked the guildmaster for standing by his side through it all. As night fell, Yuji packed his bags, ready to leave behind the very town he had just rescued from destruction. At the crack of dawn, bathed in the glow of the twin suns, our hero finally hit the road. Just outside the city gates, Yuji double-checked his equipment for the grueling trek ahead. Suddenly, a massive slime unhinged its jaw and gulped down his entire backpack for safekeeping. He gave the signal, and his army of slimes hopped right onto the back of the majestic, proud wolf. Giving his loyal mount a firm pat, he whispered that he was putting all his trust in the beast's strength. He crunched the numbers and realized they could cover the 50 kilometers to Korea before the sun even went down. He set off, praying that Korea would be just as legendary as the towns of Fast and Was. He and his loyal wolf tore through the thick mountain woods at breakneck speed. The wolf's massive muscles rippled as it conquered the jagged rocks without breaking a sweat. A tiny slime hitched a ride on his shoulder, sticking by his side for the entire journey. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the colossal fortress of Kyria finally loomed before them. The name Kyria was etched right above the main gate, which was crawling with elite guards. These guards were decked out in heavy plate armor, scanning the crowd with cold, piercing eyes. Massive cannons lined the battlements, proving this city was ready for a full-scale war at any second. Yuji stared at the impenetrable iron gates, sensing a thick, suffocating tension in the air. Without wasting a moment, he made a beeline straight for the local adventurers' guild. His slimes bounce with excitement as they spot the guild sign up ahead. Yuji locks his eyes onto the massive building his slimes just discovered. The Kiria Guild Hall is a towering, intimidating fortress that commands respect. The interior is even more colossal, swarming with a sea of battle-hardened adventurers. He scans the massive hall, searching for the quest board amidst the chaos. A gorgeous elf receptionist greets him and directs him straight to the registration counter. She explains that with monster attacks on the rise, every adventurer is forced to register. He takes it all in, realizing this world is way more dangerous than he first suspected. She gives him a stern warning. If he lacks the power, his registration will be denied. Yuji doesn't flinch, telling her to fail him if he's not strong enough to survive. Stunned by his words, she admits he's the first to ever say that and demands to see his card. With total composure, he hands over his Adventurer's Guild card for her to look over. Her face instantly fills with disappointment the moment she sees his profession is just a tamer. Yuji starts to sweat, wondering if being a tamer is going to be a total deal-breaker here too. But suddenly, her jaw hits the floor as she stares at the card in absolute shock. She frantically hands it back, announcing that his registration is already complete. Yuji is completely baffled, wondering when she even had time to test his skills. She explains that Barank adventurers are automatically cleared, and he definitely should have led with that. It turns out Barank adventurers are so elite that every party in the land is desperate to have one. She immediately presents him with a guild request, and he accepts it without hesitation. They were hunting for elite warriors to track down a monster's den, and he was the ultimate candidate. He was skeptical about teaming up with people he didn't know, but he agreed to a face-to-face meeting. She beamed with excitement and told him to hang tight for just 30 minutes. The fortress city of Korea loomed ahead, tucked right against the base of a massive mountain range. Yuji was escorted to the lounge to finally meet the crew he might be joining. He scanned the room, sizing up the three warriors who were already waiting for his arrival. His eyes landed on a towering man, a woman clutching a bow, and a young girl holding a spear. The giant introduced himself as Radis, a completely unhinged Agor user. The archer shot him a playful wink, introducing herself as Tina, an E-rank adventurer. The spear wielder grinned and introduced herself as Lisa, another E-rank fighter. Inside the bustling guild hall, Yuji steps up to meet his brand new squad, but Radis, a long-haired warrior, shoots him a look of pure, unadulterated hatred. He barks at Yuji, demanding to know how a pathetic F-rank tamer could ever be useful. Yuji just shrugs and agrees, while Radis sneers that he wouldn't trust a weakling like him. Suddenly, the spear-wielding Lisa chimes in, asking Yuji about his mysterious B-rank guild status. Then she spins around and drops a bombshell. She's totally against Radis joining the team. Lisa calls him out right there, revealing that his reputation is absolutely trash. Panicking, Radis shouts for them to shut up and ignore those filthy, baseless rumors. With a mischievous grin, Lisa admits she doesn't actually have a shred of proof. That's when Tina the archer steps in with a genius deal. They'll take Radis, but only if he accepts Yuji. Rod grits his teeth in pure agony, sweat dripping down as he realizes he's been completely played. Totally defeated, he snarls at them to do whatever they want before storming off in a rage. Yuji sends a telepathic ping to his slimes, asking what they think of this absolute disaster of a party. This toxic atmosphere gives him major flashbacks to the soul-crushing project teams at his old corporate job. Tina turns to Yuji, her eyes searching his, as she asks if he's actually okay with joining their crew. Yuji realizes that in this fantasy world, he finally has the freedom to make his own choices. He knows he has to keep his guard up. His own teammates might be just as dangerous as the monsters outside. With a steady nod, he agrees to join the fray and asks them to actually work as a team. This shaky new squad marches out, leaving the towering walls of Kyria far behind them. The quest scroll reveals their terrifying target, a massive B-rank Earth Dragon. Tina takes total command, barking out the marching order as they prepare to plunge into the deep forest. Yuji realizes Tina has completely taken the reins, even though Radis is technically the higher-ranked pro. Finding himself left out of the formation, Yuji speaks up and asks exactly what his job is supposed to be. Tina tells him to stay out of the heat of battle and focus entirely on scouting the path ahead. He wonders what the plan is once he actually tracks down their massive target, the Earth Dragon. Tina whips out a specialized device designed to lock in their coordinates and finish the mission. Yuji is blown away by this high-tech magic tool that tracks both time and location with perfect precision. The grueling trek forces him to lug around a massive back-breaking travel pack. He reaches out telepathically to his loyal wolf, who's already miles ahead, scouting the terrain. With a stack of slimes riding on its head, the wolf signals that everything is ready to go. He splits his wolf and slimes from the group to scout the terrain and cover more ground. He commands his slime to hunt for monsters while staying completely out of the line of fire. Suddenly, the slime resting on his shoulder alerts him that enemies are closing in. Yuji triggers his sense-sharing skill, pressing a slime to his temple to link their minds. His vision shifts instantly, giving him a perfect bird's-eye view of the dense forest below. He points into the distance, alerting the party to 5 wolf monsters lurking 2 kilometers away. Lisa is absolutely floored, knowing that 2 kilometers is way beyond any normal person's sight. Tina is skeptical, doubting that even a high-ranking scout could see that far into the distance. Yuji stands his ground, confirming the distance and warning that the wolves are sprinting toward them. Radis is fascinated by the claim and suggests they head out to see the proof with their own eyes. The party creeps down a treacherous, narrow trail, closing in on their target with bated breath. They reach the clearing only to find 5 pitch-black wolves lurking atop the jagged rocks. Radis stands frozen, his eyes bulging in pure disbelief that Yuji's intel was actually dead on. Tina and Lisa gasp in total shock, screaming that the monsters are actually right in front of them. Snapping back to reality, Radis roars for the others to stand back and leave the fighting to him. He unsheathes a pair of lethal, crescent-shaped daggers in one lightning-fast fluid motion. Those ornate blades shimmer with a deadly light as he locks onto the oblivious wolf pack. He transforms into a lethal blur, tearing through the first wolf with terrifying, effortless precision. His steel bites deep, delivering a fatal strike that drops one of the snarling black beasts instantly. In the blink of an eye, the entire pack of 5 is wiped out and left in the dust. A final spray of dark blood signals the end of this absolute massacre. Radis stands perfectly still in the middle of the slaughter, his blades soaked in fresh blood. He tosses a cocky, self-assured smirk back at his teammates, who are completely frozen in shock. Yuji just wiped out 5 wolves all by himself, showing off power that's way beyond a D rank. Tina and Lisa shower Yuji with praise, totally blown away by his god-tier scouting skills. Tina orders the group to keep moving and tells Yuji to stay sharp on lookout duty. The 4 adventurers push deeper into the heart of a jagged, claustrophobic canyon. Darkness swallows the mountains as a silver crescent moon climbs into the sky. Tina scans the horizon and decides they need to set up camp far away from the main trail. Yuji's confused, asking why on earth they're hiding so far from the road. Tina breaks it down. Avoiding the bandits prowling these roads is survival 101. It finally clicks that monsters aren't the only threat. They have to watch their backs for human scavengers too. The squad pitches their tents and huddles around the glowing warmth of a roaring campfire. Yuji and Radis kick back on logs, devouring juicy roasted meat fresh off the flames. Once the meal is over, Lisa speaks up to settle the order for the night watch. Radis assigns the shifts and surprisingly volunteers for the most exhausting third watch. Yuji is completely stunned, shocked to see Radis actually acting like a total gentleman. With the schedule locked in, the party disperses and Yuji heads to his tent to crash. Time ticks away as a heavy, silent darkness swallows the entire campsite. Deep inside his tent, Yuji is fast asleep, surrounded by his army of snoring slimes. Out in the darkness, Radis stands guard alone as the campfire flickers its final breath. Hidden by the shadows, his face contorts into a chilling, predatory smirk. Suddenly, Yuji is jolted awake by the desperate, telepathic screams of his loyal slimes. Their frantic psychic warnings echo through his skull, dragging him straight out of sleep. This isn't a drill. The alarm is screaming that something has gone horribly wrong. Yuji's eyes fly open, his instincts instantly surging to life at the warning. The slimes report the unthinkable. Radis has abandoned his post and vanished into the night. But he's not getting away that easy, as the proud wolf is already hot on the traitor's trail. Yuji instantly triggers sense sharing, hijacking the wolf's vision to join the hunt. He watches as Radis tears through the moonlit forest with terrifying speed and a deadly goal. He knows instantly that this isn't a bathroom break. Something much more sinister is happening. He orders the slimes inside his tent to rush out and wake up Tina and Lisa immediately. Using the wolf's vision, he tracks Radis as he disappears into the haunting, moonlit forest. The trail leads him to a rotting, broken-down cabin tucked away in a secret clearing. Radis scans the area like a hawk, making absolutely sure no one is on his tail. He raises a heavy fist and delivers a sharp knock on the cabin's sturdy wooden door. He announces his arrival, boasting that he's successfully secured their prey. After a tense moment of silence, the door begins to groan open from the inside. The entrance swings wide, and Radha vanishes into the shadows of the dimly lit hideout. From a distance, the cabin looks completely isolated, swallowed by the darkness of the woods. Yuji's majestic wolf creeps through the brush, closing in on the bandit hideout. The wolf scouts through the window, giving Yuji a front-row seat to the enemy's meeting. Inside, the bandits grill Radis about the massive payday they can expect from his party. Radis spills his gut-wrenching plan to slaughter Yuji and sell the girls for a profit. He promises them that the party's gear is top tier and will sell for a mountain of gold. From a distance, Yuji listens to every single word of this cold-blooded conspiracy. It's official. Radis has turned his back on them and is ready to sell his soul for cash. Yuji's eyes turn cold as he plots a devastating response to this treachery. He heads back to camp and calmly breaks the news of Radis's disgusting betrayal to Tina and Lisa. Lisa is paralyzed with shock, unable to believe their trusted ally is actually a filthy bandit. Tina gives a knowing smirk, confessing she saw Yuji's true power long before the ambush. To her, his scouting skills are insane. No ordinary tamer should be this gifted. Yuji just brushes off the praise and asks the group for their next plan of attack. Tina knows they have to strike the bandits fast, so she demands a head count. Her heart sinks as she realizes they're up against 4 enemies, including their own traitorous ally. Her face turns pale. A head-on collision with this crew is going to be a total nightmare. But Yuji stays cool as ice, telling the girls they won't even have to lift a finger. He lifts up a tiny, bouncy slime and claims this little guy can take down the whole squad. Tina is absolutely floored, demanding to know if he's actually serious about using a slime for battle. With total confidence, he tells her there's only one way to find out if his plan works. Lisa flashes Tina a reassuring smile, wordlessly begging her to put her faith in their mysterious new ally. Tina finally caves, admitting that if this guy is the real deal, he'll be a massive asset to the team. Bathed in the glow of a crescent moon, a crumbling, run-down cabin sits buried deep within the dark woods. A massive legion of slimes creeps through the trees, blanketing every single branch in total silence. Yuji's overwhelming gelatinous army has the cabin completely surrounded and trapped. Yuji beams out a telepathic command: encircle the target and prepare a magical ambush from the shadows. To keep things stealthy, he triggers monster camouflage, making his entire army vanish into thin air. He weighs his options carefully, knowing a hellfire spell would incinerate the entire forest in an instant. He scrolls through his arsenal of ice magic until he spots a spell with a blunt, no-nonsense name. His eyes sharpen as he locks onto the ultimate freezing solution to get the job done. He triggers Area Freeze, a spell that sounds simple but packs a world-ending punch. With a flick of his wrist, he lets his massive mana reserves surge forth. Magic transfer, he shouts, blasting the freezing spell through every single one of his slimes. Blinding magic circles ignite in the shadows, appearing before his hidden slime army. A lethal blast of sub-zero frost and spectral snow explodes from the earth. This deadly frost wave sweeps across the clearing in the blink of an eye. The bandits' hideout is instantly swallowed by a jagged, towering tomb of solid ice. Even the forest is flash-frozen, turning every leaf into a brittle shard of glass. An eerie, freezing mist drifts off the frozen ruins under the pale moonlight. Yuji stares in shock, realizing his power just turned that entire cabin into a block of ice. Desperate to see inside, he commands a slime to nuke the door with a fireball. The fireball slams into the frozen wood, blowing the door to smithereens in a flash of light. Past the wreckage, the bandits are revealed, frozen solid in a chilling display of their own treachery. Radis and his 4 goons are encased in ice, their greedy faces locked in time forever. Yuji watches the eerie scene, realizing it looks like time itself just stopped for these guys. He sends a slime sliding across the floor to get a better look at the human statues. The slime's sensors confirm the truth. Every single bandit's HP has dropped to 0. Yuji is absolutely stunned. They were wiped out instantly without even knowing they were under attack. He heads back to the party and calmly reports that the danger has been neutralized. Tina finally snaps out of it and suggests they check if these thugs have a price on their heads. Yuji nonchalantly asks if he should just haul these frozen corpses back to their camp. Tina's jaw hits the floor as she gasps, wondering if there's anything this guy can't do. 5 ice-cold bandit statues lie scattered in the dirt outside the cabin. Suddenly, a massive slime rolls into camp and vomits up the frozen bodies. We see a terrifying close-up of the bandit leader, his face frozen in a permanent, brutal snarl. Tina's heart stops as she recognizes the monster, screaming out his name, Gyrios. Lisa is paralyzed with terror, repeating the infamous criminal's name in total disbelief. Yuji, totally out of the loop, simply asks if this Gyrios guy is someone they know. Tina frantically explains that every soul in the region lives in fear of this notorious bandit. His wanted poster tells the grim truth. A serial killer with a massive 2.5 million coal bounty on his head. Tina is absolutely floored that Raditz was a traitor, and she can't stop praising Yuji's god-tier skills. Yuji points to the pile of bodies, asking if it's finally time to collect that sweet bounty money. Tina gathers the evidence, but she's more worried about the massive decision they have to make next. Lisa fears they're too exhausted to fight, so Tina looks to Yuji to lead the way. Yuji tells them to relax, explaining that his slime's magic doesn't drain his own mana reserves at all. Lisa lets out a huge yawn, wishing she could just crawl back into bed before the mission continues. Tina agrees they need rest, but she's dreading the long search for a safe new campsite. Yuji interrupts her, asking if finding a solid place to sleep is really their biggest concern. He commands his slimes to multiply, swearing he'll actually catch the one he's about to throw. A tiny slime happily obliges, stretching its gooey body until a new one pops off with a cheerful cry. Yuji winds up and rockets the tiny slime drone deep into the midnight sky. Tina and Lisa stand there frozen, completely stunned by his bizarre way of scouting. He snatches the returning slime out of the air as it glows with the intel it just gathered. The slime gleefully reports it found a hidden, secret hollow that's perfectly camouflaged. His companions are left totally speechless, their faces twisted in hilarious disbelief. They scramble to set up camp in the flawless hiding spot Yuji's slime uncovered. As Lisa stirs the pot over the crackling fire, she's blown away by how insanely useful Yuji's job is. Both girls agree that Yuji is a total anomaly far beyond any normal Tamer they've ever seen. Yuji tries to set up a night watch, but Tina tells him to just let the slimes handle the guard duty. He drops the bombshell that it was his slimes, not him, who first caught Rodis trying to desert. The next morning, twin suns blaze across a crystal-clear, cloud-speckled sky. Slimes drift high above the trees, chirping a cheerful wake-up call to Yuji. Yuji steps out of his tent, stretching his limbs and feeling completely recharged after a peaceful night. Tina rallies the group, announcing they're hitting the road in just 15 minutes. Lisa groans under her massive pack, while Tina tries to cheer her up. Yuji shows off his insane slime storage again, tossing a whole backpack into a grinning slime. Tina and Lisa stand there frozen, their minds absolutely blown by this broken ability. He casually explains that his slimes will handle all the heavy lifting for them. The girls are totally stunned, shouting about how insanely useful his powers really are. The massive slime unhinges its jaw and gulps down the rest of their heavy gear in one go. Lisa pulls the slime into a massive, grateful hug, while Tina showers it with thanks. Tina lays down the law. Lisa takes point, and Yuji's job is to wipe out any monster in their path. With their heavy loads gone, the party blazes through the forest with lightning speed. Through his slime's eyes, Yuji sees the entire forest crawling with dangerous monster signals. This is the ultimate chance for him to finally put his insane magic to the test. He needs to find a weak spell fast, because accidentally dropping a hellfire would blow the whole place to bits. Suddenly, a massive realization hits him as he digs deep into his sage powers. He spots a hidden skill on his status screen he's never seen before, the mana limiter. This is the key to controlling his godlike power, and he can't believe he overlooked it until now. Without wasting a second, he cranks that limiter down to the absolute minimum. A brand new list of spells flashes before his eyes, and the best part? They only cost a single point of mana. Suddenly, a slime's voice rings in his head, warning him of nearby monsters, the perfect opportunity for a live trial. A pack of bloodthirsty forest wolves begins to circle his scouting slimes, closing in for the kill. These beasts are lean, mean, and ready to snap, baring their razor-sharp fangs as they prepare to pounce. Yuji realizes these predators are the ultimate guinea pigs for his brand new, low-cost magic. He fires off a water supply spell, but it just gives the wolf a light soak, doing absolutely zero damage. He launches a gravel shot next, but the pebbles just bounce right off the wolf's thick, leathery hide. A wind slash follows, but it's a total dud, barely even ruffling the beast's matted fur. Finally, he triggers Micro Blaze, shooting a concentrated needle of fire that drops a wolf dead in its tracks. Yuji rubs his chin, deep in thought, as he breaks down the shocking power of his little experiment. A two-headed wolf gets soaked by a sudden magical downpour, leaving it totally dazed and confused. A second wolf gets pelted by a barrage of stones, stumbling back but somehow staying in the fight. Yuji blasts a third wolf with a wind spell, but the beast just looks annoyed instead of hurt. A fourth wolf is swallowed by a massive fireball, turning into a pile of ash in seconds. Yuji realizes this tiny spark packs way more punch than a standard fireball ever could. Far off in the distance, his slimes rain fire on a whole pack, incinerating every monster instantly. As they walk, Tina looks at Yuji and asks if he's noticed anything weird about their trip. She's creeped out because they haven't seen a single monster, which is totally impossible for this region. Yuji casually drops the bombshell that monsters are attacking, but his slimes are wiping them out before they even get close. Tina is absolutely floored, her jaw hitting the floor at his insane, nonchalant confession. Lisa stands there frozen, her face a perfect mask of pure shock and utter confusion. Tina panics over his mana consumption, but he brushes it off, claiming he's using a fuel-efficient spell, a concept that leaves her totally baffled. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as the vibrant sky is swallowed by an eerie, unnatural darkness. Twilight grips the forest in a cold embrace, even though both suns are still hanging right there in the sky. The suns look cursed, their brilliant light choked out by a suffocating shadow that's forced an early night upon the world. Sweat beads on Tina's forehead as she stares up, completely rattled by this impossible, creeping gloom. Lisa's eyes are glued to the heavens, her mind racing with pure dread and mounting anxiety. The three of them stand frozen in the clearing, witnessing the terrifying sight of two suns trapped in a pitch-black sky. Tina gasps, asking if his slimes caused this nightmare, while Lisa shivers, whispering about how bone-chilling it feels. Yuji stares upward, swearing he has nothing to do with it, and admitting that even he's creeped out by this freak occurrence. A dying sun hangs in a sky choked with shadows, mimicking a cursed eclipse, while the stars remain eerily still. Yuji presses a finger to his temple, telepathically demanding his slimes scan the area for any hidden threats. The slimes signal from the canopy that nothing is moving, but this deathly silence is absolutely bone-chilling. Out of nowhere, a slime screams a telepathic warning as it spots something impossible lurking in the shadows. A vortex of pure, abyssal energy erupts from the ground like a pillar of shadowy flames. An intricate magic circle blazes on the dirt as the chaotic energy twists into a terrifying new form. Two malevolent, glowing white eyes snap open from within the heart of the churning darkness. A massive shadow beast towers over the clearing, lashing out with dark tendrils, while the slime watches in pure horror. The slime panics, screaming that a high-level monster just manifested out of thin air where there was nothing but empty space. Yuji gets the alert and freezes, realizing that while his slimes are safe, his party is completely exposed. He points into the distance, calmly warning Tina that a massive beast just appeared a kilometer away. Tina instantly shouts for a retreat, promising to lead them to safety as Lisa desperately agrees. The party spins around and bolts, their boots kicking up clouds of dust as they flee from the invisible threat. Mid-sprint, Tina asks if it's the Earth Dragon, but Yuji admits he can't make out its shape yet. Yuji needs a better look, so he readies a spell to send a scout straight into the danger zone. He activates monster camouflage, and a slime glows with mystic light until it's practically invisible. The cloaked slime zips through the forest, charging unseen toward that massive surge of power. The slime finally spots the creature and recoils in horror at its massive, nightmare-inducing form. Through the slime's eyes, Yuji sees the truth, a majestic earth dragon made of pure white crystal and solid rock. The colossal dragon towers over the landscape, its massive body radiating a wave of overwhelming power. We get a terrifying look at the earth dragon's crystalline face and those piercing, cold, reptilian eyes. Still linked to his slime, Yuji realizes this isn't their target. It's something way bigger and infinitely more powerful. Tina knows that stumbling upon an unrecorded beast this strong is a total disaster-level event for the guild. Yuji actually wonders if finding a deadlier monster still counts as completing their original quest. Tina watches the nightmare unfold, her eyes wide with pure, intense shock. From the safety of the trees, the party watches the colossal dragon lumber toward a massive cave in the chasm wall. Tina warns the group that stepping into that cave would leave them trapped with zero chance of escape. She explains that they're in the Valley of the Dragon's Side, a legendary safe zone where monsters this strong shouldn't exist. Lisa backs her up, claiming that no S-rank monster has been spotted in this valley for over a century. Taking no chances, Yuji telepathically orders his proud wolf to scout the path ahead, and the beast immediately sets off. The group chases after their wolf guide as it bolts toward the mouth of a massive, jagged canyon. The majestic wolf waits at the distant end of the gorge, watching the tiny party enter the shadows. Suddenly, a slime's frantic, telepathic scream echoes in Yuji's mind, shouting his name in pure terror. It warns him that the monstrous dragon is hot on their heels and has already reached the valley's edge. Right in front of them, the earth dragon's colossal, stone-like foot crashes down, making the entire world tremble. Yuji instantly realizes they're trapped. If they turn back now, they'll run headfirst into another dragon's jaws. Tina reveals the brutal truth. This valley stretches for 30 long kilometers, making it a massive detour to reach the forest. Yuji figures that as long as they stay safe, the distance doesn't mean a thing. He desperately prays that some legendary beast doesn't decide to show up for the first time in 100 years. As they push forward, Tina senses a chilling shift in the air, leaving Yuji wondering what she's picked up on. She warns that while this valley is usually calm, today's eerie silence feels like a total death trap. Little does she know, Yuji's slimes have been busy wiping out every single monster in their path. Totally clueless, Lisa asks if the forest they just escaped was actually more dangerous than this valley. Suddenly, the charred, mangled remains of a massive beast block their path, sending Lisa into a panic. The entire canyon floor is a graveyard of high-level monsters, all slaughtered by Yuji's invisible army. Lisa stares in absolute shock, her mind reeling as she tries to figure out what could cause such a bloodbath. Her voice trembles as she spots a massive red bear among the dead, a beast that should be impossible to kill. Tina confirms it's a terrifying C-rank monster and can't believe a creature that strong was lurking nearby. Yuji stays silent, watching the scene play out while knowing his slimes are the ones who ended that beast's life. He realizes that a monster of this rank hasn't set foot in this region for over 100 years. He glares at the pitch-black sky, wondering if this suffocating darkness is what's driving the monsters insane. Suddenly, a wave of pure panic hits his brain. It's a telepathic SOS from his slimes, screaming that things have gone horribly wrong. Perched on the back of a majestic wolf, the slimes are absolutely paralyzed with bone-chilling terror. Then, out of the cave's gaping mouth, the massive, soul-crushing silhouette of the Earth Dragon crawls into the light. Each thunderous, stone-shattering step shakes the entire canyon floor as its gargantuan size leaves everyone breathless. The slimes confirm the nightmare. The Earth Dragon has emerged and is blocking their path right in front of their faces. UG freezes in total disbelief, realizing this safe zone was actually the Earth Dragon's secret lair the whole time. They're completely cornered, stuck in a death trap between the Earth Dragon and an even deadlier beast closing in from behind. That apex predator at the rear narrows its eyes, obsessed with nothing but tearing through anything in its way. Not to be outdone, the Earth Dragon lets out a menacing glare, ready to turn this narrow canyon into a bloody battlefield. The group freezes as a massive Earth Dragon crawls out of the darkness, cutting off their only escape. This titan stomps toward them, its rock-hard muscles completely choking the narrow canyon. The map reveals a nightmare scenario. Two dragons are sandwiching our heroes with nowhere to run. Tina loses it when she sees the entrance is sealed, and UG confirms the worst. They're totally cornered. UG just turns to Tina with a blank stare and asks the craziest question. Is this Earth Dragon actually strong? That insane question leaves Tina and Lisa completely floored, their jaws hitting the floor in pure shock. Tina grabs Lisa and shrieks that this B-rank monster is the absolute king of any normal forest. UG scans both beasts and realizes the Earth Dragon is actually the weaker of the two threats. He decides to test his limits and orders his slimes to launch a full-scale assault on the dragon. Tina screams in pure denial, shouting that a pathetic little slime could never take down a dragon. Lisa huddles behind a jagged rock, certain that their only shot at survival is staying absolutely invisible. But UG has other ideas, knowing that staying hidden just isn't part of the plan. He marches forward with iron resolve, completely tuning out his friends' desperate cries to stop. He steps right into the line of fire as his party begs him to take cover, but he shouts that they're out of time. From the shadows of its lair, the Earth Dragon's eyes lock onto the one human brave enough to challenge it. Lisa loses it, screaming for him to just get back and hide behind the rock with her. Tina warns they're about to be flattened against the canyon walls, and UG knows she's absolutely right. Memories of his first reckless dragon fight flash through his mind, making him wonder if he's making another massive mistake. He hardens his heart, determined to test his limits. If he can't kill it, he'll at least force it to retreat. Boxed into a tight canyon, UG Cooley quickly calculates his ultimate strategy for the kill. He locks in his strategy and triggers his god-tier Tamir ability, Magic Transfer. A massive, glowing magic seal erupts right from the palm of his hand. The atmosphere screams as those ancient runes ignite with world-shaking energy. He channels his most devastating attack through a tiny, unsuspecting slime. The massive Earth Dragon lets out a deafening roar, its crystal eyes bulging in pure terror. Tina and Lisa dig their heels in as the violent shockwave slams into them. A cataclysmic blast of black and white mana swallows the dragon whole. Paralyzed by fear, Tina and Lisa hold on for dear life and scream into the madness. Even UG's powerful spirit wolf cowers before that insane level of raw power. UG just stares at the carnage, his face cold and completely unfazed by the destruction. Thick smoke erupts from the dragon's charred, split-open remains. That massive stone torso shatters into a pile of lifeless rubble. UG and his majestic wolf stand tall, surveying the absolute carnage they left behind. With total composure, he tells the group that the Earth Dragon is officially history. Hiding in the shadows, Tina and Lisa are frozen in dead silence. They stare at the battlefield, unable to wrap their heads around this impossible victory. Their jaws hit the floor as they witness the sheer, terrifying scale of his power. They step out only to realize the dragon's entire upper half has been completely erased from existence. Pushed to her limit, Lisa starts babbling insane, desperate delusions. Tina is absolutely floored by his god-tier, off-the-charts magical energy. Yuji admits that a spell this massive drains him completely, and he can't just spam it. He starts panicking that slaying the dragon might actually blow their entire investigation mission. Tina flashes a confident grin, promising him they'll pass with flying colors and a massive bonus to boot. But suddenly, she freezes as a realization hits her like a ton of bricks. She realizes they barely lifted a finger, and there's no way they can take extra credit for this. Lisa breaks down in tears, admitting they would have been toast if they faced that beast alone. Yuji just shrugs it off, telling them their guidance was worth more than any treasure. He demands they split the loot right down the middle, since he's still just a rookie learning the ropes. Lisa's eyes light up with pure joy as she screams about finally being able to afford some epic new gear. Tina showers him with gratitude, though she's still stunned by his incredible generosity. Yuji steps in, reminding everyone that this massive payday was part of the deal from the very start. Tina nods, knowing that Other Dragon was a straight-up disaster-class nightmare. With the battle over, the crew marches out of the canyon and sets their sights on the city. They trek across the land as the world's twin suns blaze down from the sky. Suddenly, the massive, jagged spires of the fortress city, Kiria, pierce the horizon. They finally make it back to the towering gates of the Adventurers Guild. Tina slams the doors open, screaming that she needs to file an emergency report right now. The graceful elf at the desk keeps her cool, asking what could possibly be wrong. Tina drops the bombshell. There's a disaster-class dragon out there, and it's stronger than anything they've ever seen. The receptionist's face turns ghost white as the sheer terror of the situation sinks in. She doesn't hesitate and rushes to bring the branch manager to them immediately. The heavy thud of polished boots rings out, echoing across the cold stone floor. A grizzled veteran with a jagged scar steps into the light. It's the branch manager himself. Tina points him toward UG, ready to deliver the B-rank adventurer's full report. The group is quickly ushered upstairs and into the manager's private office. Yuji and Tina stand tall before the guildmaster's massive, intimidating desk. The manager leans in, demanding every scrap of intel they have on this mysterious new dragon. Yuji curses his luck, frustrated that he couldn't capture a photo of the beast. But then a flash of inspiration hits. He remembers a specific spell that can fix everything. He commands his slime to project a vivid magical image directly onto a sheet of paper. He reveals a hyper-realistic sketch of the terrifying dragon that looks ready to leap off the page. The branch manager's face twists into a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. He demands to know how on earth UG managed to capture such a flawless image. He's completely floored that a simple Temer could wield such an unbelievable power. He realizes this unknown monster is a catastrophic threat to everyone. He decides to launch an investigation and hints at a massive follow-up quest for the team. Yuji's mind races with fear over the looming danger threatening the entire city. The party storms back to the main counter to file their report and claim their hard-earned reward. A nearby adventurer speaks up, asking if they're finally turning in their quest report. The elven receptionist immediately notices that their teammate Radis is nowhere to be seen. Tina drops a bombshell, revealing that Radis was actually a dirty trader in bed with bandits. The receptionist's face pales as the horrifying truth sinks in. She slams a glowing, jagged crystal lie detector right onto the counter. UG instantly knows this is the perfect moment for a powerful artifact like that. The receptionist bows low, desperately begging for forgiveness after the guild's massive blunder. Tina reveals the kicker. UG wiped out Jiro's entire bandit gang all by himself. Stunned once more, she frantically asks for the names of the other criminals. Tina shouts to Yuji, demanding he show them the proof of their victory. Yuji nods, with a tiny slime sitting calmly on his shoulder. Suddenly, The slime unhinges its jaw to an impossible size, ready to spit it all out. It vomits up the frozen, mangled remains of the bandits and the earth dragon. Shards of frozen villains crash and clatter across the lobby floor like broken glass. The new receptionist lets out a piercing shriek as she recognizes the faces of the wanted criminals. A mountain of shimmering gold coins piles up, marking their massive combined bounty. Tina shouts that the bounty for the Cheerios gang has hit a staggering 4 million coal. The rescued elf speaks up, asking if they ever finished their original Earth Dragon investigation. She thinks they just scouted it, but Tina drops a bombshell. They actually slaughtered the beast. The receptionist completely loses her mind, screaming at the top of her lungs in pure shock. She's stunned that 2 E ranks and a lowly F rank could actually take down a dragon-class threat. Tina calls Yuji over one last time to hand him the ultimate prize. The slime perched on his shoulder unhinges its jaw once more. A massive, shimmering mountain of gold coins erupts onto the counter. Lisa's jaw hits the floor as she tallies the reward at a mind-blowing 14 million coal. Yuji stays cool as ice, insisting they split the loot 3 ways exactly as planned. Lisa is shocked, questioning if he's really willing to share after doing all the heavy lifting. Yuji doesn't budge, knowing he never would have even heard of this bounty without them. He looks them in the eye and tells them their help was absolutely priceless. Tina and Lisa are completely overwhelmed, showering him with gratitude for his insane generosity. But the very next morning, Yuji gets an urgent summons back to the guild. He finds himself standing before a formal council of the guild's most powerful elites. This suffocating, high-stakes atmosphere feels exactly like a nightmare from his old corporate days. The guildmaster slams the room into silence, officially kicking off the emergency council. Yuji discovers the beast has been dubbed the Blue Dragon of Delight. The master warns the group that this monster is a complete anomaly, unlike any dragon in history. A skeptical researcher scoffs, demanding to know if this magical image is even real. To settle the debate, the master orders Yuji to produce even more proof on the spot. Yuji grips his grinning slime, determined to keep his true identity a total secret. He signals for silence with a finger to his lips and lets his mana explode once more. The slime surges with power, projecting a mind-blowing image that defies all logic. The entire council freezes as a hyper-realistic vision of the slaughtered Earth Dragon fills the room. The entire guild council loses their minds, erupting into a frenzy of shocked screams. One man hails the drawing as a masterpiece, while another offers a literal fortune for that slime. 2 million gold is a massive temptation, but the guildmaster knows the real magic comes from the master, not the pet. The guildmaster barks an order, forcing the council to admit the slime's power is the real deal. A veteran adventurer steps forward, admitting the priest's crazy theories finally makes sense. Our hero just stands there with a blank stare, completely lost as to why everyone is losing it. The priest's eyes go wide as he confirms the sketch is a perfect match for a dragon in his ancient texts. The guildmaster pivots to the priest, demanding he reveal exactly what's hidden in that mysterious book. The priest visibly trembles, choking back his fear for a second before he starts to talk. He reveals the book is filled with forgotten myths, but most of the crucial details have been destroyed. Yuji hangs on every word, his eyes widening in total shock. Inside the ancient book, a weathered drawing reveals a massive, winged dragon. The guildmaster nods in grim agreement and demands to know exactly what this beast is. Sweat pours down the priest's face as he trembles, barely able to find his voice. This is a dragon of calamity, a monster with enough water magic to wipe entire continents off the map. Suddenly, Yuji remembers the valley turning pitch black and realizes the legend is coming to life. Horror strikes the guildmaster as he realizes this isn't just a disaster, it's a myth-class nightmare. The priest confirms his fears, noting that the eerie darkness swallowing the sky feels way too familiar. Every council member snaps their head toward the window as shadows begin to consume the room. Panic erupts among the adventurers as they scream, wondering why the sun has vanished from the sky. Yuji rushes to the window, desperate to see the chaos unfolding outside. The entire city of Kiria is suddenly swallowed by a haunting supernatural twilight. Yuji realizes this is the exact same shadow that appeared when the dragon first emerged. The guildmaster freezes in shock as the nightmare legend finally becomes a reality. Terror grips the council as they face the truth. A world-ending beast is actually real. A panicked adventurer demands to know how much time they have before the dragon reaches full power. The priest's expression turns cold and hollow as he prepares to deliver the death sentence. He drops a bombshell prophecy from the ancient texts. The dragon will be fully grown in just 3 days. The guildmaster lets out a roar of pure rage, knowing they'll never assemble a team fast enough. The priest warns them that if this is truly the dragon of myth, no army on earth stands a chance. The guildmaster's voice trembles as he begs to know how the legends took this beast down. Ancient lore claims a godlike apostle obliterated the dragon with overwhelming divine strength. But the secret is lost forever, hidden behind the shredded, unreadable pages of history. Despair hits the room as an adventurer screams that nobody in this era possesses that kind of god-tier power. The guildmaster's eyes sharpen as a dark, alternative theory begins to take root in his mind. He turns to the priest, demanding to know if there's a deeper, more sinister reason for the dragon's arrival. The priest drops a bombshell about a massive ritual from 30 years ago designed to summon a holy beast. Yuji's heart stops as he realizes the ritual was triggered 2 weeks ago, the exact moment he entered this world. The guildmaster suspects the dragon is actually a horrific, catastrophic failure of that very same ritual. But the priest shuts him down, revealing the ritual wasn't meant for a dragon. It was meant to summon a human. He snaps that even a ritual of 3,000 souls couldn't possibly summon a beast this terrifying. Yet since he was part of the ceremony, he can't ignore the chilling possibility that they're linked. With a final word, the priest turns his back on the suffocating tension of the council chamber. He's retreating to the cathedral to pray, desperate for a miracle in their darkest hour. The council members stand frozen, watching the high priest vanish into a heavy, suffocating silence. Yuji leans in, demanding to know exactly who that mysterious priest really is. The guildmaster drops a bombshell. That man is Shitail, the second most powerful priest in the entire kingdom. Shitail was drawn to this city by a bone-chilling divine vision of the coming apocalypse. A horrifying realization hits Yuji. This mythical dragon won't just level the city, it'll wipe the entire continent off the map. Out of nowhere, a frantic telepathic scream from his scouting slime shatters his thoughts. Lurking deep within the shadows of the woods, the slime reports that it's got eyes on the dragon. It shrieks in absolute terror as the dragon's body suddenly swells to an impossible size. This dragon of calamity now looms over the entire forest like a massive god of destruction. Yuji slams the council doors open, screaming the nightmare fuel he just witnessed. He delivers the chilling news to the stunned guildmaster. That beast is growing larger by the second. Pure panic grips the adventurers as the horrifying truth sinks in. This is the legendary dragon of myth. The guildmaster barks out desperate orders to mobilize every single fighter they have left. A warrior roars his defiance, rallying the others to gear up for an all-out war. A woman commands the staff to stockpile every ration and healing potion for the bloodbath ahead. The guildmaster ignites their spirits, vowing that they won't go down without a brutal fight to the death. Korea's warriors flood the streets, bracing themselves for a suicide mission. Yuji realizes that waiting for a full-scale army will take way too long. He's haunted by the dragon's current strength and how much more monstrous it'll grow by tomorrow. Back in his room, he makes a split-second decision. He has to strike right now. He sends a telepathic shout, ordering every single slime except one to retreat. Out in the forest, the slimes snap to attention as their master's urgent command hits them. With a look of pure, grim resolve, he declares that he's going after the dragon. The slimes happily obey, bouncing away from the danger zone just like they were told. He decides to ignite his hellfire of extreme annihilation to make sure nothing else gets caught in the blast. Now that the dragon is totally isolated, he can finally let his true power explode. He shuts his eyes tight, focusing every ounce of his massive mana for one final strike. He slams his palm forward, channeling his power directly through his familiar across the distance. That tiny slime transforms into a vessel for his deadliest move, Hellfire of Extreme Annihilation. A massive, glowing magic circle erupts in the sky, locking on to the clueless dragon. A blinding pillar of pure white energy explodes from the center of the seal. This world-ending beam tears through the woods, screaming toward its prey. The hellfire slams right into the Dragon of Calamity's skull with a direct hit. A monstrous explosion of light and raw power shatters the very earth. The shockwave rips through the trees, vaporizing everything for miles. The poor little slime gets launched into the sky by the sheer force of the blast. Yuji paces in his room, heart pounding as he waits to see if his strike actually landed. The suffocating smoke from that massive blast finally begins to drift away. The dragon emerges from the haze, its crystal armor scorched and broken, but it's still alive. Watching from its perch, the tiny slime is paralyzed with pure, unadulterated terror. Yuji stands frozen in disbelief, realizing his ultimate trump card barely did a thing. Eerie light pulses from the dragon's head as the deep cracks begin to stitch themselves shut. In the blink of an eye, the beast has completely regenerated every inch of its body. The Dragon of Calamity unhinges its massive jaws, its eyes burning with absolute murderous rage. It lets out a world-shaking roar that echoes for miles across the horizon. The slime sends back a frantic report. The attack failed, and now the dragon is beyond pissed. Yuji realizes that if the beast is screaming in rage, his strike definitely left a mark. But something's wrong. Why can't he read its stats like every other monster he's faced? He knows right now that mindless power won't be enough to take this titan down. Then it hits him. Just like a hardcore RPG, every boss has a hidden elemental weakness. With a plan in mind, he begins channeling a completely different type of magic. Using his slime as a conduit, he fires off a tribute appraisal to tear through the enemy's defenses. A glowing magical reticle snaps onto the massive, roaring Dragon of Calamity. He kicks himself for burning through his map before actually scanning for a weak point. The scan finishes, revealing a fatal weakness to light magic that changes everything. Finally, the full stats for the Blue Dragon of Delight flash before Yuji's eyes. This beast is a walking fortress, shrugging off earth, wind, water, and even dark magic like they're nothing. He grits his teeth, realizing his only real path to victory lies in fire and holy light. He flashes back to his Hellfire spell, which couldn't even leave a dent in that monster's crystalline armor. It's total insanity. How could his absolute deadliest magic have such a pathetic effect? He frantically scrolls through his skill list, desperate to find a move with enough raw power to break through. But just as he's weighing his options, a sudden sound shatters the silence of his room. Thud, thud, thud. A sharp, unmistakable knock echoes from the heavy wooden door. His blood runs cold with suspicion. Not a single soul has ever visited him before. He snaps his hand up, instantly manifesting a glowing defensive barrier just in case things get ugly. He barks out a demand to know who's there, and a mysterious voice calls back from the shadows. The name hits him instantly. It's Stale, the holy priest who dedicated his life to the divine. The old man steps inside, humbly apologizing for interrupting Yuji's peace. Stale's jaw drops as he witnesses the sheer complexity of the magical barrier Yuji has constructed. Yuji just shrugs it off, claiming it's a simple precaution against a surprise attack. The priest promises he's a true ally, guided to this spot by a direct vision from God. He snaps open a case to reveal a rusted, ancient dagger brought all the way from the capital. The church dismissed the blade as worthless, but Stale is betting that Yuji will see its true worth. Yuji grips the handle, sensing that there's a hidden power lurking beneath the corrosion. A system window flashes. This is the Dagger of Cases, a tool built to focus a wielder's magic to a razor edge. He realizes this is the ultimate key to concentrating his massive destructive power into a single point. He locks eyes with the priest, giving a sharp nod as the dagger's true purpose finally clicks. A warm smile spreads across Stale's face, relieved that the divine prophecy is finally coming to life. He thrusts the weapon into Yuji's hands, barking at him to move before their time runs out. Yuji calls out, asking the old man where on earth he's headed now. With fire in his eyes, Stale declares that this time there's no room for failure. He's going to offer up one final prayer to the heavens for their ultimate victory. Yuji grips the dagger tight, watching the priest disappear as those cryptic words echo in his mind. He notices the revelation skill sitting in his status window, but it's completely locked away. Putting his faith in the old man, he sheathes the blade and sprints toward the exit. He reaches the edge of the Dryad's forest, where a massive, terrifying dragon is waiting for him. The Dragon of Calamity looms over the forest, its massive frame dwarfing the trees like never before. His boots hit the rotting earth as he steps onto the front lines of the war zone. He pushes through the thicket, bracing himself for the inevitable clash with the dragons. Suddenly, a pack of his slimes catches sight of him and starts screaming for his attention. He gives them a quick nod, letting them know their master has finally taken the field. He demands to know if anyone survived, but the slimes confirm that every living soul has vanished. He cranes his neck upward, staring at the mountain-sized monster piercing the clouds. He can't help but wonder just how much bigger is this evolving nightmare going to get. Suddenly, a four-pointed star on the beast's chest ignites with a blinding, terrifying light. Yuji's heart skips a beat as he feels a wave of pure, overwhelming power surging from the dragon. The dragon fires a razor-thin needle of pure, concentrated destruction. This searing light carves a molten trench right through the forest floor. Yuji screams at the top of his lungs for his companions to take cover. His slimes and wolf shriek in absolute terror as the blast hits. The dragon sweeps that lethal beam in a massive, wide arc of death. The energy detonates, erupting into a colossal, cross-shaped pillar of light. The ground shatters instantly, sending jagged debris flying in every direction. Blasted back by the shockwave, Yuji desperately shouts to see if everyone is okay. The slimes are dizzy and disoriented, literally begging for their lives. The proud wolf survived too, but he's trembling with pure, unadulterated fear. Yuji's heart sinks as he watches the dragon rocket into the sky. The beast glides over the mountain peaks on 6 shimmering crystalline wings. That star on its chest begins to glow with a terrifying lethal light. It fires off a relentless barrage of cross-shaped energy blasts from the heavens. The forest below is instantly transformed into a hellscape of non-stop explosions. The dragon lets out a bone-chilling roar of triumph, showing off its absolute dominance. Yuji watches from the shadows, desperately trying to guess where the beast will strike next. After seeing that display of power, he realizes his chances of winning have vanished. He faces the grim reality that if this land is wiped out, there's no escape for anyone. A panicked slime looks to Yuji, begging to know what their plan is now. He freezes in place, his face masked in a look of pure, intense focus. His knuckles turn white as he crushes the hilt of that legendary dagger. He declares with total conviction that he's fighting back because there's no other way. The slimes ask if he's for real, and he tells them it's now or never. That dagger is his only win condition, but landing a clean hit is going to be a nightmare. Suddenly, the slimes scream his name, snapping him right out of his deep thoughts. They bravely step up, swearing they're tough enough to join the battle. A warm, genuine smile finally breaks across Yuji's face as he thanks his loyal team. He starts barking out commands, ordering the slimes to split into squads of 10. The slimes bounce with pure excitement, locking into formation and waiting for the signal. Another squad of slimes chirps back, ready to follow his every word. A third group, led by a slime with a dapper mustache, joins in with total excitement. He's sure he can guard 10 slimes, but he's got to make sure his wolf is shielded too. He looks over and catches his hilariously cowardly wolf already diving for cover. With his allies tucked away, he prepares to unleash his own ultimate defenses. He slams down 3 massive barriers: anti-magic, anti-physical, and total mitigation. Then, he stretches those same godly protections over his loyal slime army. Now, every single slime is encased in a shimmering, multi-layered fortress of light. He takes a quick breath to check his status after that massive display of power. His MP took a dip, but he's still packing a massive amount of energy. He's confident his remaining mana is just enough to pull off this final gamble. Everything is set, and he shouts that it's finally time to move. The plan is dead simple. Get within range and unleash his lethal dagger spell. The dragon strikes once more, blasting a devastating beam straight at the slimes. The blast collides with their 5-layered shield, triggering a massive explosion. Yuji glares through the thick smoke, desperately checking to see what's left. Panic sets in as he realizes a single shot just shattered 2 of their 5 defenses. The slimes scream a warning. Another deadly strike is raining down from above. He puts his faith in one brave slime to strike back, and it's ready for the challenge. He channels his magic transfer barrier directly through that gutsy little slime. The slime fires off a defensive beam, intercepting the dragon's blast mid-air. These 2 massive energies collide, triggering a titanic, blinding explosion that shakes the world. Thick black smoke chokes the sky as the magical impact tears through the air. Yuji watches the chaos unfold from behind a tree, realizing his plan is working perfectly. He steps into the clearing, his and the slime's barriers glowing with intense power. A wave of relief hits him. Not a single one of his barriers has shattered. He realizes with horror that the dragon is actually getting stronger with every single blast it fires. He decides to end this fight right now, before the dragon even realizes what's happening. He triggers magic transfer once more, weaving a massive web of defensive energy around him. The dark dragon rains down an aerial bombardment, turning the forest below into a scorched wasteland. Yuji skids across the dirt, barely escaping a devastating blast of pure energy. He glares at the terrifying dragon, realizing he's at a massive disadvantage on the ground. Yuji keeps his cool, calculating that the beast is hovering exactly 50 meters directly above him. With no other option, he prepares to strike as a glowing magic circle erupts beneath his boots. He triggers his leap enhancement, blasting into the sky on a blinding pillar of light. While soaring through the air, he conjures a solid barrier to use as a makeshift platform. He kicks off the barrier with another leap, catapulting himself even higher into the clouds. He knows that if he keeps this up, he'll finally close the gap and reach his flying target. Finally, he reaches the staggering height of the colossal crystalline earth dragon. Now staring the beast right in the eyes, he shouts that it's finally time to take it down. He touches down silently on the dragon's scales, readying his lethal blow. Suddenly, the beast's giant eye snaps open, locking its gaze right on him. Panic surges through Yuji as he realizes the monster knows exactly where he is. The dragon lunges, forcing Yuji to dive clear while frantically planning his next move. A brilliant plan strikes him, and he thrusts his hand out to trigger magic transfer. A tiny fireball from a slime below slams right into the dragon's massive jaw. The poor slime screams in terror as the dragon's deadly gaze shifts toward it. The colossal beast stares down, completely distracted by the helpless little slime. Yuji smirks, knowing his distraction worked like a charm. He slams down another barrier, roaring that it's time to finish this fight. He drives his summoned blade straight into the dragon's colossal eye. But the sheer force is too much, and his magic sword shatters into a million pieces. That dragon's scales are like iron, completely tanking his physical strike. Right in its face, he triggers his final trump card, Hellfire of Demise. A chaotic vortex of pure destruction wraps around his fist, buried deep in the beast's skull. A pillar of absolute annihilation rips through the clouds, erasing everything it touches. Right in the heart of the explosion, UG stands his ground as the spell erupts. A blinding white supernova floods the entire canyon with raw, terrifying power. Everything goes silent as the world is swallowed whole by this overwhelming surge of energy. The dragon's head detonates, raining down black blood and thick, choking smoke. He knows that hit was a death sentence, but his mana has plummeted deep into the negatives. Gritting his teeth, he declares that this is the absolute end of the fight. The spell's violent backlash explodes, launching him a full kilometer through the air. He lets out a blood-curdling shriek as raw magical energy rips through his veins. Dark energy spews from his mouth as the spell's overwhelming pressure crushes him. He slams into a jagged cliffside, desperately gripping his skull as the agony peaks. He's stunned to be a kilometer away, knowing a single slip-up would have meant instant death. He feels his health points draining away just to keep his barrier active without any mana. His stats are a nightmare. His mana is at a suicidal negative 150,021, and his health is cut in half. He sends a desperate telepathic shout to his slimes, checking to see if they're still alive. One of the slimes cries out, somehow clinging to life after that devastating blast. Another slime screams a warning. The surviving dark dragon has been pushed into a blind rage. The mangled beast lets out a blood-curdling roar that echoes with pure, unadulterated fury. It gathers every ounce of its power into a massive energy sphere, prepping a lethal counterstrike. From high above, it rains down a relentless storm of devastating energy beams. UG stands his ground, throwing up a massive barrier to deflect the incoming onslaught. His slimes jump into action, manifesting magic circles to reinforce their crumbling defenses. The energy blasts collide with the shields, causing the very earth beneath them to shatter into pieces. He realizes his defenses have been ripped wide open, and the dragon is locking onto him for the kill. As the slimes panic and ask for a plan, he vows to fight this monster until his very last breath. The dragon is clearly struggling, but Yuji knows this has turned into a brutal war of attrition. He slams down a magic transfer barrier to stop his mana from draining away. The dragon's raw, overwhelming power sends massive cracks spiderwebbing across the shield. Yuji stares up in pure horror as his final line of defense begins to crumble. He realizes the barrier has hit its absolute limit and is seconds away from exploding. The barrier shatters into a million pieces, leaving him completely defenseless against the dragon's fury. He gazes up at the massive ball of energy and realizes he's in a world of trouble. He desperately searches for a way out, thinking an ice spell might be enough to drag the beast to the ground. Suddenly, a notification flashes. The requirements for permafrost have finally been met. He's left stunned, wondering what this mysterious power-up could possibly mean in the heat of battle. A system alert flashes. He's just been granted the God-tier Heaven Strike for a mere 45 seconds. Betting his entire life on this new power, he thrusts his hand high toward the heavens. A colossal pillar of holy light erupts from a swirling vortex in the clouds and crashes down. Pure celestial energy surges into his palm, primed and ready to be unleashed upon his foe. With a violent swing, he launches a massive blade of shimmering light straight at the dragon. The radiant blade shears through the entire forest as it slams directly into the beast. He breathes a sigh of relief that this insane attack doesn't drain his bottomed-out HP. He realizes this is his one and only shot to end this nightmare once and for all. He pours every ounce of his remaining strength into his shattered blade for the finishing blow. With cold, hard resolve, he prepares to fire off his ultimate spell one last time. The dragon bellows one last agonizing scream as death stares it right in the face. He pours the terrifying hellfire of demise straight into his shatterblade. With a single swing, he unleashes a tidal wave of pure chaotic darkness. This world-ending energy swallows the dragon whole in the blink of an eye. A colossal blast rips through the heavens, proving his strength is absolutely god tier. The beast is sliced clean in half, detonating into a gruesome spray of black eye cores. Both halves of the massive titan come screaming down, slamming into the woods below. Yuji stands tall in the wreckage, a champion pushed to his absolute limit. Hidden behind a tree, a tiny slime trembles as it watches the carnage unfold. The earth tremors one last time as the dragon's massive corpse finally settles. His slimes creep out from their hiding spots, staring at the aftermath in complete and utter shock. That eerie darkness finally vanishes as the twin suns burst back through the clouds. The slimes gaze upward, one of them whispering in disbelief, "Did we actually take down that dragon?" Yuji hits the ground in total exhaustion, and his slimes swarm him, praising his incredible courage. He realizes every single one of his slimes survived, and he can't thank them enough for their loyalty. But wait, he suddenly remembers his other partner, the proud wolf. He scans the charred, blackened earth where the wolf had been cowering for safety. Suddenly, the ground starts to vibrate as something moves deep beneath the dirt. The wolf's scorched head pokes out of the soil, trembling as he asks if the nightmare is finally over. Feeling a wave of relief, Yuji asks his slimes if they can haul away that massive dragon carcass. A massive slime steps up to the plate, even as Yuji warns it not to push itself too hard. In one giant gulp, the slime devours the dragon whole and lets out a victory cry. But then a slime notices that Yuji is absolutely covered in wounds from the clash. Yuji confesses that the fight pushed him to his limits, but he's just relieved to be alive. He calls for a retreat back to town, and the slimes erupt in a chorus of cheers. The giant slime steps forward once more, ready to haul away the dragon's carcass. It swallows the beast's remains in an instant, beaming with pride at its own power. A tiny slime looks up at Yuji, worried about the bloody mess he's become. Yuji looks back on the brutal struggle, thankful that he managed to pull off a win. With the nightmare finally over, Yuji declares it's time to return to the safety of the city. The massive, jagged spires of the fortress city Kyria pierce the clouds, looming over the endless green forest. Yuji strolls forward lost in thought, with a happy little slime hitching a ride on his shoulder. A steel-clad guard blocks the main entrance, shouting that the entire city is under a total lockdown. A guild receptionist watches in fear, wondering if this sudden chaos is because of that terrifying dragon. She rushes over to Yuji, trembling, as she asks why on earth he's out here during such a deadly crisis. Yuji rubs his chin and gives a vague answer, playing it cool like he was just taking a casual stroll. She pushes for more, assuming he was just doing some basic training or a simple workout. He nods, but his mind is racing back to the absolute carnage of his world-ending clash with the dragon. His status screen shows his HP has skyrocketed, but his mana is drained to a dangerously low level. Dizziness hits him like a truck as he realizes that despite his new power, he's standing on the brink of death. The receptionist kept scolding him, demanding to know why he'd be reckless enough to train while a dragon was on the hunt. She warned him that one wrong move could provoke the beast and bring total destruction down on the entire city. Right then and there, Yuji realized he had to keep his massive victory over the dragon a total secret. They finally let him back inside the walls, but not before ordering him to stay out of trouble and behave. He knew he had to report the dragon's death to the guild, but he planned to do it completely anonymously. He stepped into the guild hall, praying his report would stop a doomed subjugation team from being sent out for nothing. The battle-scarred guildmaster was busy talking, but his eyes locked onto Yuji the second he walked through the door. The master marched right up to him, demanding to know if he'd just come back from the Forest of Delight. Yuji didn't miss a beat, lying through his teeth that he was just training in a much safer forest nearby. When the master asked if anything weird happened, Yuji just played it cool and claimed everything was perfectly normal. With a tear in his eye, the guildmaster dropped a bombshell, Priest Stale already confirmed the dragon's total defeat. Yuji's mind raced in shock, wondering how the priest could possibly know. Was it some kind of holy miracle? The master explained that the priest received a divine vision from the gods before vanishing from the city. Yuji cut straight to the point. Who exactly is getting the credit for taking that monster down? Suddenly, the guildmaster's eyes turned into daggers as he locked his gaze onto Yuji's face. He admitted that he couldn't think of a single soul capable of such a feat, except for one person. The master stared Yuji down, making it crystal clear that he was now the prime suspect. It clicked instantly. Yuji realized the guildmaster knew the truth, or at least he was incredibly close to it. The master dropped a cryptic warning, suggesting that a hero this powerful should have just asked for help. Yuji played it safe, cautiously asking why the guildmaster was aiming these pointed comments directly at him. A mysterious, knowing smirk tugs at the corner of the guildmaster's mouth. He turns his back, tossing out a cryptic "who knows," and leaving Yuji completely stunned. As other adventurers rush past, Yuji's mind races, haunted by the guildmaster's hidden warning. He knows it's only a matter of time before the guild sends an elite team to scour the site. Feeling the heat of their suspicion, Yuji realizes he needs to vanish from Kiria immediately. He wants no part of the fame or fortune that comes with being a legendary hero. He weaves through the bustling streets, watching warriors gear up for their next big hunt. Suddenly, Tina and Lisa spot him, excitedly asking if he's joining their new squad. The word is out. The mission is dead, because that terrifying dragon has completely vanished. The girls are shaking with relief, confessing they were absolutely terrified of facing that beast. When they pressed him for answers, Yuji played it cool, claiming he was just assisting the guild with a routine search. Lisa immediately connected the dots. If Yuji was on the hunt, there's no way that dragon was ever going to be found. Yuji nodded along, confident that the next investigation squad would prove once and for all that the beast had vanished. Tina chimed in, declaring that if a powerhouse like Yuji couldn't track it down, then that monster was definitely history. But Yuji was totally lost, pointing out that the entire mission to take down the dragon had already been scrapped. With a sly wink, Tina revealed her genius scheme to score major points by volunteering for a mission she knew was already over. Yuji couldn't suppress a grin, genuinely blown away by her sharp wit and clever maneuvering. After thanking them for the intel, Yuji bid them farewell as they all headed their separate ways. Now, standing alone, he weighed his options, still stuck within the walls of the city's strict lockdown. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. It was the telepathic signal from the dried slime. A magic circle flares to life near his head as he reaches out to see what's going on. The slime delivers the message. The dryad has urgent news that just can't wait. Thinking back to their talk about the curse stone, he demands to know what's gone wrong now. But instead of a crisis, the dryad's voice chirps with joy, announcing that mushrooms are sprouting all over the battlefield. Yuji is left totally stunned by this bizarre and completely random update about fungi. She reveals these mushrooms are the key to a rare medicine, and Yuji doesn't hesitate to jump in and help. He stares at the locked city gates, knowing he's trapped unless he can sneak his way out. Right outside the walls, a shimmering portal of water ripples into existence at the foot of a massive tree. Then, the dryad's head, marked by those signature black horns, pokes out from the magical rift. She glides out of the gateway, bathed in a soft, otherworldly light that radiates pure magic. She welcomed him with a warm smile, and Yuji was hyped to reunite with his powerful forest ally. He told her they had to move now because his mana reserves were still sitting at rock bottom. She warned him that time was running out. Those mushrooms would wither and vanish by tomorrow. Yuji wondered if the medicine made from these fungi was actually as precious as she made it sound. She explained it was a legendary rarity, capable of restoring mana and curing the most fatal illnesses. He realized just how insane the task was. You had to slay a dragon and harvest them in under 24 hours. Then the Dryad pointed out a catch. With his massive mana capacity, the potion might not even work. Yuji's spirit crushed as he realized this ultimate recovery item might be completely useless to him. But she quickly clarified that a potion made from a blue dragon mushroom would do the trick perfectly. Yuji was left scratching his head at the strange name she used, the Mana Return Potion. This legendary elixir is a total game changer, rewinding his mana reserves back 10 whole minutes. The tactical genius realized the truth. He could unleash his ultimate spell twice in a row. He struck a deal on the spot, trading his gathering skills for a stash of those finished potions. Yuji prowled back toward the forest's edge, prepping for a silent infiltration of the blast zone. He had to be a ghost, because with his mana tank empty, one monster sighting would be fatal. This wasn't a job for a human. It was time to deploy his loyal army of slimes. He locked in the target. They were hunting for two specific types, red and blue mushrooms. He stood frozen at the tree line, his mind racing as he mapped out the perfect plan. He shouted for the Dryad, completely baffled by where she had suddenly vanished to. She playfully peeked out from a solid tree trunk, revealing her insane way of traveling through the forest. A realization hits Yuji like a lightning bolt. Her powers are far more versatile than he ever dreamed. Out of nowhere, one of his scout slimes spots a group of humans who have already identified the guildmaster. Yuji instantly triggers his sense-sharing skill, peering through the eyes of his distant slime. These adventurers are armed to the teeth, with spears and swords, ready for a full-scale investigation. It's confirmed. The guildmaster himself is leading the official team straight into the heart of the forest. They've reached the edge of the blast zone, making it impossible for Yuji to search the area in person. Yuji turns to the Dryad and asks for the precise location of those legendary mushrooms. She cheerfully explains that they grow right on the spot where the dragon's massive body fell. He knows there's no way he can sneak in and grab them without being caught red-handed by the guild. It's time for the slimes to show what they're made of, he declares, handing out their mission orders. He triggers slime camouflage, and a massive, glowing magic circle erupts in front of him. His entire slime legion shimmers and vanishes, becoming totally invisible to the world. They drift silently through the air, gliding right past the investigation team without being noticed. The hidden slimes begin a systematic sweep across the scorched, desolate wasteland. They snatch up every rare red and blue mushroom, sucking them deep into their gooey bodies. This invisible harvest rages on until every single mushroom in the blast zone is gone. The slimes swarm back, dumping a literal mountain of mushrooms right at his feet. He stares at the massive pile, wondering if this haul will finally satisfy the Dryad. Suddenly, the Dryad pops her head out of the heap, joyfully screaming that it's more than enough. With a proud smile, Yuji praises his loyal slimes for a job well done. The slimes erupt in cheers, shouting about the delicious leaves they tracked down. Deep in a forest clearing, Yuji and the Dryad stand ready for action. With the alchemy tools set, she declares that it's finally time to begin. She slams her hands together, igniting a massive magic circle that pulses with light. Yuji stares in awe as a shimmering dome of energy seals off their entire workspace. He wonders if the shield is necessary, and she explains it's to keep any impurities from ruining the batch. It clicks for Yuji. This magical field works just like a high-tech sterile clean room. With total focus, the Dryad starts crushing those pale mushrooms into a thick paste. She tosses in the leaves, and the mortar suddenly erupts with a brilliant glow. She grips the bowl tight as a ghostly wisp of pure energy spirals into the air. A sinister orb of corrupted energy surges to life inside a magical sphere. That dark power condenses into a single, murky droplet of pure gloom. She announces the end of the process, her face twisted in pure, unadulterated shock. The bowl is filled with a disgusting, sludgy mess, a total and complete failure. Something is dead wrong. This medicine should be a bright blue, but it's turned a haunting purple. Yuji questions if she messed up, but she swears her technique was absolutely flawless. She holds up the mushroom and the ruined brew, desperately hunting for the source of the error. Then it hits her. The mushroom is the problem, radiating a level of magical power that's off the charts. Yuji just stares, still trying to wrap his head around how this magical energy actually works. She's never seen a dragon mushroom this intense, and she suspects it's been gorging on the dragon's own magic. Yuji flashes back to that world-ending dragon, realizing its corruptive energy has completely soaked into the land. He wonders if they can just wash it away, but she warns him that regular water won't do a thing. She desperately wishes for the legendary, ultra-pure water found only in the hidden elven village. He asks if she can fetch some, but she admits it's on a distant continent, totally out of reach. Yuji starts plotting his next move, questioning if his slimes have a hidden power that can save the day. He digs through his skill list and finds slime purification, marveling at how these slimes are basically a cheat code. He checks if his slime can handle the job, and the little guy tells him to just dive into the water. Yuji asks the dryad for a sample to test his plan, and she tells him to sit tight for a moment. She returns in a flash with a magical bowl of water, shouting that she's got exactly what he needs. Yuji gently plops one happy, bouncing slime right into the middle of the water. He activates his slime purification, and brilliant magic circles surge around the bowl. The slime floats in the water, closing its eyes in total ecstasy as the spell takes effect. The water transforms, shimmering with a blinding and holy magical radiance. The dryad is absolutely stunned, screaming that the water is now impossibly pure. She cheers for his triumph as Yuji gives his brave little slime a victory rub. Yuji holds his breath, letting a single, flawless drop of the water fall from his fingertips. It strikes the potion, triggering a massive, swirling explosion of pure light. He watches the reaction like a hawk, desperate to see if his insane plan actually worked. The dryad peers into the bowl, noting the quality is higher, but still slightly hazy. Surrounded by his loyal slimes, Yuji suggests they just keep purifying until it's perfect. Sunlight pierces through the thick green ceiling of the forest. Below, ancient tree trunks tower over the shadows of the forest floor. The slimes are completely drained, melting into gooey puddles around that stubborn, filthy bowl. The dryad looks on with total despair, sighing that all their hard work was for nothing. But Yuji isn't giving up, his eyes burning with a brand new spark of determination. He realizes there's a hidden filth inside that regular purification magic just can't touch. He immediately pitches a bold new strategy to the completely baffled group. He breaks down the high-level science of turning water into steam to strip away the grime. The dryad is absolutely stunned, admitting she's never heard of such a crazy technique. Yuji doesn't hesitate, unleashing his barrier magic to warp the very shape of the containment field. A complex diagram reveals his magical still, breaking down the 4 stages: heating, evaporation, cooling, and ultimate purification. He explains that this makeshift still is specially designed to keep the scorching heat far away from his precious slimes. With a flick of his wrist, he launches a fireball, igniting a perfectly controlled flame right under the magical device. The flames roar to life, hungrily licking the bottom of the water container. Inside the magical vessel, the water starts churning and boiling like a violent storm. The magical fire blazes on, radiating an intense, brilliant light. One of the slimes looks up in total shock as thick clouds of steam begin to flood the container. The slimes watch in awe as the water level plummets, evaporating into thin air right before their eyes. High above the dense forest canopy, the vast, open sky stretches out. The process is finally finished, leaving behind a bowl of crystal-clear, sparkling water that looks absolutely perfect. The dryad holds her breath as a single drop of distilled water splashes into the murky purple brew. Instantly, the dark corruption inside the liquid vanishes like smoke in the wind. A blinding light erupts, and the potion transforms into a stunning, crystal-clear blue. Overwhelmed with joy, she lunges forward and pulls a shocked Yuji into a massive hug, thanking him over and over. As the sun dips below the jagged mountain peaks, the sky turns a fiery orange. Beaming with pride, the Dryad reveals a basket packed to the brim with her brand new potions. She hands him 2 glowing vials, the powerful mana recovery medicine she promised. She explains that it's only a dose and a half, which counts as 1 full, effective charge. Yuji just smiles, telling her he's beyond grateful to have even a single dose in his pocket. She promises they'll finish the rest next time, and Yuji gives her a confident nod of agreement. She tries to give him more, but he insists that 10 potions are plenty for his mission. He tells her 10 is more than enough, and to let him know if she ever needs anything else. The forest spirit waves farewell as Yuji and his slimes venture out of the clearing. He wanders through the eerie, pale woods, hunting for a new town without a map to guide him. He stops dead in his tracks, deciding to turn back and get some proper directions. His journey brings him right back to the city of Kiria, with its massive castle looming over the skyline. Inside a local tavern, Tina asks if he's seriously planning to pack up and leave for good. Yuji gives a quiet, firm nod, confirming that he's ready to move on. Tina admits it's a total bummer, but she's curious to know where he's headed. He reveals that's exactly why he's back. He needs her to recommend his next big stop. Tina sips her drink, her mind racing as she hunts for the perfect, safe haven for him. Lisa jumps in with excitement, pitching Rickwelt, a cozy town famous for its legendary, mouth-watering feasts. The thought of a gourmet meal is all Yuji needs, though he's praying for a trip without any drama. Lisa takes a slow sip, tilting her head as she asks what he means by strange things following him. He brings up the total madness he's faced lately, like that terrifying dragon and the monster swarm in the valley. Tina just laughs it off, promising him that kind of insane chaos was a total fluke and won't happen again. Feeling much better, Yuji gives his thanks and officially sets his sights on Rickwelt. The next morning, a brilliant sun blazes over the towering white walls of Kiria. At the massive city gates, Yuji and his loyal wolf prepare to bid Tina and Lisa farewell. Lisa waves goodbye with a huge smile, while Tina gives a knowing wink, certain their paths will cross again. Yuji gives a final wave as he gallops away, shouting that their paths will cross again. His majestic wolf's powerful legs kick up dust as they tear across the landscape at breakneck speed. While on the move, Yuji checks his map, eyeing Rick-Uld for its perfect weather and pathetic monsters. The duo pushes forward, navigating through a desolate canyon filled with jagged rocks. Suddenly, Yuji's ears twitch. He senses something lurking in the shadows. They stumble upon a tiny town tucked away in the canyon, distinguished by a lone, spinning windmill. A battered wooden sign reveals the name of this place: Marriott. Yuji stares at his map in total confusion, realizing he's ended up in the completely wrong place. But his train of thought is shattered by the thunderous, starving cries of his slimes. With his own stomach growling, Yuji turns to his slime buddies and asks what's on the menu. The fancy mustache slime steps up and demands a massive plate of meat. Immediately, the battle-scarred slime screams that fish is the only way to go. Then, a tiny horned slime joins the chaos, begging for some fresh fruit. Yuji stands there in total disbelief as his simple question turns into a full-blown food war. He lets out a heavy sigh, wondering where on earth he can find a place that serves all of that. Out of nowhere, the slimes explode with joy, shouting that they've finally found a massive feast. Yuji watches as his entire slime army charges toward a random patch of grass. He's completely baffled, wondering if they're just eating trash off the floor. With total pride, the slimes present their grand prize to Yuji, a pile of plain leaves. Accepting his pathetic fate, Yuji takes a bite and realizes that at least this meal is free. Starving for a real feast, Yuji marches up to a street stall to snag some sizzling grilled meat. One bite sends his senses reeling, and suddenly, he's actually hyped for the food in Ricard. While devouring his skewer, he wanders through the market until a clothing stall catches his eye. A massive sign screams that they've finally restocked their legendary, cold-proof fur coats. It makes no sense. Why on earth are people buying heavy fur coats in this sweltering heat? He grills the shopkeeper, asking if these coats are for the freezing temperatures in nearby Ricard. UG can't believe the weather could shift that drastically when the town is just a stone's throw away. The shopkeeper confesses she's only heard rumors and that this bizarre cold snap is totally out of the ordinary. With a wide grin, she suggests everyone is just panicking because the town usually has a bit of a nip in the air. Yuji just shrugs it off, knowing his body can handle even the most brutal, bone-chilling frost. A painful memory flashes back to a suffocating office heatwave where he was the only one left grinding away. Refusing to be caught off guard, he snags a heavy, insulated coat just in case things get freezing. His slimes swarm the new gear, staring in total confusion at the strange, fluffy fabric. He tells them it's not cold yet, even as one goofy slime tries to wear the entire coat like a massive hat. Fully geared up, he charges through a jagged mountain pass on the back of his majestic wolf. As they push deeper into the peaks, a biting, icy wind starts to howl through the air. UG huddles into his collar, realizing the temperature is plummeting fast. His wolf senses the chill, but scoffs, bragging that it can survive way worse than this. The slimes cheer in unison, shouting that the freezing cold doesn't bother them one bit. Yuji realizes his crew is built for this, naturally ready for whatever brutal weather comes their way. As they push forward, the jagged rocks vanish beneath a massive, suffocating layer of white snow. Bundled up in his fresh gear, Yuji watches his breath turn to ice as the freezing cold bites deep into his skin. It's mind-blowing. Just a moment ago, the last town was basking in 25-degree heat. Out of nowhere, the slimes go wild, screaming at the top of their lungs that Ricard is finally in sight. They leave a lone trail of footprints cutting through the vast, pristine wilderness of the deep snow. Perched on a frozen ridge, the group peers down at the massive valley stretching out below. Far off in the distance, a breathtaking castle town sits tucked away between the towering icy peaks. UG checks his map one last time, confirming that this frozen fortress is definitely the city of Ricard. He's stunned that the weather could turn this deadly in just a quick 30-minute trip. His face hardens as he exhales a cloud of frost, realizing that this insane weather is anything but natural. They reach the towering gates of Ricard, where two guards wrapped in thick furs stand their ground. One guard stares in disbelief, calling anyone brave enough to travel in this freezing hell a total lunatic. With a tiny slime peeking over his shoulder, Yuji demands to know what kind of trouble has gripped the town. The guard explains that a sudden cold snap from 10 days ago has turned into a deadly nightmare for the locals. Yuji stands motionless in the falling snow, his face unreadable as he absorbs the grim reality. Suddenly, his eyes ignite with fire as he reveals his true mission, finding the most delicious food in town. The guard's stern face breaks into a wide grin as he recommends the legendary Blazing Tiger restaurant. He adds that if UG needs work, the village is desperate for anyone who can help gather firewood. UG and his wolf march down a wide, empty street buried under a pristine layer of white snow. She admires the breathtaking, snow-covered buildings, but a gut feeling tells her something is very wrong. He spots thick, pitch-black smoke erupting from the chimneys of nearly every building in sight. Looking closer, the smoke is unnaturally dark as it chokes the gloomy gray sky. Both he and his slime are hit by a bizarre, burnt stench wafting from the houses. Yuji starts to worry that everyone is burning wet firewood, which is a total disaster for indoor use. His modern-day brain immediately screams carbon monoxide poisoning at the sight of the heavy smog. He suddenly stops, realizing his 21st century logic might not even work in this world. He eventually reaches a massive, grand building known as the Blazing Tiger. Standing before the entrance, he remembers the guard's enthusiastic recommendation for this spot. He swings the door open and shouts a greeting as he steps into the restaurant. But the interior is eerie and empty, with every chair stacked upside down on the tables. He spots the chairs stacked high on the tables and realizes the place is shut down tight. Suddenly, a young waitress pokes her head out, her eyes widening in shock to see someone at the door. She bows her head and breaks the bad news. They've already called it a day. Yuji takes it in stride, noting the weirdly early closing time, and promises to be back tomorrow morning. But her face twists with worry as she reveals they won't be opening tomorrow either. She explains that every scrap of fuel is being burned just to stay warm, leaving the kitchen cold and useless. It hits Yuji right then. This firewood crisis is way more desperate than he ever imagined. A fire ignites in his eyes because he didn't come all this way to leave with an empty stomach. He looks her dead in the eye and asks one simple question. "If I get you firewood, can you cook?" She nods sadly, admitting that's the only thing stopping them, but they're completely out of high-quality wood. She warns him that fresh wood is a smoky disaster and needs a full year to dry out. Yuji thanks her for the tip, and she tells him to come back once the weather finally clears up. Stepping back into the elements, he realizes his first mission is to hunt down a massive supply of firewood. The biting wind screams past him, cutting right through his new coat like it's not even there. He frantically scans his massive spell list for a solution and finds the perfect one: magic insulation. He snaps his fingers and casts the spell, instantly wrapping himself in a warm, shimmering aura. As the freezing cold vanishes, he's blown away by just how incredibly useful his magic can be. He sets his sights on the silent, snow-covered forest sitting just outside the town's massive walls. He treks into the frozen wilderness with his loyal, majestic wolf following close behind him. He looks up at the towering trees, wondering which of these giants would make the best firewood. His wolf gives a goofy, embarrassed grin, clearly just as clueless as he is. Yuji lets out a heavy sigh and starts hunting through his magic for a spell that can actually fell a tree. A massive, glowing magic circle erupts in front of him as he triggers his axe summoning spell. In a blinding flash of light, a giant, over-the-top battle axe slams right into his hand. The blade shimmers against the gloomy sky, its dark surface etched with stunning silver patterns. He thinks a chainsaw would have been way better, but figures this monster of a weapon will have to do. He realizes a regular guy from his old world wouldn't even know which end of this thing to hold. He takes a shaky practice swing, feeling totally out of his element and doubting his own form. It's painfully obvious that his grip is a total disaster and his posture is completely off. He bets everything on his god-tier passive combat skills to make up for his total lack of experience. He barks out a warning of the looming danger, and his crew scrambles back without a second thought. He white-knuckles the massive axe, locking his sights on a towering, frost-covered tree. His gaze sharpens into a cold stare as the rest of the world simply vanishes around him. The heavy blade transforms into a lethal blur as he rips through the air with godlike speed. In a heartbeat, the strike is finished, a flawless horizontal arc that tears the atmosphere apart. His friends stand frozen, their jaws hitting the floor as they witness this impossible display of power. A shockwave of pure energy erupts, carving through the giant trunk like a hot knife through butter. That devastating force doesn't stop there, obliterating every single tree standing in its path. Earth-shaking cracks echo through the forest as the timber slams down, leaving a trail of total carnage. Yuji looks down at his weapon, questioning if this insane strength belongs to the axe or himself. With one thunderous swing, his axe cleaves the log in two. He grips the wood, realizing his insane skills make this backbreaking work feel like child's play. Towering before him is a literal mountain of logs that he desperately needs to dry out. He wonders if fire magic is the answer and starts frantically scrolling through his skill list for a solution. Suddenly, his eyes pop as he stumbles upon a brand new skill that looks incredibly promising. He points straight at a unique tamer ability, slime moisture absorption. He questions his slimes about it, but the little guys just tilt their heads and ask if he's thirsty. It looks safe enough, so he figures, why not give this weird power a shot? A brilliant magic circle erupts under his feet as his slimes begin to pulse with raw energy. One tiny, joyful slime starts glowing like a sun, instantly vaporizing the snow around it into thin air as the magic spreads. The slimes erupt in cheers as the snow vanishes, leaving the ground bone dry and Yuji sensing a massive opportunity. He commands his slime squad to tackle the firewood, and they shout back in total agreement. A soft, silent snow continues to blanket the peaceful winter forest. The glowing slimes swarm the massive woodpile like a living wave, getting straight to work. One slime bounces over to Yuji, happily reporting that the firewood is now perfectly seasoned. He picks up a log and is shocked by how light it feels with all the moisture sucked out. He tells the slimes to pack it away, and they effortlessly absorb every single piece. Snowflakes drift down quietly, settling on the roof of a local town eatery. Yuji steps inside and announces he's finally delivered the firewood they asked for. A young woman quickly reminds him that wet wood is completely useless for their cooking. He keeps his cool, handing her one of the logs he just finished prepping. She's absolutely stunned by how light and bone-dry it is, demanding to know where on earth he found it. Yuji secretly wonders to himself if this wood is actually high enough quality for cooking. Still skeptical, she rushes the mysterious firewood to the head chef for a professional verdict. She presents the log to the head chef, who's currently kicking back by the fireplace. The veteran chef examines the wood with the eyes of a master, puffing away on his pipe. His eyes ignite with a sudden flash of realization as he inspects the timber. He carelessly tosses the log aside, declaring it's way too dry to be useful. Yuji is blown away that the chef can judge the wood's quality just by holding it. He suddenly remembers his other skill, realizing he'd already humidified a completely different piece. The chef barks that bone-dry wood is a disaster because it burns way too hot for a master's kitchen. Yuji offers up another log, but the chef tosses it aside, shouting that garbage is garbage. Pure joy explodes on the chef's face as he screams that the weight of this log is absolutely flawless. This wood actually sparkles, seasoned so perfectly it feels like it was crafted by the gods of cooking. He roars for the stove to be lit immediately, sending his assistant scrambling to get it done. Every eye in the room is glued to the assistant as he carefully slides that legendary log into the stove. He gazes at the magnificent flame, admitting he's never seen firewood this high quality in his entire life. He spins toward Yuji, demanding to know exactly where he scored such a legendary find. Yuji casually mentions his slime made it, leaving the sweating chef completely lost and confused. The chef starts dreaming of the ultimate cuisine, desperate to know just how much of this wood Yuji is hiding. Yuji gives the signal, and his slime unhinges its jaw to reveal a massive, gaping void. A literal mountain of timber erupts from the slime, leaving the chef frozen in pure disbelief. Yuji orders his slimes to soak the remaining logs, and they jump to work instantly. Beads of sweat roll down the chef's face as he struggles to process the insane power of a mere slime. The assistant panics, terrified they're going to get blasted for burning through their entire supply at once. Yuji remembers the town's desperate fuel crisis and realizes just how dire the situation has become. He decides to dump the wood at the guild so the restaurant can keep their fires roaring without worry. The assistant's jaw drops when he realizes Yuji intends to heat the entire town single-handedly. He casually claims he can harvest an endless supply from the woods just outside the gates. His stomach roars for food as he warns them that lighting a bonfire indoors is a recipe for disaster. The chef exhales a final puff of smoke, his decision finally set in stone. He admits he's starving and insists on whipping up a massive thank you feast for Yuji. Clueless about the local menu, Yuji asks the chef to surprise him with his best dish. With a roar of excitement, the chef vows to pour his entire soul into his legendary specialty steak. Thick smoke billows from the chimney as the kitchen explodes into a cooking frenzy. The chef slams down the masterpiece, a massive, glistening steak cooked to absolute perfection. Yuji starts drooling instantly, completely hypnotized by the heavenly aroma of meat and veggies. He slowly raises his fork and finally takes that first, life-changing bite. His eyes snap wide in pure shock as an absolute explosion of flavor hits his taste buds. A tight close-up on his eye reveals the sheer, overwhelming power of this culinary sensation. First, an explosion of rich, savory meat floods his entire being. Then, a burst of sweet and tangy veggies cuts through the richness for the perfect bite. He's practically ascending to the heavens, declaring this the greatest meal in this entire world. He devours every single scrap, leaving the plate polished and spotless. He slumps back in pure bliss while the beaming chef and his assistant watch with pride. It's so insanely good that he vows to eat this masterpiece every single day. The chef just chuckles, explaining that a legendary dish like this takes serious time to craft. They invite him back for the grand reopening tomorrow as Yuji waves them a final farewell. With his tank finally refueled, he treks through the freezing snow toward the guild. He stops for a moment, staring up at the swirling night sky as he gets lost in thought. He finally stands before the massive, towering headquarters of the Adventurers Guild. He pushes through the doors and is instantly blown away by the grand lobby and its giant central globe. He heads straight for the quest board, which is absolutely packed with endless missions. He quickly spots a pattern. Almost every single new request is a desperate plea for firewood. With the payouts skyrocketing, he doesn't hesitate to snatch up that profitable firewood job. The receptionist flashes a smile and asks if this is his very first time taking on a guild quest. Yuji locks eyes with her and nods, confirming that he's a total rookie on his first mission. She tells him to head to the East Gate and find Udoka to get the official guild breakdown. The massive scale of the job catches him off guard, making him wonder if he's actually got what it takes. He trudges through the thick, biting snow as he steps out past the town's east gate. He scans the endless, frozen wasteland, searching for any sign of where to go next. Suddenly, he spots a group of men huddled in a clearing, clearly training for something big. A massive, blonde-haired powerhouse stands tall, resting a colossal axe right on his shoulder. His armband marks him as the Adventurers Guild's temporary instructor for firewood duty. Yuji instantly realizes this beast of a man has to be the legendary instructor, Udoka. Udoka greets him with a grin, thrilled to finally have some extra muscle on the team. Yuji senses the dire situation, and Udoka admits the brutal cold is pushing them to the limit. Udoka vents his frustration about a nearby village that completely failed to deliver their firewood. He turns his gaze to Yuji, demanding to know if he's ever swung an axe in his life. Yuji claims he knows his way around a log, and his very first swing is a total success. He activates his summoning skill, and a magnificent ornate battle axe materializes in his hands. Udoka is so blindsided by the move that he does a massive spit take with his drink. Udoka admires the craftsmanship, but Yuji just cares about how well it carves through wood. Udoka challenges him to show off his skills, and Yuji is more than happy to oblige. Yuji stands before a massive tree, holding his summoned weapon in a completely bizarre stance. Udoka watches in total disbelief, wondering what kind of crazy grip he's using. Yuji just flashes a confident smirk, claiming his custom style is perfect for the job. He calmly assures everyone that he's got more than enough power to take these trees down. In the middle of a snowy clearing, Yuji and the lumberjack start swinging their axes with insane speed. The air is suddenly filled with flying debris and logs as trees are instantly shredded to pieces. With one explosive swing, Yuji's axe rips right through a massive tree trunk. Yuji keeps hacking away while a nearby lumberjack watches, his jaw hitting the floor in pure shock. The rest of the crew looks on with hilarious bug-eyed expressions of total disbelief. Now, Yuji stands tall in the middle of a massive, freshly cleared wasteland. Yodoka, the leader, is drenched in sweat, his mind racing to make sense of this impossible strength. Yuji nonchalantly asks if he should keep going, even asking for tips on his technique. Poor Yodoka can only stammer, his brain completely fried by what he's seeing. Eugene realizes it's finally time to start splitting those giant logs into pieces. He thinks back to the exact measurements he was told to follow for the firewood. He lifts a flawlessly cut log and asks if this is exactly what they were looking for. Yudoka is totally baffled, but he can't deny that the job got done perfectly. Yuji just gives a quick nod and strolls back into the woods to chop down even more trees. Soft snowflakes drift down, coating the massive guild hall in a blanket of white. Inside, the building is packed to the rafters with towering, perfect piles of firewood. The guild clerk is absolutely stunned, praising Yudoka for this massive haul. But Yudoka shakes his head, admitting he wasn't the one who pulled off this miracle. He explains how Yuji slaughtered hundreds of trees and used a literal army of slimes to haul them. The clerk's eyes light up, completely fascinated by the idea of using slimes as a transport team. Yuji, who was eavesdropping nearby, steps out with a look of pure shock on his face. The clerk gasps, asking if he's actually the mythical great mage from the ancient legends. Yuji starts to wonder, could these ancient legends be the secret behind his insane powers? The clerk admits the story is just a fuzzy memory, and she can't remember where she heard it. Yuji remembers the wise priest Walter and knows he's the only one who can solve this mystery. A man slams through the guild doors, screaming at the top of his lungs for a pharmacist. The sheer panic in the room instantly puts Yuji on high alert, but there's a major problem. The clerk reveals the pharmacist is already out on an emergency. The man gasps out the horror. An entire family has collapsed, and though they're breathing, they won't wake up. Yuji and the rest of the guild are absolutely stunned by the terrifying news. Yuji's mind races as he realizes that flushed skin is a dead giveaway for carbon monoxide poisoning. He realizes right then and there that his healing magic might be their only hope for survival. Yuji grills the man, demanding to know if the family was burning wood inside a locked room. There's no time for a formal diagnosis. He already knows exactly what's killing them. The clerk is stunned by his absolute certainty and asks if he's actually a doctor. He's no doctor, but he's witnessed these deadly symptoms once before. He shouts for them to follow him, praying they aren't already too late. Out in the freezing snow, a makeshift medical camp has been scrambled together for the dying. A man screams in desperation, begging one of the victims to keep fighting for their life. A man, a woman, and a child lie motionless on cots, trapped in a deep, terrifying sleep. Yuji stays cool, noting that the victims look like they've just drifted off into a peaceful slumber. A bystander warns him that regular healing magic is useless against a sickness like this. Yuji realizes carbon monoxide is a lethal toxin, so he pivots to a completely different spell. He chants, "Cure poison," and a brilliant magic circle erupts over the dying family. Intricate magic sigils dance over their bodies as the healing magic takes hold. He watches in awe as their skin tone shifts back to a healthy, natural color. To seal the deal, he blasts them with a massive, high-tier healing spell. The old man's eyes snap open, filled with pure shock and confusion. The young boy is next, slowly blinking his eyes as he returns to the living. Finally, the woman regains consciousness and stares up in total disbelief. The family sits up dazed, while the entire crowd gasps in pure relief. Yuji confirms his theory. It really was carbon monoxide poisoning after all. He realizes that if they don't fix their heating, more people are going to die. The man who begged for help is overwhelmed with gratitude, thanking Yuji for saving their lives. Yuji steps forward to warn the gathering crowd about the hidden danger that caused the collapse. The villagers admit the air is foul, but they'd rather choke than freeze in the bitter cold. Yuji breaks down the science of the invisible poison lurking within the thick smoke. A man speaks up, wondering why people in freezing snowy countries don't face this same threat. Yuji explains how proper chimneys and dry firewood would stop this nightmare in its tracks. An old man hesitates, terrified that letting in fresh air will only invite the freezing cold inside. Yuji understands their fear, because nobody wants to choose between breathing and freezing. He decides the ultimate solution is to forge a magical carbon monoxide detector. He activates magic tool generation, and an intricate glowing circle erupts into existence right before his eyes. A shimmering, magical artifact suddenly manifests, resting right on the cold cobblestones at his feet. Even Yuji is stunned that his high-level creation actually worked on the very first try. He reaches down to snatch up the brand-new tool he just brought into the world. He holds up a sparkling crystal stone that's now pulsing with pure, functional magical energy. He turns to the bewildered crowd and tells them to just hold on for 1 second. He rushes over to a nearby house to put his new invention to the ultimate test against the chimney smoke. Suddenly, the crystal in his palm blazes with light and screams out a piercing warning. It's a total success. This poison detector works perfectly and is incredibly easy to use. But one isn't nearly enough, so he fires off the spell again to start mass-producing them on the spot. He hands out the detectors, explaining that these devices are their only warning to clear out the toxic air. The villagers are absolutely floored that he can craft such intricate magic tools with a flick of his wrist. When they ask for the price, he tells them it's free, leaving them wondering if they're standing before a literal god. One young man is left totally speechless, unable to grasp that these life-saving treasures don't cost a single cent. But a man speaks up, realizing that more ventilation means their firewood supply will vanish even faster. Yuji nods at the harsh reality and asks the one question that matters. Exactly how much wood do they need? An elder drops a bombshell, revealing the town needs a massive 5 tons of wood every single day just to survive. Yuji falls silent, his mind racing as he processes the sheer scale of the resources they're burning through. The town of Ricard is currently paralyzed, caught in the icy death grip of a mysterious, supernatural cold wave. Their ancient heating methods have backfired, leaving the town's firewood supplies completely bone dry. Innocent families are collapsing as lethal gas suffocates them right in their own homes. Yuji knows he can't just patch the wound, he has to rip this crisis out by the roots. Standing over the family he just snatched from death's door, he's relieved to see his magic actually worked. The clerk stares in total awe, thanking him before begging to know what kind of insane magic he just unleashed. With total composure, Yuji simply explains that he used cure poison and high heal. The clerk's jaw hits the floor because she's never even heard of spells that powerful before. Suddenly, Yuji remembers he still has to give his official report on the firewood situation. The two of them trek through the freezing cold toward the snow-buried guild hall. The clerk showers him with gratitude again for bringing in such a massive haul of life-saving fuel. But Yuji drops a bombshell on the stunned clerk. He's got an even bigger mountain of wood ready to deliver. He drops a massive bombshell, revealing that he hasn't even started emptying his slime storage yet. The clerk completely underestimates him, assuming he's just talking about a tiny personal stash. She glances up from her paperwork with a totally blank, clueless expression on her face. Suddenly, she lets out a piercing scream as she realizes he's carrying a 3-day supply for the entire town. Yuji calmly confirms her fears and asks for a massive space to dump the rest of his haul. Yuji waits in total silence inside a giant, hollowed-out hall provided by the guild. The heavy thud of approaching boots signals that the guild officials have finally arrived. A blonde warrior, clad in heavy armor, demands to know if Yuji actually has all that firewood. He admits the scale is beyond his imagination and leads Yuji outside to get a real estimate. He barks an order for Yuji to pile every single log right in the middle of the snowy town square. Yuji turns to his massive slime and tells it, "I'm counting on you, buddy." With a joyful squeal, the slime unhinges its jaw and starts puking out an endless stream of firewood. Giant bundles of logs crash onto the cobblestones, stacking up into massive, mountain-like piles. The armored man watches in pure shock, sweat dripping down his face as the wood towers higher and higher. He gasps, asking if there's even more, while Yuji wonders just how much they have left in the tank. The slime, still firing out logs like a machine gun, chirps that they've only used up half. The man's face twists into a wild, manic grin. He can't believe this insane mountain is only the halfway point. Seeing the man's shock, Yuji just gives him a thumbs up and tells him to keep up the good work. The grind doesn't stop as thick smoke billows from the chimneys into the freezing, snowy night sky. The man gazes up in absolute awe at the firewood towers that now look like literal skyscrapers. The slime gives a cheeky wink as it finishes the job, and Yuji declares the work is done. Later, the man sips his drink in total shock, wondering how a single person could produce a mountain of wood. He shouts in disbelief because the wood is perfectly seasoned and bone dry, which should be impossible. Yuji reveals the secret. His incredible slime was the one who dried every single log. Still baffled, the man drops to his knees to measure the stacks, frantically scribbling numbers on his paper. He leaps up and shouts the final count, a staggering 18,500 kilos, a feat no human should be capable of. He presses a wax-sealed envelope into Yuji's hands, telling him this is the reward he truly deserves. Yuji tears it open to find a voucher for a mind-blowing 555,000 coal. A wave of guilt hits him, realizing he just made a fortune in only a couple of hours. But the man won't hear it, hailing Yuji as the savior of Ricard and thanking him from the bottom of his heart. We cut to a massive, snow-dusted fortress that can only be the Adventurers Guild. The receptionist slides over a massive pile of shimmering gold coins as Yuji's well-earned reward. She's absolutely stunned by his god-tier magic, wondering if he's actually a messenger from the heavens. Yuji shuts that down immediately, reminding himself he's just a former office slave, not some holy hero. With plenty of daylight left, he marches over to the quest board to hunt for his next paycheck. He realizes the wood he just brought in will only keep the town warm for a measly 3 days. Suddenly, he spots a permanent request for dried wood that pays out even more per kilo. He asks to take the job, and the receptionist gives him a bright, enthusiastic yes. A smile tugs at his lips as he realizes just how much everyone in this world looks out for him. As the sun dips below the frozen peaks, Yuji finally wraps up his hard day's work. He stands tall in the heart of this wooden metropolis as the sun begins its final descent. His stomach lets out a roar, and with a confident smirk, he sets off to find the perfect meal. He pulls up to a cozy, snow-dusted tavern known as Torak D. He gazes at the warm, inviting glow from the windows, praying they haven't closed for the night. A friendly old man welcomes him inside, promising a legendary stew brewed with rare Ligia herbs. Intrigued by the old man's mysterious stories, Yuji can't wait to get a taste of that stew. The old man cranks open the massive pot, ladling out a thick, dark broth that smells like heaven. A piping hot bowl of Angus beef and Ligia herbs is slammed down right in front of Yuji. He takes his very first bite, desperate to see if this famous dish lives up to the hype. Boom! His taste buds explode in a total flavor supernova, and his eyes nearly pop out of his head. The meat literally dissolves on his tongue, exploding with a savory richness that's pure perfection. This isn't just food. It's a spiritual experience that tastes like it was cooked by the gods themselves. His mind is blown as visions of angelic slimes dance around this otherworldly flavor. He feels like a literal deity, proclaiming this meal to be a masterpiece of the heavens. Shaking off the trance, he begs for a second helping, and the owner is more than happy to oblige. He grabs the next bowl, completely mesmerized by the intoxicating scent wafting from the broth. Suddenly, his gaze sharpens as he realizes something the owner said doesn't quite add up. He grills the owner, demanding to know why he was told to eat while he still had the chance. The owner drops a bombshell. The legendary Ligia herb is about to vanish from the market. Yuji wonders if the freezing weather is the culprit behind this sudden herb shortage. The shopkeeper reveals the grim truth. Vicious monsters are tearing the herb fields to shreds. Yuji freezes in shock as he realizes these beasts are threatening his absolute favorite meal. His face turns stone cold as he decides right then and there to exterminate every last one of them. The old man identifies the culprit as the greedy boar, a savage, invasive monster. Yuji asks the big question: if he wipes these monsters off the map, will the fields finally be safe? He vows to hunt down every single beast and protect those precious herbs at all costs. The owner shows him a Ligia herb, grateful for the help, but terrified Yuji is being too reckless. Yuji turns to his slime squad and asks how they should deal with these herb-eating pests. Their happy faces vanish instantly, replaced by a look of pure, fiery determination. They chant together in a single voice, swearing to hunt down and annihilate the monster threat. The majestic wolf and his slime squad gear up to storm the frozen streets. The slimes refuse to back down, insisting they're following their wolf senpai straight into the fray. One slime shouts for Yuji to hurry up and activate his stealth skills before they're spotted. Yuji's stunned. His slimes are suddenly fired up and more bloodthirsty than ever. He holds them back, explaining that he needs half the squad to stay behind to fuel his magic. A dapper, mustachioed slime steps up and swears that half the army is staying put. Yuji looks at the tiny group and doubts the math, but the slimes cheer that it's definitely half. It looks more like a quarter to him, but there's no time to argue. This will have to work. Yuji triggers monster camouflage as the slimes scramble onto the wolf's back for the ride. He sends out a mental command: half of you stay and guard. The rest, it's time to hunt. These guard slimes are scouring the frozen wasteland, desperate for a monster to cross their path. The hunting party tears through the thick forest, absolutely obsessed with finding their prey. Yuji channels his mana, calculating exactly which spell will shred through a greedy boar's hide. The slimes scatter deep into the woods, shouting coordinates as they close the net. One slime locks onto a target, but it's just a chubby cat. Definitely not the beast they're after. They blow right past a family of tapir-like creatures, refusing to stop until they find the real prize. A slime peers over a jagged rock and spots a massive shadow looming in the distance. Target acquired. Colossal armored greedy boar is absolutely obliterating everything in its path. The slime beams a message straight to Yuji's brain. They've found a massive, delicious monster ripe for the taking. The slime army screams forward, their faces twisted with pure fury as they prepare to strike. That gluttonous boar unhinges its jaw and rips a devastating bolt of lightning right at them. The slimes get slammed by the shock, their little bodies twitching uncontrollably from the surge. Safe in his room, Yuji doesn't even blink as he triggers his magic transfer skill. A giant magic circle burns into the sky, dropping a catastrophic fireball of pure destruction. The boar is swallowed whole by the inferno, its body getting absolutely shredded by the impact. The slimes stare in awe at the smoking crater where the monster used to be. The slimes celebrate their win, shouting that anyone who touches their precious grass is gonna pay. But the party stops instantly when another hungry boar charges out from the shadows. Before it can even move, a second blast from the heavens strikes it down in an instant. The entire forest erupts in flames as Yuji snipes every single boar from a distance. Plumes of thick smoke billow from the frozen woods, clearly visible from the town's edge. Yuji casually sips his drink, figuring that wiping out 50 boars should be more than enough. A mustachioed slime calls out from the forest, its voice trembling with pure excitement. It alerts Yuji to a bizarre, floating orb hovering deep within the thicket. Peering through the slime's eyes, UG spots a dark, pulsing sphere glowing in a snowy clearing. As the slime draws near, the object flares to life, revealing ancient runes swirling inside. UG narrows his eyes and instantly identifies the artifact as a glowing blue magic stone. He flashes back to those cursed stones that rotted the trees and withered the entire forest. He remembers that fanatic from the blue moon of salvation and his twisted, artificial monolith. Right there in the snow sits a smooth white sphere that surprisingly isn't harming the trees at all. A chilling gut feeling warns him that this mysterious object is pure poison, something his slimes shouldn't touch. Backed by his insane power, Yuji heads out alone to hunt down the source of this bizarre phenomenon. He treks deep into a massive, frozen forest, locked away by towering mountain peaks. He stumbles upon a clearing packed with those white spheres, with his curious slimes already swarming them. Yuji drops low, narrowing his eyes to get a better look at one of these eerie orbs. There's no way these things are natural. They look completely alien in the middle of a normal forest. He decides to take the risk and reaches out, since that overwhelming sense of dread has finally faded. His fingertip brushes against the orb's ice-cold, glass-like surface. He jerks his hand back instantly, caught off guard by a sudden terrifying reaction. A pitch-black, inky stain begins to bleed across the sphere right where he touched it. It hits him. This dark rot makes the orb look exactly like those terrifying cursed stones. Yuji collapses next to the tainted sphere, his mind racing to solve this deadly puzzle. To test its power, he drops a handful of fresh grass onto the mysterious object. The moment the blades touch the black stain, they sizzle and wither away instantly. He picks up a dead leaf and notices a chilling blue tint where the corruption burned it. He needs answers fast, and he knows the Dryad is the only one who can help. Deep in the woods, the slimes warn the Dryad that Yuji is desperately reaching out. We cut back to the silent, frozen peaks of the mountain range. The Dryad manifests in the clearing, sensing Yuji's distress and demanding to know what's happened. Yuji wastes no time, revealing that he's stumbled upon a bizarre and unsettling magic stone. He points toward the rotting sphere, demanding to know if she recognizes this monstrosity. The Dryad stares intensely at the orb, her face twisting with deep concern and dread. She reveals the terrifying truth. This sphere is hungrily devouring every drop of magic in the area. It all clicks for Yuji. That's exactly why the mana in the atmosphere felt so unnaturally thin. She confirms the black stain is a curse, but she's baffled why only a small part is infected. Yuji raises his hand and admits the truth. The corruption only appeared because he touched it. The Dryad is absolutely horrified, realizing the sphere turned black just by feeding on his insane power. Yuji theorizes that when these spheres gorge on too much magic, they transform into deadly cursed stones. He finally connects the dots. These glowing blue-white orbs are the raw materials for the monoliths. With a look of pure anxiety, the Dryad agrees that his theory is likely the terrifying reality. She realizes these spheres are totally man-made, and Yuji knows this has the cult's fingerprints all over it. Yuji asks if the lack of magic is causing this freezing air, and the spirit confirms his suspicion. It all makes sense now. These cursed stones are the source of this unnatural, bone-chilling cold. He decides to cleanse the area first, before hunting down the mastermind behind this mess. Realizing the sample is far too dangerous to keep, he prepares to obliterate the stones for good. He snaps an anti-magic barrier into place to contain the massive surge of energy. He focuses his intent as a glowing, intricate magic circle begins to spin around his finger. He unleashes a devastating spell as a massive celestial diagram erupts over the sphere. A holy, purifying light slams into the orb, causing it to shatter and dissolve instantly. The curse is finally broken, leaving nothing behind but a harmless, ordinary rock. Now that the plan is a success, Yuji orders his slime army to hunt down every last target. Instantly, a slime calls out from the base of a massive tree, it's found another stone. A snail-shaped slime points its eye stalk toward the brush, signaling another discovery nearby. Slimes emerge from every corner of the woods, reporting that the entire forest is crawling with them. Realizing he's standing in a literal minefield, Yuji begins a total, systematic purge. He fires off wave after wave of his devastating purification magic. A stray, greedy boar wanders right into the path of one of those lethal cleansing blasts. The massive beast is instantly vaporized by the sheer weight of the holy energy. Orbs of blinding, pure light streak across the vast, frozen landscape. Magical explosions rip through the forest, shattering every hidden stone to dust. A relentless storm of cleansing magic rains down, completely blanketing the entire region. As the final blast echoes, steam drifts from the trees, signaling that the forest is finally safe. Yuji reaches out his hand, feeling the icy chill vanish as a wave of warmth fills the air. He visualizes the map, realizing the 108 stones form a massive circle with the target dead in the center. He rallies his entire army, commanding his loyal wolf to help transport the slimes to the front. A snail slime lets out a cheerful squeal, signaling it understands the mission perfectly. The proud wolf flashes a grin and lets out a thunderous bark of approval. His slimes report that a horde of wild slimes wants to join the fight, and he welcomes them to the team. His forces explode to over 1,000 strong as he tames every single new recruit. Yuji reveals he's pinpointed the enemy's hideout and warns the Dryad to retreat to safety immediately. This massive, fresh army of slimes bounces toward the target with pure excitement. Yuji and the Dryad stand at the edge of the woods, keeping a sharp eye on their surroundings. A heavy sense of dread sinks in, as if the very world around him is fractured. He realizes snow on leafy trees is impossible. Something here is fundamentally broken. He questions if this is a high-level illusion or if his mind is playing tricks on him. Noticing his grim silence, the slimes pipe up to ask what's wrong. Yuji lets out a smirk, deciding it's time to play his trump card against the blue moon of salvation. The Dryad looks up, completely baffled, asking what he means by a trump card. He reveals the entire forest is a massive trap and commands everyone to get the hell out of there. Trembling with fear, the Dryad watches him and asks what he's planning to do next. He drops a total bombshell, declaring his plan to wipe this entire forest off the map and asking if she dares to object. The Dryad is frozen in pure shock, a single bead of sweat trickling down her face as the gravity of his words sinks in. She confesses that as a spirit of nature, the thought of such total devastation goes against her very soul. A tiny chibi version of her appears, hilariously wrestling with the impossible choice in her head. Finally, she gives him the green light, reasoning that this soulless woods can always grow back from the ashes. "All right, let's do this," Yuji shouts, thrusting his hand forward as a massive magic circle erupts into existence. With ice-cold eyes and a heart of steel, he barks out a single, terrifying command. Burn! A violent cyclone of pitch-black, chaotic energy begins to spiral wildly from his outstretched palm. He unleashes a colossal pillar of absolute destruction, invoking his ultimate spell, Hellfire of Demise. This beam of pure annihilation rips across the landscape, vaporizing everything in its path. That overwhelming magical pressure vaporizes those fake trees in a heartbeat. The Dryad shields her eyes as a blinding apocalyptic flash tears through the air. This raw, untamed explosion swallows the entire forest whole. A colossal mushroom cloud towers over the horizon, claiming the entire sky. The sky literally shatters like glass as the massive illusion finally breaks. Once the smoke clears, nothing is left but a massive, smoldering crater. Right at the very center of the blast zone sits a single, scorched metal hatch. The slimes rush over, shouting that they've found something incredibly weird. Yuji realizes it's a heavy metal door, still glowing hot from the blast. He quickly casts a water spell to cool down the superheated metal. He yanks open the massive hatch, staring down a ladder that vanishes into a bottomless void. Yuji glares into the abyss, his eyes sharp and locked onto the unknown. Beneath him lies a sprawling labyrinth of rusted pipes and endless metal walkways. The shadows peel back to unveil a titan-sized machine that defies all logic. Yuji stands frozen, his mind reeling at the sight of high-tech machinery in a world like this. He warns the Dryad that it's suicide to stay, demanding she flee back to the safety of her forest. Now completely alone, Yuji prepares to dive straight into the heart of the enemy's secret base. Surrounded by cold steel, Yuji questions what kind of twisted factory he's just discovered. He cranks a massive wall lever, his heart racing as a sharp click echoes through the room. The door slides open to reveal a chamber pulsing with familiar, glowing energy stones. Pure horror washes over him as he realizes this place is actually a factory for mass-producing cursed magic stones. His slimes bounce over with pure joy, chirping that they've discovered a brand new passage. Yuji and his crew stand frozen before a massive arched tunnel that plunges straight into total darkness. With the blue moon of salvation looming over him, he knows he has to move with absolute caution. But his slimes are bursting with curiosity and charge headfirst into the tunnel to investigate. "Hold on a second, guys," Yuji shouts, desperately trying to rein in their wild excitement. They keep bouncing forward anyway, asking what the big deal is as the path stretches into infinity. Yuji decides to let them take point, prepping a powerful skill to back them up from the shadows. He activates monster camouflage, his hand erupting in light as a massive magic circle forms. Now completely invisible, the slimes happily bounce their way deeper into the stone corridor. Yuji makes his move, deciding to track them from the surface while they're stuck underground. He grabs a cold metal ladder and scrambles up toward a hatch in the ceiling. Perched on a wooded hill, he keeps a sharp eye on the path through his telepathic link with the slimes. The slimes cautiously peer around the corner, their senses tingling for any sign of a threat. Out of nowhere, two figures bolt down the hallway, and the slimes instantly blast a warning to Yuji. It's definitely humans. Their shadows stretch across the floor as they race through the light. Yuji watches through the slime's eyes, certain these guys belong to that twisted cult. Two men in robes tear past the slimes, having no clue they're being hunted from the shadows. Their faces come into focus, twisted in pure terror as they run for their lives. The slimes huddle up, ready to pounce or trap their targets at a moment's notice. Yuji sends a telepathic order to his slimes, telling them to hold their positions and let the targets walk right past. "Understood," they chirp, pressing themselves flat against the stone walls to stay completely hidden. The slimes form a weird little stack, watching with wide eyes as the cultists scramble by in a hurry. These guys are losing their minds, screaming that their entire plan is trashed because the curse's source has vanished. It all clicks for Yuji. That massive machine he discovered must have been the heart of the curse. The two men suddenly pull a U-turn and sprint back into the darkness, diving deeper into the complex. For a heartbeat, the long, torch-lit hallway falls into a haunting, dead silence. Then, the men burst back into sight, still sprinting like absolute madmen through the underground tunnels. "They're heading back," the slimes report, totally stunned by the humans' chaotic behavior. The slimes start to wonder, should they just pounce and snatch up these fleeing cultists this time? "Ignore them," Yuji commands, knowing that staying hidden is their only shot at survival. As the thugs bolt, the rookie decides to report to his boss, handing Yuji the perfect trail to their secret base. "Tail them," Yuji barks, and his loyal slimes lunge forward in a high-speed chase. He realizes this endless tunnel is the secret artery connecting the factory to the cult's main headquarters. The slimes hit a dead end where a lone ladder stretches up toward the surface world. They wonder if they can scale it, but one slime confidently chirps that it's a piece of cake. With explosive bounces, the slimes rocket up the ladder rungs through the pitch-black shaft. They shove the trapdoor open, cautiously peeking out from their dark underground tunnel. They burst into a frozen clearing and are absolutely stunned to find an entire village hidden in the snow. They lock eyes on their targets, who are already deep in conversation with another mysterious cultist. The scouts confirm it. This hidden settlement is crawling with life. A weathered wooden sign marks their destination. The cult's dark stronghold, Mashia's village. The name clicks for UG. This is the exact same place that was suspiciously stockpiling massive amounts of firewood. It all makes sense now. They weren't preparing for the blizzard. They were the ones summoning it. Can you slip inside undetected, he asks, and they confidently vow to get the job done. The slimes launch themselves across the frozen tundra, racing toward the village's perimeter. Their squishy, flexible bodies make it a breeze to squeeze right through the tiny cracks in the wooden fence. Once inside, they spot a massive magical barrier, but the main gate looks like a total blind spot. Yuji stares at the shimmering field, realizing he's never faced a spell quite like this before. He takes the gamble, commanding the slimes to stay hidden and charge straight through the front entrance. The invisible slimes hop right past a hooded guard, completely ghosting his senses. "We're in and totally undetected," they report, racing straight for the heart of the village. They screech to a halt as a horrified scream echoes. The source of the curse has been wiped off the map. Two messengers deliver the devastating news to a pack of shell-shocked cultists. Their blonde leader flies into a blind rage, barking orders to scavenge the cursed gemstones from the ruins. Yuji eavesdrops on the chaos, now certain that this man is the true mastermind behind the cult. The leader demands an immediate search party to hunt down every last one of those gemstones. A nervous subordinate pipes up, asking exactly how they should split into teams for the mission. The leader scoffs at the need for guards, convinced that a mere natural disaster caused all this destruction. Yuji can't help but smirk. These idiots actually mistook his hellfire of demise for a random meteor strike. Another cultist pipes up, asking what they should do with the villagers who saw everything. The leader's face twists into a mask of pure hatred as he barks out a chilling command: "Slaughter them all!" His followers let out a bloodthirsty roar and charge out to begin their gruesome massacre. "How barbaric," Yuji mutters to himself, ordering his slimes to completely surround the village. With grim determination, he drops the hammer. Capture every single one of them. From their hiding spots deep in the trees, the slimes signal that they're locked and loaded. High up in the canopy, even more slimes confirm they've taken their positions. The first pair of cultists marches into the woods, walking straight into a deadly trap. Another duo is spotted creeping into the forest from a completely different direction. "Let's do this," Yuji says, gathering his mana to unleash a massive magic net. A simple slime becomes a vessel for his raw power, igniting a massive magic circle. The occultists freeze in terror as a colossal web of pure energy explodes from the ground. Two fanatics are slammed to the dirt, completely trapped by the glowing magical net. They thrash and scream in desperation, but these magical bonds refuse to break. One cultist bites a hidden capsule, shrieking that this filthy world needs salvation. With one last insane cry, his entire body melts into a disgusting puddle of black sludge. Yuji realizes with a jolt that these fanatics are literally programmed to self-destruct. A slime sitting on the empty robe looks up at Yuji and asks for their next move. Yuji shuts his eyes, processing the sheer horror of his enemy's new suicide tactics. "We keep moving," he declares, knowing he can't let these monsters reach the innocent. The fanatic's final bone-chilling words ring out through the frozen, pitch-black woods. Yuji locks his eyes on the village below, knowing exactly what he has to do next. He refuses to go all out until he's absolutely certain no innocent souls are caught in the crossfire. He commands his slime army to scour every inch of the village for any sign of life. A mustache-wearing slime sneaks a peek into a completely abandoned kitchen. Another slime, rocking a cool eye patch, investigates a lonely, empty barn. A third slime peers deep into the dark, silent well at the heart of the town. The slimes report back. The only ones left Other cultists hold up in the main building. The only other hostiles are stationed right at the main gate's guard post. Now that he knows this place is a total enemy stronghold, Yuji prepares to extract some serious intel. His slime army storms the office, devouring every single document and letter in sight. They swarm around a massive, ancient tome, ready to claim it for their growing horde. One giant slime swallows a whole bookshelf in a single gulp, signaling that the mission is a total success. It stares triumphantly at the bare wall where the massive shelf used to be. While poking around the empty space, a slime spots a mysterious switch hidden on the wall. With a surge of effort, the slime slams the switch down, thinking this job is a total breeze. A hidden door groans open, exposing a secret chamber that leaves the slimes completely stunned. Part of the wall clicks and slides away, revealing a pitch-black tunnel leading into the unknown. One slime jumps back in a blind rage as a sudden burst of light hits its eyes. The slime peers into the darkness and finds a room overflowing with gold and rotting skeletons. The slimes go wild as they report back to UG. They've discovered a hidden chamber. It's a gruesome vault where rotting skeletons sit perched on massive mountains of gold. The camera pans out, revealing the chilling aftermath of pure greed and sudden death. UG witnesses every detail from a distance, seeing through the eyes of his loyal slimes. The slimes dive headfirst into the loot, cheering as they splash through piles of jewels and coins. Suddenly, one slime freezes in terror as it spots the bony remains hidden within the treasure. UG wonders if this is the cult's secret stash, but he can't figure out why those bodies are there. He spots brutal wounds on the bones, realizing these people met a violent, bloody end. Yuji decides to strip the room of every last coin before they make their grand escape. A slime screams out for Yuji, and he immediately demands to know what's happening. The slime sounds the alarm. Someone's coming, and they're about to find this room totally picked clean. A mysterious hooded figure slowly creaks open the heavy doors to the strategy room. Her jaw drops in pure shock as she stares into the hollowed-out barren chamber. She sprints back to her leader, screaming that every single thing in the strategy room has vanished. Total chaos erupts as another cultist shrieks that the second warehouse was also wiped out. The leader explodes in a blind rage, demanding to know who dared to steal their entire inventory. He snaps, barking out orders to bring the search party back to base this instant. The surviving cultists huddle around a mystical glowing orb, desperate to track their missing allies. But there's nothing. Not a single magical trace remains, leaving the leader absolutely stunned. Yuji breathes a sigh of relief, thankful their pathetic tracking device couldn't even sense his presence. The missing cultists are found dangling from the trees, bound tight and utterly defeated. Yuji realizes these fanatics didn't just lose, they took their own lives the second they were caught. Now, it's time to deliver the killing blow and wipe the rest of these cultists off the map. The leader panics, screaming to know where the attack came from, since not a single sound was heard. Pure horror sinks in as he realizes they're being picked off from a massive distance. Shaking with fear, the hooded woman desperately asks about the secret trap he promised. With a deathly serious look, the leader prepares to unleash his terrifying final trump card. He gestures toward a sinister device, the purifying flame. Their absolute last resort. He reveals the nightmare. This thing will incinerate everything within a 300-meter radius. Yuji's heart stops as he realizes his own strike would have triggered the explosion. He pulls back the bulk of his slime army, leaving only a few scouts behind to spy on the chaos. The cultists are losing it, terrified that they're fighting a ghost with zero clues about who's attacking them. One desperate man turns to his leader, begging to know what their next move is. A twisted manic grin slowly creeps across the leader's face as he stands in the shadows. Yuji watches from the sidelines, waiting for the cult to make their final, desperate move. The leader unsheathes his dagger, swearing that their enemies will pay for this in blood. Every single follower whips out their blade, their eyes burning with a terrifying resolve. Yuji freezes in shock as the cult's gruesome plan finally comes to light. In perfect unison, the cultists let their daggers clatter to the cold floor. Suddenly, they snatch the blades back up and turn their weapons on their own comrades. They roared their twisted creed, convinced that total annihilation was the only path to salvation. A blood-curdling shriek echoes as a man is ruthlessly butchered by his own brother in arms. Cultists drop like flies, blood painting the ground as they seal their horrific death pact. The magical artifact hits its limit, exploding into a terrifying whirlwind of pure darkness. The earth shatters and quakes as the entire village is ripped to shreds. Yuji barks out a desperate evacuation order, commanding his slimes to huddle up immediately. They fuse into a massive, shimmering orb, creating an impenetrable shield around themselves. Yuji slams down another spell, supercharging the barrier's defenses to the absolute max. The slimes are catapulted into the stratosphere, barely outrunning the cataclysmic explosion below. They glide through the clouds, cheering with pure joy as they realize they're actually flying. Yuji stands perfectly still, welcoming his loyal slimes as they drift back down to his side. His face turns to stone as he declares, it's finally time to unleash his ultimate defense. He slams down a massive, multi-layered barrier that locks the entire area inside a shimmering dome. To leave nothing to chance, he stacks layer after layer of protection until the defense is impenetrable. Below them, the entire village begins to tremble as a terrifying omen of the coming carnage. The earth shatters as the purifying flame erupts with a roar of absolute power. A blinding flash of pure white energy swallows the village whole in the blink of an eye. An apocalyptic shockwave tears through the land, screaming toward Yuji like a freight train of death. The slimes watch in pure terror as the wall of destruction slams right into their barrier. Massive boulders and jagged earth are launched into the sky by the sheer violence of the explosion. The shockwave hammers into Yuji's shield, blowing it to smithereens instantly. Yuji realizes with a chill that even 100 layers wouldn't have stood a chance. He frantically scrolls through his spells, desperate for a defense that can actually hold. He finds his answer and unleashes the absolute separation sealing formation. A colossal glowing cube manifests, locking the entire explosion inside its walls. That world-ending blast roars in total silence, trapped within its new magical cage. Even Yuji is stunned by the insane power of the spell he just picked. He watches as the barrier turns pitch black, looking like a massive, monolithic box. The trapped energy thrashes against the cube's walls with enough force to level a city. A massive aftershock ripples out, obliterating every single one of his outer defenses. That raw, overwhelming force completely shatters the magic transfer barriers. His stats are tanking, with his mana totally drained and his health at a critical low. He stumbles from the sheer exhaustion, while the slimes shriek a desperate warning. Inside that cube, the purifying flames are still roaring with absolute fury. A massive pillar of fire explodes straight out of the top of the cube. This column vents the explosion's deadly energy safely into the upper atmosphere. This stunning tower of flame pierces the clouds like a controlled, beautiful disaster. The slimes watch in awe as the blinding pillar of light finally begins to vanish. Yuji stares ahead with a hardened gaze, waiting to see what's left in the wake of the blast. The magical cube is now completely buried under a thick, heavy cloud of steam. A violent crack echoes across the field as the magical prison starts to crumble. The massive cube shatters into a million pieces, completely wiping out the threat. All that remains is a desolate wasteland beneath a suffocating gray sky. Yuji wipes the sweat from his face, exhaling in pure relief that his magic actually held. Where a village once thrived, there's now nothing but a terrifying, bottomless square abyss. It hits him. The cult's dark power was even more overwhelming than his own ultimate spell. His arrogant wolf pops back into existence, dramatically howling about how close they came to death. Without a shred of shame, the wolf brags about hiding while the chaos unfolded. Yuji races back to town, thanking his lucky stars His HP and MP didn't hit zero. Once he hits Fasten, his stomach lets out a roar, and he heads straight for the nearest restaurant. He strides through the familiar cobblestone streets of the very town he once saved from destruction. Gale catches sight of him and screams to the heavens that Yuji has finally returned. Yuji looks up, completely blindsided by this explosive and overwhelming welcome. Gale and a crowd of adventurers swarm him, their faces beaming with pure, unadulterated relief. Playing it cool, Yuji acts totally clueless and asks if he missed anything big while he was gone. Gale's expression turns dead serious as he reveals that two earth-shattering explosions just rocked the forest. It hits Yuji instantly. They're talking about his own devastating spell and the cult's desperate final trap. All over the streets of Ricardo, the only thing anyone can talk about are the rumors of a forest reduced to ash. Gale lets Yuji know that the bizarre, bone-chilling cold snap has finally vanished. Claiming he's absolutely starving, Gale heads off to hunt down a massive feast. Morning breaks as the twin suns blaze over the horizon, bathing the town in light. Yuji flings his window open, ready to head to the guild and hunt down a fresh quest. But he freezes mid-motion as a realization hits him like a lightning bolt. He spins around and orders his slime to cough up all those mysterious documents they found. In a flash of magic, a mountain of books and scrolls comes crashing onto the floor. Yuji snatches up a scroll and slowly unfurls the ancient brittle parchment. His jaw drops as he tries to make sense of the bizarre, alien symbols etched on the page. Suddenly, the slime sitting on the scroll screams that the words are vanishing right before their eyes. Yuji stares in shock at the empty paper, his mind racing to figure out what's going on. He lunges for the rest of the pile, desperate to see if the other secrets have been wiped clean. He collapsed onto his bed, surrounded by a mountain of useless blank parchment. To his shock, he realized that only two of these documents still held any secrets. The first scroll carried a chilling command: destroy this immediately after reading. He figured out the enchanted ink vanishes the moment it leaves the cult's twisted sanctuary. The only other surviving paper turned out to be a detailed map of Recruito. He reached for the final ominous black scroll and slowly began to unfurl it. Pure horror struck him as he realized it was a hit list of high-priority targets. His face went pale as he saw the names belonged to the innocent people of the town. Suddenly, a booming shout from the street below shattered his grim focus. He peered out the window to see Gale and Zeiss waving up at him from the sidewalk. Gale beams with excitement, inviting him to a massive bash to celebrate the end of the freezing cold. Yuji hesitates, wondering if an outsider like him is even allowed to crash the party. Gale won't take no for an answer, hailing Yuji as their savior and vowing to have his back. Zeiss jumps in, thanking Yuji once more for snatching him from the jaws of death after that poisoning. A rare smile creeps onto Yuji's face as he finally gives in to their heartfelt invitation. He agrees to join them, and Gale shouts that the whole town is dying to meet him. The local tavern is already roaring with the sounds of a wild celebration. The trio swings the doors wide and steps right into the heart of the rowdy pub. The barkeep bellows a massive welcome, announcing Yuji as the guest of honor. Yuji is stunned, still processing why they went through all this trouble just for him. Gale shouts to the rafters that Yuji is the absolute star of the night. He bellows to the rowdy crowd that Yuji is the hero they've all been waiting for. He shoves a brimming mug into Yuji's hands, demanding he lead the victory toast. Yuji's face turns bright red, thinking he was just doing his duty as an adventurer. He grips the heavy mug tight, bracing himself to face the sea of eager faces. He thrusts his drink toward the ceiling, toasting the long-awaited snowmelt of Her Crudo. The entire tavern explodes in a deafening roar as mugs smash together in pure joy. As the night settles, a silver crescent moon watches over the silent, sleeping town. The wild celebration finally ends, leaving exhausted adventurers scattered across the floor. Yuji gazes at the peaceful crowd, realizing he's surrounded by truly incredible people. He snaps open the assassination list, desperately scanning the names for any sign of his allies. If they're marked for death, he'll have his slimes standing guard as an unbreakable shield. Suddenly, his heart stops as the ink on the scroll begins to shift right before his eyes. A fresh name burns onto the paper. The newest target is none other than the adventurer Yuji. He stares in pure horror, praying to the gods that this is just some massive coincidence. At daybreak, he mounts his wolf and bolts out of Rekuruto, disappearing into the untamed wilderness. He storms into the local adventurers' guild, his mind racing as he plots his next move. He marches up to the front desk and demands a recommendation for a brand new city to hide in. The receptionist looks up, her jaw dropping in total shock at his sudden request. She asks if he's really abandoning the city, but he just gives a cold, vague answer. He has to get out now. That hit list weighed heavy on his mind, and he knew he had to vanish to keep the town out of the crosshairs. Her heart sank at the news, but she promised him he'd always have a home to return to. Since he was a Tamer, she scoured the map to find the ultimate destination for his journey. He confirmed his role, prompting her to ask if he used gear forged from the remains of monsters. She pointed him toward Begunia, a legendary city famous for its top-tier, monster-based armor. Yuji hesitated, thinking his slimes were already tough enough with their natural defenses. But the receptionist insisted that this specialized armor provided much more than just protection. She explained that it could even boost a beast's raw strength to legendary levels. Yuji realized this gear could be the massive power-up his monsters desperately needed. He thanked her for the golden tip and prepared to head exactly where she pointed. Astride his massive wolf, he realized the trek ahead would take a grueling half-day. He pushed through the jagged mountain peaks as the twin suns scorched the earth above. His majestic wolf tore through the thick forest at a breakneck pace. Suddenly, the slime perched on his shoulder, yanked his coat, and cried out his name. It panicked, screaming that something was hunting them from the shadows. Yuji couldn't believe a tiny slime actually had sharper eyes than he did. To see for himself, he instantly triggered his sense-sharing skill. His mind fused with the slime, and his entire world suddenly transformed. Using the slime's vision, two blurry shapes in the distance snapped into perfect focus. There they were, two riders on horseback, gaining on them with terrifying speed. Their pursuers are a rough-looking tattooed man and a cold, stern-faced elf. They look like ordinary adventurers, but the slime warns him these guys are out for blood. He decides to test his theory, ordering his majestic wolf to kill the speed. The wolf's massive paws go from a sprint to a casual trot along the forest trail. Right on cue, the riders behind them pull their reins to match his exact pace. Now that he's certain they're being hunted, Yuji commands his wolf to floor it. With a sharp bark of agreement, the proud wolf explodes forward with insane speed. The two riders don't hesitate for a second, kicking their horses into a frantic gallop. Yuji is totally convinced now, blown away by the slime's god-tier observation skills. He starts racking his brain, wondering who these dangerous hunters are and what they're really after. He orders his slimes to fracture into 100 tiny scouts to sweep the area. The slimes stretch and snap apart, multiplying into a massive, squishy army. He sets the ultimate trap, pretending to be exhausted just to bait his enemies in. His loyal wolf flashes a wicked, toothy grin, knowing exactly what his master is up to. Yuji unleashes his gelatinous legion, sending them swarming deep into the dark forest. The slimes trigger their camouflage, vanishing into thin air as they glide through the brush. Yuji and his wolf come to a dead stop, certain their hunters will take the bait and freeze. Suddenly, a hidden slime reports back. It's found the riders lurking in the shadows. Yuji praises the slime and commands it to keep its eyes glued to the target. From high above, you can see the two groups are closing in, with only 2 kilometers left between them. These assassins immediately sensed it. Their target was on a completely different level than any ordinary adventurer. He stopped moving, the man reported, turning to his partner for the signal to strike. The elf woman held him back, insisting they watch his every move just a little longer. The man cupped his hand over his tattooed eye, activating a powerful long-range scouting skill. An intricate magic circle ignited inside his pupil, granting him godlike vision across the distance. He spotted Yuji resting without a care in the world and smirked, thinking this kill would be a total cakewalk. Yuji instantly realized his stalkers had eagle-eyed vision and were radiating pure, cold-blooded killing intent. The two-tone man explains their twisted code. They always measure a target's threat level before dealing the final blow. The elf warns him to stay sharp, since the guild is already sniffing around those mysterious adventurer deaths. He just grins back, boasting that they are the legendary and feared Blue Moon of Salvation. Yuji's blood runs cold as he realizes his own name is etched right onto the cult's hit list. The elf barks an order for him to stop the killing, leaving him absolutely fuming with rage. She delivers a chilling ultimatum: disobey her direct orders, and he's a dead man. He demands a cleaner, more subtle way to take out their target without raising any red flags. She reveals the new method is a terrifying, experimental weapon designed for total mass slaughter. Yuji suddenly realizes this nightmare is spiraling way further out of control than he ever feared. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he finally caves and agrees to stick to the current mission. He snaps that they're moving on the second their candidate stops making moves. Yuji vows to play it cool and act normal just to get his name scrubbed off that death list. Yuji rallies his wolf and slimes, barking out that they're moving out in exactly 30 minutes. The proud wolf breaks into a cold sweat, but he nods, knowing he has to follow orders. The slimes chirp with excitement as they prepare to head back home. Half an hour later, Yuji packs his slime squad onto the proud wolf's back. They race toward a remote town hidden deep within a massive mountain valley. They finally reach a stunning city carved directly into the canyon's jagged cliffs. A massive gate looms ahead, with a sign welcoming them to the town of Virginia. Yuji steps into the crowded streets, feeling the electric energy of the bustling crowd. He steals a quick glance back, confirming those deadly assassins are still right on his tail. Yuji stays on high alert, never letting his guard down for even a second. This place is legendary, world-renowned for its incredible monster armor shops. He grills a shopkeeper about armor, only to find out most of it is made for horses. To dig up some intel, he bribes the vendor with 2 sizzling skewers. Yuji presses the vendor for a lead on the city's top-tier monster armor shop. Yuji makes it clear he needs elite protection for his slime and the proud wolf. The vendor points him toward Geigel's shop, but warns that the prices are absolutely insane. He warns that even the most basic item there will cost him a staggering 300,000 coal. Stunned by Yuji's total lack of fear, the vendor offers to personally lead him there. As they march through town, Yuji stays sharp, knowing his stalkers are still hot on his trail. The assassins wonder if Yuji has any idea just how legendary Geigel's shop really is. The elf brings up the massive price tag and her partner is absolutely floored by the cost. The elf's heart sinks, terrified that their massive fortune has turned them into a walking target. Hidden in the shadows, the assassins track Yuji's every step as he nears the legendary shop. Yuji grabs a piece of armor, deciding right then and there to play the part of a penniless traveler. He locks eyes with the price tag and his genius plan finally springs into motion. He puts on a show of pure horror, acting like the cost is absolutely insane. His stalkers watch in silence as he stumbles back, putting on a masterclass in theatrical shock. He lets the armor slam to the ground and drops to his knees in a fit of fake despair. The elf looks on, totally convinced by his over-the-top reaction to the sky-high prices. She's certain now her partner was completely clueless about how expensive this place really is. Yuji scrambles back up, still acting like he's been hit by a bolt of lightning from the sheer cost. He hangs his head and trudges away, acting like he can't afford a single thing. She scoffs, thinking this pathetic loser isn't even worth the effort of a hit. Yuji makes his exit, confident that his little performance fooled them completely. A sharp spark in his eyes proves it. He's got them right where he wants them. With the killers still on his tail, he prepares one last trick to seal the deal. He storms into the guild and hunts through the chaotic quest board for the perfect bait. He snatches a specific flyer right off the wall with total precision. He slams the request down at the counter and officially signs up for the mission. The shadows close in as the assassins confirm they're still locked onto Yuji and his beasts. He marches straight out of the city gates, flashing that quest form for everyone to see. The elf realizes she can't make out the writing, but she knows following him is the only way to get answers. Eugene can't help but smirk at how absolutely pathetic their stalking skills really are. He holds the quest form perfectly still, practically begging them to take a closer look. It's a simple E-rank hunt for rush bulls, a total rookie mission that anyone could handle. He checks in with his slimes for the target's location, and they immediately point the way. He purposely marches off in the wrong direction, playing the part of a clueless amateur. He's putting on this act to keep his god-tier scouting abilities a total secret from prying eyes. They push deeper and deeper into the heart of the suffocating, overgrown forest. After taking the scenic route, he finally tracks down the massive herd of rush bulls. A massive, hulking rush bull looms right in front of him, and he knows he's found his mark. He looks his wolf in the eye and drops a bombshell. They're going into this battle without using a single offensive spell. His loyal monsters are absolutely floored by such a bizarre and dangerous restriction. He puts his wolf on the spot, questioning him about how a tamer is actually supposed to fight. The wolf realizes the truth. Being a tamer means the monsters have to do all the heavy lifting. Yuji puts all his chips on the table and trusts the wolf, leaving the poor beast howling in pure shock. The wolf trembles with anxiety, breaking into a cold sweat as he stares down those massive bulls. The slimes start cheering him on, shouting that he's way more powerful than those enemies. Even though the wolf is drowning in doubt, the slimes refuse to stop their high-energy cheering. Drowning in all that praise, the wolf feels the crushing weight of expectation on his shoulders. The wolf lets out a thunderous roar, finally fired up to tear these small fry enemies to shreds. He lunges forward with razor-sharp claws, ready to tear into the rush bull herd. Yuji is hit with the sudden realization of just how insanely helpful his slimes can actually be. Yuji cuts a side-eye toward the assassins, wondering if their eyes are still locked onto his every move. The assassins spot the chaos, but instantly dismiss the rush bulls as nothing more than pathetic weaklings. The elf speaks up cautiously, suggesting they creep closer to get a front-row seat to the carnage. The proud wolf strikes with lethal ferocity, sinking its fangs deep into the massive bull. Standing tall over its first kill, the wolf lets out a thunderous howl of pure triumph. The remaining two bulls let out a bone-chilling roar, fueled by absolute rage for their fallen comrade. Yuji screams a desperate warning to his wolf as the bulls begin their deadly charge. The wolf growls back with grim resolve, already fully aware of the danger closing in. A blinding arc of energy tears through the sky, surging right toward them. The wolf becomes a total blur, effortlessly dancing around the charging monsters. The bulls skid to a halt, completely dazed as they lose sight of their lightning-fast target. Suddenly, the second bull is sliced clean in half by a strike no one even saw coming. Yuji and his slimes are left speechless, watching the wolf's absolute masterclass in combat. Standing tall over its fallen prey, the proud wolf lets out a triumphant, bone-chilling howl. The assassins are floored, convinced this beast's insane power must come from its tamer. Panic strikes Yuji as he realizes the wolf just put on way too much of a show. He desperately tries to play it cool, stepping in to cast a basic healing spell. Even without a single scratch, the wolf roars with pride, ready to take on the entire world. A surge of healing energy washes over the wolf, and incredibly, even the fallen bulls are brought back to life. The wolf stares back in total shock, completely baffled by what's happening. Desperate, the wolf begs Yuji to just let it loose with some dignity. The assassins look on, But the man scoffs, calling the incredible display nothing but a lucky break. Out of nowhere, a fourth bull bursts from the trees and charges straight for Yuji. With no weapon in hand, Yuji is forced to call upon his legendary magic blade. The assassin's jaws drop as they realize he's using the mythical sword summoning magic. Yuji grips his new blade, knowing full well that he's in a massive amount of trouble. The two killers stare in disbelief, mocking his awkward and totally amateur fighting stance. Fed up with their trash talk, Yuji just wants them to shut their mouths and let him finish the job. A massive wave of hulking minotaurs stampedes forward, their deafening roars shaking the very trees. Yuji sizes them up, deciding that if his pose doesn't work, he'll just have to tear them apart the old-fashioned way. He transforms into a lethal blur, his blade flashing like lightning as he sends beasts soaring through the air. With godlike speed, he pivots on a dime and carves right through another charging monster. He stands tall in the middle of the slaughter as the fallen beasts explode in fountains of dark blood. His pursuers are paralyzed, their jaws hitting the floor as they witness his terrifying strength. Yuji looks down at the carnage and winces, realizing he definitely went way too far this time. The elf woman points out that even though the monsters were fodder, his clumsy stance totally hid his true power. The marked man nods in agreement, stunned by the cold, calculated precision of every single strike. Yuji kicks himself for showing off, wishing he'd just stuck to the plan and kept a low profile. The elf's face turns to stone as she demands to know if this guy is actually a danger to their plans. The scarred man's eyes sharpen, his gaze turning cold as he weighs the gravity of her question. He lets out a mocking laugh, sneering that a pathetic swordsman could never touch an organization like theirs. The elf nods in agreement, convinced that his insane show of power was nothing more than a total fluke. High up on the ridge, an armored warrior barks out a chilling order. If Yuji gets in the way, kill him on the spot. Crouched deep in the shadows, Yuji whispers to his slimes, commanding them to hunt these assassins from the darkness. He eavesdrops on every word, realizing with a smirk that they've completely written him off as a threat. The killers unfurl a mysterious scroll, their eyes burning with bloodlust as they demand to know who dies next. Yuji's blood runs cold when he hears their next target is a priest. Now, he has no choice but to jump into the fray. Without a second's hesitation, he sets his sights on the canyon city of Virginia to make his move. He ducks into a massive inn, desperate for a secure base to launch his counter-spy operation. He collapses into a chair and gets ready to track every move those killers make from the shadows. Using his slime as a high-tech radio, he demands an immediate update on the enemy's position. The slimes report back. They've tracked the targets to a secluded cottage buried deep in the woods. The assassins reach the cabin, with the elf snapping at her partner to keep his guard up. They slip into their secret hideout, having no clue that every move they make is being watched. The slime spies dive from the treetops, ready to tail their targets right into the lion's den. The slimes storm the cottage, only to find it dead silent. The assassins have vanished into thin air. Suddenly, a slime discovers a hidden trapdoor, and Yuji knows that's exactly where they're hiding. One fearless slime flattens its body, realizing it can slip through the tiny gap and follow them down. The slimes start creeping down a never-ending flight of pitch-black stone steps. A mysterious, eerie glow flickers from the very bottom of the underground abyss. Hidden deep beneath the earth, the assassins gather before a throbbing magical orb to deliver their report. Suddenly, a crystal tablet drifts out from the orb, demanding an immediate update on their mission. The elf scoffs, reporting that the adventurer Yuji is nothing but weak trash who poses zero threat. Peering through a crack in the wall, Yuji's slimes silently agree that the chance of these guys suspecting them is zero. The orb's voice echoes through the room, questioning if Yuji was just some random adventurer they happened to spot. The man brags with total confidence that Yuji didn't have a single clue he was being hunted. The elf chimes in, claiming that tracking a human takes a completely different set of skills than hunting monsters. The man shrugs it off as a non-issue and asks if the priest should be their next target. Suddenly, the orb flashes with a new order. Forget the tailing, it's time for a cold-blooded assassination. A twisted, sadistic grin spreads across the man's face as he revels in the thought of spilling blood. Yuji can't fathom the joy in murder and realizes right then that these monsters can't be allowed to walk free. He barks at his partner to move it, but warns him not to let his guard down for even a second. Back in his room, Yuji knows he has to strike immediately before his targets vanish into the night. He triggers magic transfer, surging his overwhelming energy straight through a single unsuspecting slime. Snowflakes start to drift through the air as he unleashes the devastating spell, Area Freeze Medium. A lethal wave of sub-zero frost tears through the secret underground hideout. In a heartbeat, the assassins are entombed within a jagged, massive pillar of enchanted ice. Their wicked, bloodthirsty faces are locked in time, frozen solid for all eternity. Yuji kicks back and sips his drink while ordering his slimes to scavenge every single document in sight. The slimes chirp with joy, bouncing through the icy wreckage of the frozen chamber. They burst out of the cottage and signal to Yuji that they've finally made it to safety. He tells them to clear out as he prepares to turn the entire building into a massive inferno. A monstrous fireball erupts through a slime, vaporizing the cottage in a blinding explosion. Yuji smirks, knowing the flames will incinerate every shred of evidence of his ice magic. With the mess cleaned up, he sets his sights on Geigel's legendary monster armor shop. He's stumped on what to buy, scratching his head over what kind of gear a slime could even wear. He pulls up to the massive storefront with his loyal wolf and slime squad right by his side. A young clerk welcomes him, and Yuji immediately demands the best armor for his monster crew. The shopkeeper's jaw drops as he demands to know Yuji's adventurer rank. Without a hint of shame, Yuji bluntly admits he's just a lowly F rank. Instantly, the shopkeeper's face sours with pure, unadulterated disappointment. He dismisses Yuji with a wave, barking that a weakling like him couldn't afford a single thing in his shop. Yuji stands his ground, insisting he's got the gold and needs top-tier gear to stay alive. Suddenly, a thunderous voice roars from the shadows, demanding to know what all the shouting is about. A massive, mustachioed titan storms out, his face twisted in absolute fury. The young clerk stammers in fear, desperately trying to explain the F-ranker's bold request. The owner delivers a sharp smack, roaring that he is the only one who decides who's worthy of his steel. Yuji quickly realizes that this terrifying powerhouse has to be the legendary owner, Geigel. The sun snaps that an F-rank loser isn't worth a single second of his father's precious time. Geigel towers over Yuji, casting a massive shadow as he demands to know if he's really the F-ranker. Yuji doesn't flinch, calmly explaining he needs custom armor for his proud wolf and his slimes. Geigel's eyes nearly pop out of his head as he roars, "What did you just say?" The master blacksmith grills Yuji again, unable to believe he's actually asking for monster armor. Without breaking a sweat, Yuji repeats that he needs gear for his wolf and his army of slimes. Geigel's face lights up with pure shock and adrenaline as he screams, "Say that one more time!" Yuji watches him closely, convinced that the shop owner is about to blow a fuse. Suddenly, Geigel whips around, locking his piercing gaze onto the wolf and the slimes. The proud wolf starts shaking and sweating, absolutely paralyzed under the blacksmith's terrifying stare. The brat smirks at his old man, claiming an F-rank's kills aren't even worth a second of their time. Geigel's eye begins to twitch as his last shred of patience finally snaps. Screaming, "You absolute moron," he delivers a devastating haymaker straight to his son's jaw. The kid is launched across the room like a rag doll, slamming hard into the back wall. Geigel bellows that this wolf is the most powerful adventurer to ever step foot in his shop. Yuji is stunned by the sudden praise, questioning if he can actually trust this guy's judgment. The son snarls that everyone is obsessed with ranks and threatens to settle the score outside. Geigel completely tunes him out, turning back to Yuji to ask which monster needs the gear. Yuji makes it clear that price is no object. He's got the gold to pay for the best. Geigel brushes the money aside, far more obsessed with what this armor is actually meant to do. Yuji's head spins as he demands to know what the heck armor directionality even means. Geigel points out that unlike typical fighters, Yuji's monsters aren't exactly built for pure destruction. It finally clicks for Yuji. His entire combat style doesn't even depend on his monsters striking the final blow. He makes it clear he needs them to be lightning-fast scouts, not heavy hitters. Geigel's eyes light up with curiosity as he asks if these beasts are really staying out of the fray. He slams his foot down, his mind made up, and shouts, "All right, let's get to work." Geigel lunges forward, snatching up the proud wolf and a slime to inspect them with a wild, manic gaze. The old smith adjusts his monocle and drops a bombshell. Yuji is way too powerful for any armor he can forge. Yuji stares blankly, realizing he's lost track of just how insanely strong he's actually become. The blacksmith explains that even if the monsters are weak alone, a tamer's real might comes from their absolute unity. He shouts that he's never seen a squad of monsters as terrifyingly powerful as Yuji's team when they fight as one. Yuji realizes his non-stop enhancement magic has pushed his companions way beyond the limits of any normal monster. "Exactly," the blacksmith yells, grabbing a strange cage-like container from a shelf in his messy workshop. He digs through a crate of magical trinkets, hunting for the perfect gear to put to the ultimate test. He pulls out a beautiful circular piece of armor, explaining it's built to give the wearer insane movement speed. Yuji hesitates, worried about destroying such a valuable item in a test that's guaranteed to break it. The smith laughs it off, saying if it breaks, it just proves this gear is too weak for someone as powerful as Yuji. Yuji gets the logic, but he can't stop staring at the massive price tags on everything in the shop. The blacksmith waves him off, insisting it's fine, because he was going to toss that flawed piece in the trash anyway. He grins, declaring that being destroyed by such a legendary monster is the most honorable death this armor could have. With the experiment finally ready, Yuji carefully fits the speed-boosting armor onto his curious little slime. The slime instantly starts whining, demanding to know what this weird, heavy object is supposed to be. Yuji tells the little guy to be patient and just try moving, explaining that this gear is meant to skyrocket its agility. With a look of pure, fiery determination on its simple face, the slime agrees to put the experiment to the test. The tiny, squishy creature gathers every ounce of its strength and takes one massive leap off the ground. It explodes forward like a cannonball, smashing straight into the wooden sign hanging over the workshop entrance. It ricochets off the ground with enough power to leave a crater, bouncing around like a wild rubber ball. Dazed but totally unhurt by the impact, the slime stops for a split second to find its balance. Then it zips through the air like a rocket, screaming in a mix of pure terror and total excitement. Yuji and the blacksmith watch the chaos in awe, and Yuji is shocked that the armor hasn't shattered yet. The blacksmith leans in close, realizing the armor is hanging on by a thread and ready to burst. Yuji mentions his secret enhancement magic, and the curious smith challenges him to unleash it right now. A massive, glowing magic circle erupts around Yuji's hand, pulsing with ancient runes for speed, defense, and pure stamina. Still clad in his speed gear, the tiny slime starts radiating a blinding, holy light that illuminates everything. With a joyful shout, the supercharged slime blasts off into the stratosphere like a freaking rocket. Yuji tracks its flight, hoping against hope that the armor can survive the insane pressure of this massive power boost. The blacksmith just stares with a grim, knowing look, waiting for the inevitable disaster to strike. "No way," the smith whispers, certain that the gear is about to be pulverized by that overwhelming energy. Right on cue, A deafening crack rips through the air as the armor explodes into a million jagged shards. Panicked by the sudden loss of its protection, the slime screams in terror as it starts free-falling straight back to Earth. With a squishy thud, the slime face plants right in front of the majestic wolf, its wild flight finally over. The little guy just sits there, catching its breath after that insane high-speed trip through the sky. While the slime begs to be picked up, Yuji turns to the shell-shocked blacksmith and offers a quick apology for the wreckage. But the smith is absolutely blown away, shouting that Yuji must have godlike strength to shatter armor like that. He flashes a massive grin while patting the wolf, declaring he's hyped to finally have a real challenge on his hands. Yuji lets out a small smirk, knowing he's finally found the perfect master to gear up his legendary monsters. He immediately asks for the price tag and exactly how long this massive project is going to take. The smith's smile vanishes as he strokes his epic beard, dead serious about the impossible task ahead. He gives a grim apology, admitting that forging armor strong enough for Yuji's beasts could take years of work. The real nightmare isn't the forging itself, it's the fact that finding the legendary materials needed is almost impossible. He grabs a chest from the shelf, revealing a hoard of shimmering monster gems that light up the entire workshop. He holds up a glowing red fire dragon gem, warning that even this legendary treasure would shatter under the raw power of Yuji's monsters. Yuji realizes the stakes, asking if they need something even more mythical and destructive than a dragon's core. The smith nods, revealing the existence of the elite blue fire dragon, the only beast with a gem tough enough for the job. But there's a catch. Finding and slaying such a rare, god-tier dragon has been an impossible mission for years. He flings the door open and points toward a colossal smoke-belching volcano towering on the horizon. That peak is crawling with fire dragons, and the legendary blue ones are hiding somewhere in that fiery hellscape. Yuji's heart sinks as he realizes he'll have to tear through an entire army of dragons just to find a single target. For any ordinary warrior, stumbling upon a blue dragon is a 1 in a million shot of pure blind luck. These blue beasts are so lethal they can annihilate entire elite squads in the blink of an eye. Yuji weighs the idea of unleashing his ultimate hellfire of demise, but he's terrified that much raw power will vaporize the precious gem. A new plan sparks in his mind, and he asks the smith if common fire dragons could serve as a source for the materials he needs. The smith confirms they exist, but warns that these beasts are so lethal that no one has ever lived to harvest their core. Yuji makes his choice instantly. He'll ditch the impossible hunt and track down a blue lesser fire dragon instead. He gives the stunned blacksmith a confident grin and declares he's leaving right this second to find the rare creature. The smith shouts after him, promising a massive fortune if Yuji can actually bring back a dragon's core. Yuji heads straight for the Adventurers Guild, hoping to dig up some intel on where these dragons are hiding. As he nears the guild hall, he realizes he can maximize his profits by picking up an official subjugation quest for the hunt. He's thrilled to find the quest board absolutely covered in bounties for the exact lesser fire dragons he's targeting. He walks right up to the receptionist and calmly announces that he's taking every single dragon quest on the board. The receptionist stands there frozen, her jaw dropping as she asks if he's seriously planning to tackle all those high-rank quests at once. Yuji doesn't blink, confident that his overwhelming magic will absolutely incinerate those fire-breathing monsters. Her expression instantly turns grim as she drops a bombshell. Magic is totally useless against lesser fire dragons. Yuji's heart skips a beat as he realizes he's just made a massive, potentially fatal mistake in his strategy. She explains that since they're immune to spells, the only way to take them down is by exploiting their one true weakness, water. Yuji breathes a massive sigh of relief. Thanking his lucky stars, he actually stopped to get the full scoop on these beasts. But there's a catch. She warns him that it takes dozens of mages just to summon enough water to kill even one of them. The surrounding adventurers start howling with laughter, mocking him for thinking anyone could possess that much mana. Yuji stays cool as ice, knowing that conjuring a little water is child's play compared to his world-ending ultimate spells. He signs the papers anyway, leaving the receptionist screaming in frustration, "Did you even hear a single word I just said?" He doesn't blink, confirming he heard every word. But even knowing the risks, he's diving headfirst into these missions. She screams about the soul-crushing fines for failure, but he just brushes it off, promising his water magic is top tier. Totally broken by his absolute confidence, the receptionist hangs her head and finally starts processing his insane request. With a heavy sigh, she starts churning through a mountain of paperwork for a literal army of dragon-slaying quests. Moments later, Yuji is tearing through a jagged canyon on his majestic wolf as a massive, smoking volcano looms over them. His magic-boosted mount sprints up the lethal rocky slopes with ease, closing the distance in a heartbeat. He realizes this trek is taking way longer than it looked from the safety of the town. His wolf points out the mountain's gargantuan size, explaining that its massive scale makes it look deceptively close. They finally hit the scorched, ashen foothills of the volcano, where the air is thick with the choking stench of sulfur. Yuji stares up at the terrifying peak as a massive pillar of black smoke chokes the gray, cloudy sky. He commands his slimes to sniff out any magical traces of those fire dragons, but they find absolutely nothing. He glares across the dead, barren wasteland, realizing this hunt is going to be a total nightmare. Perched on a jagged cliff, he stares up at the towering volcano and realizes he has no choice but to dive straight inside. He weighs the lethal risks of molten lava, explosive eruptions, and those silent, invisible pockets of toxic gas. He peers deep into a pitch-black crack in the earth, questioning if it's even sane to step into such a volatile death trap. Suddenly, his slimes scream out in a telepathic chorus, warning him to freeze and listen for something big. They bounce eagerly toward the dark crevice, leaving him wondering which little guy is brave enough to dive in first. He takes matters into his own hands, pressing a finger to his temple to link his very consciousness with a nearby slime. The slime's eyes swirl as its mind fuses with Yuji's, instantly turning its senses into his own. Seeing through the slime's eyes, Yuji watches the jagged walls fly by as his companion plunges deep into the abyss. Deep inside the jagged crevice, the slime finally spots its long-awaited prize. Out of the shadows crawls a fiery red slime with a flickering flame dancing on its head. The rest of the squad, even the one with the goofy mustache, stares in total awe at their new cousin. Yuji wonders if this creature is actually a slime, but even his loyal wolf can only offer a confused shrug. A system notification flashes in Yuji's vision, confirming the red slime is officially tamed. Yuji watches the slimes bond, finding it hilarious how literal the little guy's name is. The red slime joins the party as they all cheer, promising Yuji they'll be just fine for the next 3 days. Yuji taps his temple, syncing with his slime intel network one last time before moving out. Astride his majestic wolf, he charges across a massive, crumbling stone bridge over a bottomless pit. He's dreaming of relaxing in volcanic hot springs while his slimes are obsessed with finding the local snacks. A tiny slime munches on the leaves, loving the flavor but trembling at the sight of the massive volcano. Yuji watches the red slimes vanish into the landscape, curious if they're capable of fusing together. Suddenly, his gaze locks onto a mysterious shadow darting across the horizon. He snaps to attention, feeling a strange presence emerging from the depths of the barren valley. He looks down to see a swarm of winged beasts tearing into each other on the jagged rocks. It hits him. His slimes are so busy playing with their new buddies that they completely forgot to sound the alarm. He turns to his crew, asking if those vicious monsters are actually lesser fire dragons. The slimes let out a chorus of excited chirps, confirming that they're staring right at real-life dragons. A solitary dragon stands like a dark omen against the blinding light of a mysterious cavern. This jacked-up fire dragon looms over the rocks, radiating pure raw intimidation. A slime screams in pure awe, confirming that a massive, living dragon is right in front of them. The slimes go wild, pointing out that the entire valley is crawling with these beasts. They report the terrifying truth. This whole area is a massive nest packed with sleeping fire dragons. Another beast takes to the skies, proving the valley is absolutely infested with them. Yuji asks about the blue ones, but when silence follows, he decides to wipe every single one out. With fire in his eyes, Yuji pats his loyal wolf and prepares to start the massacre. He senses his slimes trembling and whispers to ask, "What's got them so spooked?" One slime whimpers, remembering its mother's terrifying warnings about these fire-breathing monsters. Yuji realizes that while they weren't scared of a myth-class dragon, these common ones have them terrified. Suddenly, one gutsy slime shouts that water is the ultimate secret to taking these dragons down. Yuji presses for more info, but the tiny slime just shuffles its feet, admitting it has no idea what to do. Realizing he can't count on the little guy for a strategy, Yuji decides to blast them away with his water discharge spell. Tina's voice trembles as she asks if he's really up for this, but Yuji just gives a cold command: hide. Even the wolf wants to take cover, leaving Tina to wonder if Yuji's power is actually as insane as it seems. Yuji makes his move, stalking toward the nearest dragon to strike from its blind spot. He blurs through the shadows with lethal silence, closing the gap before the beast even knows he's there. The dragon whips its head around at the very last second, its eyes bulging in pure terror. Yuji realizes this thing is way beyond a D-rank threat. This could have been a real disaster. A colossal wave of water crashes into the fire dragon, slamming it with the force of a tidal wave. Yuji lets it rip, a violent torrent of water exploding from his palm like a high-pressure cannon. The dragon's eyes bulge in pure terror as that massive blast of water slams right into its face. Yuji just stands there with a cold stare, waiting to see if that strike actually did the job. A massive explosion of scalding steam swallows the fire dragon whole. Thick fog rolls over the jagged rocks, while the once mighty beast staggers from the impact. From afar, you can see the monster crash into the dirt, taken down by just one single shot. Yuji looms over the smoking carcass as heat still radiates from the fallen beast. He realizes the water worked so well because these fire breathers just can't handle the sudden chill. He towers over his prize while his slimes watch in absolute jaw-dropping silence. Suddenly, the slimes go wild, screaming at the top of their lungs that victory is finally within reach. They start begging Yuji to wipe out every last dragon, leaving him to just sigh at how quickly they changed their tune. From the peak of a towering cliff, Yuji floods the dragon nest with a colossal wave of destruction. The dragons are vaporized in seconds, their bodies sizzling away into a massive cloud of scalding steam. To Yuji, this total slaughter feels like a broken game, because these monsters are just too weak. He wonders if a sub-zero strike would be even deadlier, and asks his slimes to help him run a little experiment. He triggers his magic transfer skill, igniting a complex, blindingly bright arcane circle right in front of him. He screams, "Area freeze," and a violent wave of jagged ice spikes erupts from the earth. In an instant, a dragon's head is completely encased in solid ice by the sheer force of the spell. The slimes erupt in cheers as every last dragon is frozen solid and wiped out in a single blow. Yuji realizes that while freezing is way more efficient, it absolutely drains his mana reserves. He lets his slimes know he's sticking with water discharge because that ice spell is just way too expensive. A mysterious, eerie glow flickers from deep inside the fallen dragon's maw. As the beast's jaw hangs limp, a blinding radiance pulses from the depths of its throat. A stunning, crystal-clear jewel floats out of the dragon's mouth, shimmering in mid-air like a star. Yuji snatches the gem, mesmerized by a brilliance that puts every ordinary magic stone to shame. A slime frantically yanks on his collar, screaming that a blue monster has just hit the field. Yuji's eyes ignite as he triggers sense sharing to hijack his slime's vision. His world turns white as his mind slams into the consciousness of his distant scout. Through the slime's perspective, he witnesses a massive, blue-scaled dragon crawling out of the shadows. This blue dragon's eyes burn with pure hatred and cold intelligence as it scans the carnage. Yuji flags it as a blue lesser fire dragon, warning that this beast is on a whole different level. The slimes eye the massive beast and chirp, "Is this the powerhouse we've been waiting for?" Yuji keeps it cool, knowing he won't see its true power until the real fight begins. He plays it smart, commanding 10 of his slimes to surround the terrifying beast. The slimes zip into position, trapping the blue lesser fire dragon in a deadly circle. Yuji triggers magic transfer, and a glowing pentagram blazes to life in front of his hand. He unleashes a relentless barrage of water spells, channeling them straight through his slime army. The blue dragon is absolutely hammered from every angle by high-pressure jets of water. Thick steam explodes off the dragon's scales as it tanks the full force of the magical assault. The slimes cheer in excitement, convinced their attack is tearing the beast apart. Suddenly, the dragon's eye snaps open, burning with pure rage and looking completely untouched. It digs its razor-sharp talons deep into the stone, refusing to budge against the storm. The dragon lunges forward, sending the slimes into a panic as they realize the monster is still coming for blood. Yuji realizes his water magic is barely a scratch, so he starts channeling a far more devastating spell. He triggers Area Freeze, and a colossal mountain of jagged ice erupts to swallow the dragon whole. Violent cracks spiderweb across the frozen surface as the beast struggles inside its icy tomb. With an earth-shattering roar, the blue dragon explodes out of its frozen cage and breaks free. Yuji senses the dragon's insane survival magic and commands his slimes to form a wall right in front of it. The slimes stand their ground, lining up right in the path of the steaming, furious beast. With fire in his eyes, Yuji triggers his legendary magic transfer skill once more. He lets loose a devastating barrage, firing off 10 Area Freeze spells all at the exact same time. A titanic eruption of frost shatters the earth, completely eclipsing every spell he's cast before. In a heartbeat, a jagged, monstrous glacier surges upward, dominating the entire horizon. A literal mountain of frozen death now stands where the dragon once roared, sealing it in a crystal tomb. You can see the blue beast deep inside the frost, paralyzed mid-stride like a terrifying statue. Yuji flashes 2 fingers, his mind racing as he wonders if this ultimate strike finally finished the job. He stares intently at the frozen peak, waiting for any sign of life from the monster trapped within. Deep in the core of the glacier, the dragon's head remains perfectly still, locked in a frozen prison. Yuji questions himself again, desperate to know if this brutal struggle is finally over. Suddenly, the entire glacier begins to hiss and boil, vanishing into a suffocating wall of white steam. The mountain of ice detonates with a deafening roar, erupting into a violent storm of superheated vapor. Yuji's heart sinks as his ice spell vanishes into mist, failing to finish the job. Out of the scalding steam, the blue dragon emerges, scarred and battered, but its eyes are still burning with rage. Standing before the Titan, Yuji finally realizes just how terrifyingly strong this monster truly is. He readies his magic once more, willing to burn through every ounce of his mana to claim victory. But then, the dragon lets out a low, agonizing groan as its legendary strength finally gives out. The massive beast stumbles and crashes into the jagged rocks, sending a shockwave through the ground. Yuji stands victorious over the fallen dragon, the brutal marathon of a battle finally reaching its end. In the sudden silence, he looks down at the body, wondering if he really managed to slay the beast. His loyal slimes bounce around his feet, chirping with excitement as they celebrate the hard-won win. The mighty blue dragon is finally down, proving to be a much deadlier foe than anyone could have imagined. A mysterious, eerie glow begins to pulse from the dragon's smoking remains. A breathtaking, shimmering treasure crystallizes out of thin air, the ultimate prize for defeating such a beast. Yuji reaches out and snatches the priceless jewel as it drifts right into his palm. He commands his slimes to secure the dragon's body, knowing these rare materials are worth a king's ransom. A colossal slime lunges forward and swallows the entire dragon whole for easy transport. Glancing at the sky, Yuji realizes this grueling showdown dragged on much longer than he expected. He prepares to head out, but orders his slimes to scour the area for any hidden loot first. Suddenly, a scout slime sends a frantic warning. Another deadly blue dragon has just appeared. Yuji doesn't even flinch as he unleashes 10 area freeze spells simultaneously. Through his slimes, 10 massive magic circles ignite the sky in a blinding mystical flare. The second dragon didn't stand a chance, getting swallowed whole by a blast of jagged ice. That frozen titan slammed into the dirt, its power totally snuffed out. His slime army surged forward, swarming the icy corpses to strip them of every last reward. Yuji stood over a massive haul, counting out a staggering 287 treasure gems. It was time to head back to civilization and finally get some legendary armor forged. Beneath the glow of a crescent moon, he stepped back into the town of Fasten. He cut through the silent streets, heading straight for the Adventurers Guild. He slammed down a massive mountain of quest papers, demanding the receptionist confirm every single one. The receptionist just stared in dead silence, her brain short-circuiting at the sight of that pile. Her eyes nearly popped out of her head as she gasped, "Wait, you finished all of these?" Yuji coolly confirms his victory, leaving the panicked receptionist scrambling to keep up. She reaches into a drawer and hauls out a massive obsidian crystal orb for the final test. She slams the orb onto her desk, ready to debunk his absolutely insane claims. The moment she holds the quest papers near the crystal, it erupts with a blinding, radiant glow. Her jaw hits the floor in pure shock as the orb confirms every single mission is complete. Yuji watches silently, wondering if this is the same magical tech he encountered back in Korea. When she demands to know how he pulled it off, he casually explains his slimes did all the work. She's completely floored, since she's only ever seen low-level rookies mess around with slimes. Yuji just gives his slime a proud pat, admitting his little buddies are anything but ordinary. With the proof staring her in the face, she rushes off to prepare his massive reward. She slammed down a literal fortune, offering a staggering 50 million for those dragons. Yuji's jaw hit the floor. He couldn't believe such a massive bounty was on those Deer Inc. weaklings. Her face turned deadly serious as she explained that these lesser fire dragons were nothing but a localized plague. These beasts torch entire forests and incinerate farmland, leaving most adventurers too terrified to even try the quest. It finally clicked for Yuji. Wiping these monsters out wasn't just a job, it was a vital and heroic service. He stared down at his pathetic F-rank card, wondering why on earth he hadn't been promoted yet. The records showed he'd crawled up from G-rank, but now his progress had hit a total dead end. He turned to the receptionist, demanding to know exactly how a warrior is supposed to climb the guild's ranks. She gave a polite nod and asked to see his adventurer's card so she could pull up his official status. She hovered the card over a mystical crystal orb, and it instantly erupted with a brilliant, glowing light. The ore suddenly flashes, revealing a massive, endless list of every quest he's ever finished. "What on earth is this quest history?" she screams, her jaw hitting the floor in total disbelief. Yuji asks if there's a problem while she stares, absolutely stunned by his legendary track record. She points to the glowing list, unable to wrap her head around how he's still stuck at F rank. Suddenly, she spots the issue. He hasn't finished a single water-type quest yet. Yuji tilts his head in confusion, blankly repeating the words. Watertight quests? She explains that finishing just one of these would skyrocket him straight from F rank to D rank. Hooked by the idea of a double promotion, he asks if there are any of those missions ready to go. She spins around and starts frantically digging through the quest files stacked on the shelves. Her eyes nearly pop out of her head as she finds a potential lead, but it's a total nightmare of a mission. She hands him a quest form with trembling hands, warning him that this one is far too risky. Yuji's curiosity piques at her hesitation, and he demands to know what's so terrifying about it. The mission is a brutal hunt to wipe out a nest of bloodthirsty, man-eating monsters. With terror in her eyes, she explains that these beasts are on a whole different level of lethality. These predators lurk in the depths where magic fails, dragging their helpless prey into a watery grave. Yuji doesn't even flinch, knowing his loyal slimes and god-tier magic can handle anything. He snatches the quest and signs his name, completely brushing off her desperate warnings. Under the cover of night, Yuji strides through the streets, flanked by his majestic wolf and his slime squad. He gazes up at the moon, his mind set on crushing that deadly mission first thing tomorrow. Suddenly, he spots a flickering glow coming from Gale's workshop late into the night. He expected the shop to be closed, but the place was absolutely buzzing with life. Peering through the window, he caught sight of the massive blacksmith hammering away with pure intensity. Gale greeted him with a grin, immediately asking if he'd actually secured those legendary dragon gems. Yuji just told him to watch closely as he signaled his slime to open wide. The slime spat out a shimmering, radiant blue treasure gem from a lesser fire dragon. Gale's jaw hit the floor as he demanded to know if Yuji had truly slain that beast all on his own. He mumbled in total shock, never imagining this young adventurer possessed such terrifying power. Yuji played it cool, claiming he just got lucky and that he wanted to forge some epic armor with the loot. Gale let out a roar of pure hype, swearing to craft the most legendary collar the proud wolf has ever seen. Yuji gave the green light, while his wolf just stood there, looking completely baffled by the whole situation. He whips out a second gem and demands custom armor for his slimes. Gale's jaw hits the floor, stunned that Yuji actually tracked down 2 of these rarities. Yuji just shrugs it off, claiming he got lucky and stumbled upon them in the same spot. Gale mutters about the chance of a third gem, but quickly laughs off such a ridiculous idea. A greedy glint flashes in his eyes as the master craftsman decides he's buying every single one. Suddenly, the slimes hurl up a massive sack containing 287 treasure gems. Gale grabs his jeweler's loop and begins a frantic, high-stakes inspection of the loot. He lets out a deafening roar, confirming that every single gem is authentic and top-tier quality. Yuji tilts his head in total confusion, asking if the quality is actually garbage or something. Gale explains the quality is actually too perfect, proving those dragons were slaughtered in an instant. Yuji's eyes widened as he realized Gale's massive offer was 10 times higher than the guild's pathetic price. He revealed his stash of 287 gems and asked the blacksmith just how many he was willing to take. Gale roared that he'd take every single one of them, ordering Yuji not to move an inch. He marched back with a massive tray overflowing with gold bars worth a staggering 28.7 million coal. Yuji was absolutely stunned that this legendary shop kept such a mountain of cold, hard cash on hand. Gale started sketching furiously, breaking down the secrets behind crafting the ultimate monster armor. Yuji made it clear speed and mobility were the absolute top priorities for his loyal companions. Gale locked in the designs, a sleek collar for the wolf and specialized helmets for the slimes. He thanked Yuji with pure excitement, thrilled to take on such a complex and legendary commission. Always thinking ahead, Yuji cut to the chase and asked exactly what the processing fee for this epic armor would be. Gale flashes 2 fingers, declaring the price for both items is a cool 1 million. UG is stunned by the bargain price for custom gear and seals the deal on the spot. They lock hands as Gale swears the ultimate monster armor will be ready in just 2 days. UG waves goodbye, his heart racing with excitement to see the new gear for his team. He crashes at a local inn to recharge before his next epic quest begins. The sun blazes over the canyon town of Faston as a brand new day begins. UG charges out of town on his majestic wolf, hunting for the man-eater's lair. UG and his massive wolf brave a rickety rope bridge hanging high over the canyon. He remembers the terrifying legends of a beast lurking in the depths of this very river. One look down reveals a lethal, jagged drop straight into the churning water below. He's scanning the drop, desperately asking his slimes if they can spot the man-eater's hidden base. But the slimes report back that the water is just too far away to see a thing. Knowing they need a closer look, the slimes suddenly start hurling themselves off the bridge. With insane agility, they bounce and latch onto the vertical cliffside like total pros. Uji weighs his own options, racking his brain for the perfect magic to get him down safely. A magic circle erupts with light as he confidently unleashes his magic net spell. He uses those glowing nets as perfect footholds, effortlessly rappelling down the massive cliff. He sticks the landing on the canyon floor, totally satisfied with his smooth descent. Standing right on the riverbank, he takes a moment to soak in the wild, rugged beauty of the gorge. Now, the hunt is on as he starts trekking upstream to find that monster. His slimes beat him to the punch and start mocking him for being such a slowpoke. He admits they're lightning fast and orders them to scout ahead while he covers their backs. This jagged terrain is a total nightmare, and he's praying the monster shows its face soon. A scout rushes back from the upper river with bad news. There's absolutely nothing in sight. Another squad confirms the water's surface is dead silent and totally empty. UG stands at the riverbank, frustrated that his target is nowhere to be found. He comes up empty-handed and realizes just how much he depends on his slime buddies. He asks his crew if the beast could be lurking deep down at the bottom of the river. A slime explains that the river is over 10 meters deep, which completely blinds their senses. Suddenly, one fearless slime steps up and offers to dive into the depths to find it. UG stops dead in his tracks and drops a bombshell. Can any of these guys even swim? Dead silence hits the slime squad as they realize they've overlooked a massive problem. With a synchronized, pathetic bounce, they all admit they'd sink like stones. UG lets out a heavy sigh, realizing he'll have to bait the monster out of the water instead. Suddenly, a suspicious rustle from the reeds catches his sharp eyes. A massive, filthy rodent scurries out from the thick brush right by the shore. A wicked plan forms in his mind as he reaches out to grab his new tool. He fires off a precision freeze spell, instantly trapping the rat in a jagged tomb of ice. He inspects his frozen prize, impressed that the magic kept the bait perfectly fresh. With a snap of his fingers, a burst of fire melts the ice away in seconds. Now that his prize is finally thawed, he dangles the rodent by its tail and unsheathes his blade. In a flash, he skins the creature, turning it into the perfect lure for his hunt. He winds up and launches the carcass deep into the river with a powerful underhand throw. The bait hits the water with a massive splash, sending ripples racing across the surface. One of his slimes gasps in pure shock, unable to believe he's actually using that as bait. Another slime whines, terrified that this is exactly how monsters lure them to their doom. Out of nowhere, the peaceful river starts to boil and churn with an explosive hidden power. UG and his slimes stand frozen as the massive disturbance beneath the waves grows larger by the second. A giant whirlpool erupts, dragging the entire river into a terrifying deep-sea vortex. Suddenly, a colossal fish with a mouthful of razor-sharp fangs explodes from the depths. The slimes shriek in pure horror as they realize they're staring at a literal man-eating nightmare. The massive beast slams back into the water, sending a colossal tidal wave surging across the river. Thinking his trap is flawless, Yuji begins chanting a devastating spell all on his own. He triggers a mid-tier area freeze, detonating a blast of frost that swallows the giant fish whole. In a heartbeat, the entire river surface morphs into a wasteland of razor-sharp ice. Yuji looks on as the frozen prison around the monster starts to shatter and groan. Convinced the monster is finished, he pumps his fist and claims total victory. He looms over the shoreline, staring down at the gargantuan fish locked inside its frozen grave. He starts plotting if his slimes can just gulp the whole thing down to make moving it a breeze. But his gaze sharpens with dread as he realizes this battle is far from over. A deafening crack echoes as the ice encasing the beast's head starts to splinter. The frozen cage detonates, sending a deadly hail of jagged shards flying everywhere. Yuji stands his ground as the furious monster rips itself free from its icy tomb. The slimes shriek in terror, realizing this man-eating nightmare is still breathing. This colossal fish rockets out of the water and slams onto the jagged riverbank. Yuji coolly smirks, noting that this beast is still a lethal threat even out of the water. He readies his finishing blow, igniting his devastating magic transfer skill. Radiant magic circles flare up around his slimes, surging with raw, destructive energy. Using his slime legion, he rains down a relentless storm of explosive fireballs. The beast lets out one last, sickening gurgle as it's roasted alive right where it stands. The beast slams into the dirt with a bone-shaking thud, smoke billowing from its charred scales. Riley smirks, knowing there's no way this thing is waking up after being roasted alive. Ready to head home, he asks his slimes if they can swallow up this massive catch for the trip back. Meanwhile, life in the mountain town carries on as usual near the bustling main gates. Riley marches straight to the Adventurers Guild, ready to claim his hard-earned victory. He walks right up to the counter and calmly announces that his mission is officially over. The receptionist stares back at him, her jaw dropping in absolute shock. She stammers, unable to believe he cleared out the man-eater base so fast, and begs him to hold on. She consults her crystal ball and watches in awe as it confirms his impossible feat. He just shrugs it off, explaining that all it took was a little bait to flush the monster out. The receptionist gawks at him, her brain completely short-circuiting over his nonchalant explanation. Behind them, the entire guild hall erupts into a frenzy of whispers about his legendary feat. She leans in close, her eyes piercing, as she asks if the river was truly deserted at first. Yuji is caught off guard by her sudden intensity, but he quickly retraces his steps. He confirms the facts. He and his slimes scoured that river for 3 straight hours and found absolutely nothing. She offers a quick thanks before secretly reaching for her official stamp and ink. He watches with growing curiosity as she scribbles a frantic message onto a bright red sheet of paper. She slams the seal shut and hands the red letter to a guild official who's ready for a mission. The official bolts past Yuji and sprints out of the hall with the high-priority message in hand. Yuji stands there completely baffled, wondering what kind of chaos he just sparked. The official returns, slamming down a tray overflowing with shimmering gold as Yuji's reward. With a huge smile, the receptionist offers to skyrocket his rank all the way to D rank. She beams with pride as she presents him with his brand new official D rank guild card. Yuji inspects the card, realizing it's on a whole different level of quality than his old one. He's absolutely stunned by how lightning fast they managed to issue his new ID. The receptionist laughs, admitting other guilds warned her about his insane clearing speed. Panic sets in as Yuji realizes this unwanted fame might put a massive target on his back for the cult. Curiosity burns within him, and he finally asks about the mysterious red paper. She explains it's an emergency warrant to investigate monsters acting completely out of control. He discovers the missing base was the real anomaly, a rare but terrifying crisis. He instantly links this chaos to that same curse stone that ravaged the wildlife back in Ricard. He steps up to join the hunt, flashing his B-rank credentials to prove he's the real deal. Ultimately, he leaves the heavy lifting to the experts as she gives him a bright, cheerful wave goodbye. As darkness swallows the town, he retreats to his inn to recharge for the night. Morning breaks as the twin suns blaze over the rugged mountain peaks. He marches through the streets, eager to finally claim his brand-new, monster-proof gear. Inside the heat of the forge, the dwarven smith looks up and nods as our hero arrives. Standing in the workshop, UG demands to know if his elite monster equipment is finally finished. The burly blacksmith shoves a piece of gear toward UG, telling him to give it a test run. The wolf looks absolutely majestic, showing off its brand new, shimmering collar and bell. A tiny slime beams with pride, sporting a miniature winged helmet that looks absolutely epic. The wolf lunges forward, howling in shock at how weightless and agile his body has become. His razor-sharp claws shred the earth, leaving a massive, smoking trench in the solid rock. UG watches in awe, realizing the beast's speed has reached a whole new dimension. The wolf yells back that he's just jogging. He hasn't even started trying yet. UG nods at the wolf's insane power before turning his gaze to the slime. It's his turn now. The little slime blurs past them like a rocket, screaming with pure joy as it takes off. It chirps happily, amazed that its new winged helmet feels light as air. UG crunches the numbers and realizes the slime's speed has tripled in an instant. The blacksmith steps up, itching to blast the gear with magic to see if it can actually hold up. UG gives the word and slams his companions with a wave of high-tier enhancement magic. The wolf and slime are catapulted into the clouds like lethal living projectiles. They scream through the canyon, leaving trails of neon light at breakneck speeds. UG tries to pay for the incredible work, offering up a fortune in gold bars. The blacksmith shuts him down instantly, physically blocking the payment. He declares with total intensity that the crucial durability check isn't finished yet. Below them, the town of Korea basks in the peaceful glow of its twin suns. The smith repeats his warning, his eyes locked onto UG with unwavering focus. Stunned, UG asks if he's really sure about taking this test to the next level. He whistles for one of his slimes, commanding it to return to him at once. The winged slime bounces to his feet, vibrating with excitement for its master's next order. With ice-cold focus, UG triggers his devastating magic transfer skill. A massive wall of jagged ice explodes from the ground right through the slime. The blacksmith stands frozen, completely stunned by that overwhelming display of power. Reality hits him like a truck. A lowly slime just unleashed high-level magic. UG demands total silence, choosing to hide his true strength in the shadows. The smith scoops up the slime, eyes darting as he inspects the enchanted helmet. He checks the winged helmet's durability, praying it survived that insane magical surge. He confesses the spell was a total monster, pushing the gear to its absolute breaking point. UG warns him that he's got even deadlier spells, but they'd probably shatter the equipment. The blacksmith nods, declaring that these are the absolute finest materials in existence. UG swears to restrain his devastating magic so he doesn't accidentally vaporize his new gear. He offers his thanks, and the smith beams with pride at the incredible work they've accomplished together. They share a firm handshake as the smith proclaims this set his greatest masterpiece yet. The smith is so pumped he starts muttering about hunting down a fire dragon for his next project. Right then, a massive, earth-shaking explosion erupts from a distant mountain peak. UG looks up in total shock, wondering if a volcano just blew its top. Terrified mushroom creatures scramble for their lives, fleeing the cliffs in a blind panic. Even the proud wolf loses his dignity, reacting to the blast with pure, comical horror. That's when UG spots it, a dark, menacing shadow swirling deep within the smoke. A flood of oily black liquid gushes straight from the volcano's burning peak. UG's eyes nearly pop out of his head as he realizes exactly what's crawling out. That bizarre liquid snaps together in mid-air, sprouting massive, leathery wings, jagged scales, lethal claws, and a terrifying dragon head suddenly snap into focus. A titan of a dragon, covered in obsidian scales, bursts through the smoke and flames. The great beast towers over everything, its colossal tail whipping through the thick smog. Its horrifying reptilian eye stares down at the world with pure ancient hatred. Panic hits Yuji as he realizes this dragon is way bigger than the last one they fought. The blacksmith stays dead calm and tells everyone it's time to get the hell out of there. He explains that this fire dragon shows up occasionally, but it always vanishes after 3 days. Yuji realizes this nightmare fuel is just another Tuesday for the people living here. The blacksmith warns him that the volcano is a total no-go zone as long as that dragon is awake. Yuji asks if the perimeter is locked down, but his brain is already spinning with a secret plan. The smith narrows his eyes, sensing something fishy, and asks if he's thinking of breaking in. Yuji plays it cool and shuts him down, swearing he was just curious about how things work. But deep down, he's worried those cultists are going to poke the beast and cause a disaster. The blacksmith gives him a deadly serious look, telling him to stay far away from that monster. Yuji struts through the streets with his loyal wolf and a whole squad of slimes hitching a ride. Whispering under his breath, he commands his slimes to swarm the volcano and set up a perimeter. The proud wolf starts freaking out, terrified that his master is actually insane enough to fight that thing. Yuji makes it clear this trap is strictly for snaring any shady characters. The wolf barks in agreement and bolts forward with the slimes hitching a ride. It tears down the twisting trail, heading straight for that massive, smoking volcano. The wolf howls with joy, realizing its insane new speed comes from that epic magic gear. From afar, Yuji snaps his fingers and cloaks his scout team in a powerful camouflage spell. He gives a casual warning to a local vendor. Stay far away from that mountain. Now completely invisible, the slimes start their grueling climb up the jagged volcanic cliffs. They scale the treacherous peaks, carefully maneuvering into their perfect tactical spots. A slime chimes in with the update. Their massive surveillance net is officially locked down. Back in his room, Yuji gives the final command for his slimes to hold their positions. He kicks back in his chair, bracing himself for a long, grueling stakeout. He munches on some dango, hoarding every drop of mana for the chaos ahead. That dragon will be gone in just 3 days. All he has to do is play the waiting game. Suddenly, a slime's telepathic scream pierces his mind. An intruder is approaching. Yuji peers through the window, wondering if the guild's investigators have finally tracked him down. Tucked away in the shadows, the slime reports back. This doesn't look like the guild at all. 2 shady-looking thugs are lugging massive, heavy barrels up the steep mountain path. The man with the scar narrows his eyes, realizing those barrels are meant to drench the dragon. Yuji commands his slimes to stay out of sight and track every single move these guys make. The mercenaries struggle up the jagged terrain, completely unaware that a dozen slime eyes are glued to them. The big guy grumbles, wondering why they even bothered picking a fight with these monsters. His partner shoots him a cold look, reminding him that they're just following orders from the client. A mountain of gold doesn't mean a thing if we're dead, the stout man snaps back. The scarred mercenary scoffs, knowing that hunting this cult is a one-way ticket to the grave regardless. Suddenly, it clicks for Yuji. The blue moon of salvation is the one pulling the strings behind these sellswords. The big man demands to know why they're risking their lives for some mysterious, glowing water. His partner shrugs, confessing he hasn't a clue what's actually hidden inside those heavy barrels. They might be labeled as Vizio wine, but he knows that's nothing but a blatant cover-up. He wears a wicked grin, claiming that getting their hands dirty for a mystery is just another day on the job. But the stout man isn't convinced, desperately praying they actually make it out of this nightmare alive. They're closing in on the volcano's peak, and he knows he has to shut them down right now. Back at the inn, Yuji slams his palms together to ignite his magic transfer. High on the mountain, the slimes receive the signal and prepare to swarm the intruders. Suddenly, a massive, glowing web of pure mana manifests in the sky. It plunges toward the two clueless mercenaries trekking below. The stout man gazes up, his face frozen in absolute terror. The scarred warrior looks up too, realizing they've walked straight into a deadly ambush. A radiant magic net bursts from the earth, ensnaring the two men instantly. Yuji is stunned. These guys are pros and manage to dodge his trap. The bald, heavy-set man hits the ground with a thud, showing off some surprisingly agile footwork. His beefy partner whirls around, barking out a demand to know what the hell just went down. That glowing net is still stuck to the dirt, a shimmering reminder of the danger they just dodged. The giant edges closer to the trap, his eyes scanning every inch of its eerie, pulsing energy. He realizes it's a high-level magic trap and knows a sorcerer must be lurking in the shadows. Yuji's hidden slimes are shaking in their boots, paralyzed with fear that this monster of a man will sniff them out. Yuji desperately commands his slimes to freeze, praying they don't make a single sound. The search comes up empty, leading them to believe the trap was planted ages ago. The leader barks out an order, signaling his partner that it's time to get moving. They march forward, stepping right past the slimes without even realizing they're there. Yuji slowly raises his hand, ready to unleash a devastating strike right into their blind spot. Out of nowhere, a second magic net erupts right in their path. A tiny slime lets out a battle cry as the deadly trap snaps shut. The net crashes into them, leaving the men screaming in pure shock. Yuji smirks, knowing their one moment of weakness was exactly what he planned for. They're pinned back to back, completely paralyzed and at his mercy. Look at that. The mastermind behind the spell is actually a cute, cat-eared slime. They're stuck fast while their barrels smash into a million pieces around them. The big guy roars in fury, but these magical threads won't budge an inch. His partner snarls, realizing they were hit from a total blind spot. Now they're just lying there in the dirt, defeated among the wreckage of their cargo. Yuji catches his breath, realizing just how dangerous those guys were, and feeling relieved, he shut them down. We see a flashback where a blade sinks deep into a slime's gooey body without doing a single bit of damage. The attackers gape in shock as the knife just slides right back out, leaving the slime completely unscathed. Yuji relies on his slime's insane physical defense to shrug off what should have been a lethal strike. The trap-bound thugs thrash wildly, screaming to know who's responsible for this indestructible net. Dozens of glowing slime eyes peer out from the darkness, stalking their helpless prey. Cold sweat pours down one man's face as he realizes they're surrounded by an entire army of slimes. Yuji knows he has to wipe them out right now, even if it means losing every secret they're hiding. He surges with mana, unleashing a devastating area freeze spell through his magical connections. A colossal explosion of frost detonates, instantly turning the entire battlefield into a tomb of solid ice. The dark silhouettes of both men are frozen solid, trapped forever within the ice. Their status windows flash into existence, confirming their HP has plummeted to 0. Yuji curses the lost intel, but immediately commands his slimes to investigate those barrels. The slimes beam a message back, admitting they have no clue what's hidden inside. They warn him that whatever is lurking in there gives off a bone-chilling, sinister vibe. Yuji senses a familiar skin-crawling aura that reeks of dark magic. He questions the slimes, wondering if this foul energy matches the cursed monoliths. A slime peers over the edge of a barrel, its face twisting with a sudden, shocking realization. The slimes shout back that he's right. The energy is a perfect match. Yuji realizes this must be a diluted, liquid version of that terrifying curse. He realizes he needs a pro's eyes on this and decides to call in the Dryad for help. He blasts out a telepathic message, asking if she can spare a second to help him out. Deep in a lush forest, the Dryad's massive sanctuary tree stands tall and majestic. The slime liaison greets Yuji with pure joy, stoked to finally hear from him again. It delivers the message, warning the Dryad to brace herself for a cursed discovery. Yuji wonders if she's anywhere nearby and settles in to wait for her reply. Suddenly, the dryad teleports right behind him, sending his drink flying in a massive spit take. A totally rattled Yuji demands to know how she warped there without a forest to guide her. She looks at him like he's crazy, pointing toward a tree that's supposedly right there. Yuji stares in total shock at a tiny, pathetic houseplant sitting on a nearby table. The Dryad warns that this curse feels far more sinister than anything he's ever encountered. Yuji points straight out the window, pinpointing the source right at the base of the distant volcano. The massive volcano towers over the horizon, choking the sky with thick, pitch-black smoke. The Dryad reveals a terrifying fire dragon has awakened, the same monster that wiped 3 entire towns off the map. Its body radiates such blistering heat that the surrounding forest is instantly bursting into flames. We get a chilling look at its massive, razor-sharp claws. This thing is a walking natural disaster. Yuji realizes the heavy rain is driving the beast into a frenzy, and it's charging straight for them. He dispatches his loyal wolf to find out if the nearby river can halt the monster's path. The fire dragon's glowing, predatory eyes lock onto them through the sheets of pouring rain. The wolf loses it, screaming in pure terror that the dragon is staring them right in the face. Yuji keeps his cool, commanding his mount to reach the bridge and floor it. The wolf's paws thunder across the wooden planks of the swaying rope bridge. The wolf growls a warning. The dragon has arrived, and it's breathing down their necks. Yuji shouts to see if the river is holding it back, and the wolf glances back to confirm. The massive, towering dragon looms at the river's edge amidst the pouring rain. The slimes riding on the wolf's back start to freak out as the air turns scorching hot. The river erupts into a violent boil, blasting massive plumes of steam into the sky. Yuji watches in disbelief, questioning if the entire river is actually evaporating into thin air. The dragon stomps into the water, and the river instantly vaporizes against its massive legs. The wolf gasps for air in the blistering heat as the slimes literally start to melt. Yuji's eyes are glued to the chaos as he demands a status report from his wolf. The fire dragon tramples the dry riverbed, each step hitting the ground with earth-shattering force. It lets out a bone-chilling roar that makes the entire canyon vibrate with fear. Out of the mist, the monster's lethal silhouette looms like a living nightmare. A colossal wall of steam surges into the sky, completely swallowing the battlefield. Yuji reasons that if a weak fire dragon can be neutralized by a little water, then this massive river should have been more than enough to kill this beast. Steam hisses off the dragon's mossy fangs as it glares ahead with pure malice. It stands tall on the far bank, staring down the bridge like a hungry predator. The wolf reports that the dragon has stopped, but the blinding steam is hiding its every move. Yuji stands paralyzed, his mind reeling from the terrifying power he just witnessed. Through the thick, choking steam, the dragon's massive dark silhouette looms like a nightmare. The beast unleashes a bone-shattering roar that literally warps the air around it. Yuji realizes with a shudder that this monster makes a normal fire dragon look like a common lizard. That roar carries a blistering shockwave of heat that incinerates everything in its path. The wooden bridge can't take the temperature and instantly explodes into a wall of fire. The proud wolf screams in terror, shouting that they have to run before they're burned alive. Yuji knows this dragon is a total game changer, and he's the only one who can stop it. Suddenly, he spots a massive, deep river ahead, their absolute last shot at survival. He barks a command to his wolf, ordering him to sprint upstream toward the water. The bewildered wolf hesitates, questioning if splitting up is actually a smart move. Yuji lays out his master plan. He's going to weaponize the second river to shut this thing down. The wolf snaps back, arguing that the last river vanished into steam, and this is just a waste of time. Yuji shuts him down instantly, radiating pure confidence as he reveals he's got a secret strategy. He explains the trap. They'll dam the entire river and unleash a massive tidal wave all at once. A savage grin spreads across the wolf's face as he realizes just how brilliant this plan really is. Yuji barks at him to move fast, because the more water they build up, the more destruction they'll cause. An eel-like slime salutes its master, bragging that its new, enhanced speed makes it unstoppable. Way off in the distance, that same slime is playing a dangerous game of tag with a colossal fire dragon. A thunderous waterfall crashes down the mountainside while the wolf stands guard like a total boss. The wolf looks up, eager to know if they've finally reached the kill zone. Yuji lays out his master plan. Use the massive waterfall and a magic barrier to cage the dragon. He triggers a magic transfer, and a brilliant, glowing seal erupts from his palm. A massive, see-through barrier slams down, instantly choking off the roaring river. The water level surges upward, piling up behind that shimmering wall of magic. Fearing the crushing pressure, Yuji realizes he needs to double down on his defenses. He channels his power through a nearby slime, casting a specialized anti-physical shield. A second, even tougher barrier snaps into place, reinforcing the magical dam. The entire canyon is now a colossal glittering reservoir ready to burst. Yuji demands an update, and the wolf growls that the dragon is right on top of them. A slime screams in panic as the fire dragon makes its terrifying entrance. Yuji locks his eyes on the beast, knowing this is his one and only shot at victory. He stays perfectly still, waiting for the exact moment the dragon's movement slows down. The dragon's massive, razor-sharp claws stomp right into the shallow riverbed. Yuji's eyes snap open with lethal focus. It's now or never. With a sharp shout, he thrusts his hand forward and shatters the barrier. The magical dam explodes, unleashing a catastrophic wall of water. The fire dragon looks up, its face frozen in absolute shock. The massive tidal wave slams down with a deafening, thunderous roar. The colossal beast is swallowed whole by the unstoppable raging flood. A violent torrent of water rips through the narrow canyon with unstoppable force. The mighty dragon is nothing but a ragdoll, caught in the crushing grip of the rapids. Its colossal frame gets absolutely pulverized against the jagged canyon walls. The monster fights back with everything it has, but the water's raw power is just too much. The flood is so intense that the solid rock around it literally explodes into pieces. Proud Wolf and the slimes can only stare in pure horror at the absolute carnage. Suddenly, a gargantuan wall of steam erupts from the churning water. It's a violent reaction as the freezing river collides with the dragon's scorching hot scales. This massive cloud of vapor is so huge it stretches all the way to the town of Virginia. A local citizen gazes at the sky, completely stunned by the bizarre sight. Yuji looms over the cliff's edge, staring deep into a canyon choked with thick steam. He wipes away the sweat, absolutely floored by the dragon's insane, radiating heat. The entire river is a violent, boiling mess right where the dragon is submerged. His animal crew can only watch in shock as the water hisses and explodes around them. You can barely even see the dragon's massive shape through that thrashing, scalding current. Yuji doesn't blink, waiting for the thick fog to finally start fading away. The chaos finally dies down, and the river settles back into a haunting silence. With his vision still blurred, Yuji commands his noble wolf to go down and investigate. The wolf's paws thunder against the earth as it sprints straight for the riverbank. It halts right at the water's edge, swallowed up by the ghostly remaining mist. The wolf's eyes dart around in a panic, dreading whatever might be waiting for him. The raging river falls deathly silent as the last wisps of steam vanish into the air. The fire dragon's massive, lifeless carcass lies slumped in the water, utterly defeated. Yuji watches the clearing mist, questioning if he's actually finished the job. The proud wolf and the slimes explode into a wild victory celebration. Yuji exhales a massive sigh of relief, thankful the dragon's weakness was so easy to exploit. The proud wolf stands tall and declares it's finally time to head back home. The slimes on his back go wild, cheering for a feast of delicious, juicy leaves. The wolf barks in agreement as he trots confidently past the dragon's giant head. Suddenly, his happy grin freezes into a mask of pure, soul-crushing terror. The dragon's massive eye snaps open, burning with pure, unadulterated fury. Yuji's heart stops as his face twists in absolute terror. The beast breathes out a concentrated pillar of white-hot flames. The explosion slams into the canyon wall, shattering the very earth. Its scales start to pulse and crackle with a terrifying, molten glow. Blinding light surges across its massive chest and shoulders. Raw power surges through every fiber of its being as it hits its limit break. It lets out a world-shaking roar, finally unleashing its true godlike power. The once proud wolf screams in horror, realizing this monster is still very much alive. Suddenly, a shimmering shield flickers to life to save the group from certain death. The wolf and slimes are sent tumbling back, saved just in time by that clutch shield. Yuji breathes a sigh of relief that the barrier held and screams for a total retreat. That once proud wolf is now shaking in his boots as he bolts away from the furious dragon. Yuji realizes the dragon's eyes are locked onto him and readies a devastating counterattack. He channels his mana directly through the fleeing wolf, igniting a magic circle on its back. He triggers a massive, bone-chilling freeze spell right from his companion's position. The dragon lunges forward, charging up a lethal breath attack to clash with the incoming ice. Fire and ice slam into each other, triggering a colossal, world-shaking explosion. Yuji stares through the smoke, his face set in a mask of pure, cold determination. Seeing his spell was completely cancelled out, he starts prepping an even more violent assault. He summons 10 magic circles at once, cranking his power to the absolute limit. He blasts to leads the dragon with 10 area freeze spells simultaneously. But the dragon's intense heat is overwhelming, and the ice prison starts to fracture. With a thunderous roar, the beast shatters the ice, completely unscathed. Yuji grits his teeth, realizing his best shot didn't leave a single scratch. The dragon's eyes flare with white-hot rage as smoke pours from its throat. It spreads its bladed wings, which crackle with a sinister, dark energy. The wolf and slimes howl in terror, feeling the dragon's murderous intent. The dragon's wings begin to glow, funneling an insane amount of energy. It forms a massive, swirling sphere of pure, corrupted black fire. This nightmare of black flames swells into a world-ending catastrophe. The dragon hurls the devastating fireball, screaming into the heavens. The blast doesn't target Yuji, it arcs straight toward the defenseless city. Horror strikes Yuji as he realizes the entire town is in the crosshairs. He has to unleash his most forbidden magic, no matter the price. He locks onto the perfect spell, its very name dripping with absolute power. He channels his energy to launch the ultimate ice magic through magic transfer. He triggers the devastating curse of eternal permafrost. A massive, breathtaking spirit of pure ice surges forth from the magic circle. The ice spirit ascends gracefully to intercept the incoming dark fireball. The spirit unhinges its jaw and unleashes a lethal blast of sub-zero energy. This world-ending surge of frost explodes outward with terrifying power. The icy beam tears through the wasteland, leaving nothing but frozen death in its wake. It slams into the dark fireball, instantly turning that hellish flame into a block of solid ice. The frozen orb of fire can't take the pressure and detonates into a million glittering shards. But the beam doesn't stop there. It plows right into the shockfire dragon. An unstoppable wave of permafrost swallows the massive beast whole. The dragon's eyes bulge in pure terror as the absolute zero blast hits him dead on. A massive magical shockwave hammers into the dragon's burning body with bone-crushing force. The titan is trapped in a lethal screaming hurricane of ice and snow. From the sidelines, the proud wolf watches in pure disbelief at the absolute frozen carnage. Yuji stands as the lone survivor in a haunting world of jagged ice and rising steam. That massive volcano has been completely rewritten into a colossal, razor-sharp mountain of ice. The legendary fire dragon is trapped deep inside, a silent prisoner in a massive frozen tomb. Suddenly, A deafening crack rings out as the massive ice prison starts to splinter apart. The frozen shell explodes, and the dragon's body crumbles into a million icy fragments. The proud wolf wonders if the nightmare is finally over, while the slimes roar in total triumph. Without warning, a wave of agonizing pain hits Yuji, slamming him to his knees as he grips his head in torment. His vision blurs, and his mind slips away, realizing this is the brutal price of using such godlike power. His status window flashes a terrifying warning. His MP has plummeted to a staggering negative 200,000. Shards of the once mighty dragon now litter the valley floor like frozen glass. Suddenly, Yuji's sharp eyes catch a mysterious glint shimmering in the distance. He narrows his eyes, staring at a strange glowing object perched atop the highest peak. A massive golden treasure orb, encased in pure crystal, floats majestically in the air. Yuji realizes this orb is gargantuan, far bigger than anything a lesser dragon could ever drop. He commands his slimes to gather every scrap of loot and haul it back to Return Town. Deep within the jagged canyon walls, the town of Begunya sits in total silence. By the next morning, Yuji and his crew are strolling through streets that look completely ordinary. Two mysterious figures lurk in the shadows, baffled by how a massive fire dragon could just vanish. Yuji is relieved the town is safe, but he knows they can't afford to let their guard down. He marches straight to the armorer, certain this orb will forge the ultimate set of gear. He can't stop thinking about how the proud wolf's insane speed saved his life in the last fight. The massive blacksmith bellows a greeting, asking if he's already managed to trash his armor. Yuji just smirks as his slime vomits up a colossal, glowing treasure orb. The armorer's eyes nearly pop out of his skull as he screams, "What the hell is this?" The onlookers are completely paralyzed, unable to believe a gem that massive actually exists. Regaining his cool, the smith accepts the legendary object with a heavy, serious nod. He swears to forge the most god-tier armor imaginable from this magnificent material. Eugene realizes it was a stroke of genius to never give the man his real name. Standing outside his shop, the blacksmith wonders if the rumors he heard were nothing but a lie. Yuji is completely baffled and demands to know what kind of crazy rumors are flying around. The man reveals the guild is taking all the credit, claiming they conquered the dragon with artificial rain. Yuji's eyes narrow as he questions if that downpour during the battle was actually man-made. The smith mentions whispers of ancient rain-making machines abandoned deep inside the volcano. Yuji smells a rat, knowing there's no way a little water could ever extinguish a beast that powerful. News of the guild's supposed triumph spreads like wildfire through every street in Begunya. Yuji is hit with a sinking feeling that this official story is nothing but a massive lie. He decides to dig for the truth later and leaves his gear in the hands of the master craftsman. The smith waves goodbye as Yuji and his loyal wolf companion march out of the shop. Finally, Yuji retreats to the silence of his inn-room to plan his next move. He sits there brooding over that suspicious rain that drove the dragon mad. Was it actually man-made? He interrogates his slimes, asking if they sensed something sinister about that sudden downpour. The slimes confirm his fears. It came out of nowhere, and rain on a volcano is a total freak occurrence. The proud wolf adds his 2 cents, claiming those clouds spread across the sky with impossible magical speed. Yuji makes his move. He's going to sneak into the guild and uncover the dark secrets they're hiding. The slimes are absolutely hyped, ready to dive headfirst into a high-stakes stealth mission. But then, Yuji notices his usually hyperactive squad looking completely burned out and exhausted. The slimes start chanting in protest, shouting that they're overworked and desperately need a vacation. A wave of guilt hits Yuji as he realizes he's become the very thing he hates, a ruthless, soul-sucking boss. He instantly caves, declaring a total rest day and promising the gang a legendary feast. A mouth-watering aroma fills the air and one slime instantly snaps to attention. The rest of the pack catches the scent, their tiny mustaches and cat ears twitching in pure excitement. They drift toward the source like they're in a trance, shouting about how heavenly it smells. Yuji breathes a sigh of relief at the distraction, but he knows he's got to step up their rewards later. He offers to grab them a bite, and the slimes cheer, calling it a special treat just for him. That irresistible smell of sizzling grilled meat drags the whole crew right down the street. Yuji trails behind his buddies, unable to hide the smirk on his face as he watches them go wild. The slimes are literally bouncing off the walls once they finally track down that delicious food stall. Yuji worries the shop might be shutting down, but the slimes are way too hypnotized by the aroma to care. The shopkeeper sighs about having to close up shop so early, something that almost never happens. Yuji asks if there are any scraps left to buy, while his slime peers over the counter with desperate, hungry eyes. The owner apologizes, explaining he's completely sold out because he's fresh out of monster ingredients. The slimes erupt in a soul-crushing wail of absolute foodie heartbreak. They scold Yuji for giving up so fast and demand he gets out there to hunt. Seeing their fire reignited, Yuji asks if they're ready to track down some monsters right now. With burning determination, the slimes shout a thunderous yes. Yuji wonders if his slimes can swarm their prey using their overwhelming numbers. The slimes recruit the proud wolf for the hunt, and he's more than ready to join the fray. Yuji watches his crew sprint away, grinning as the wolf finally fits right in with the pack. He turns to the stall owner and asks if he'll fire up the grill again if they bring back the goods. The shop owner narrows his eyes, doubting Yuji has any real way to pull this off. Yuji just stays cool, revealing that his massive squad of allies is already on the hunt. Intrigued, the owner asks which beast would make for the ultimate feast. He slams his hand on a poster, shouting that the taste boar is the king of all flavors. Miles away, the slimes get the signal. It's time to track down the legendary taste boar. One hungry slime chirps up, dreaming of devouring pork and every other monster in sight. The slimes vow they won't come back empty-handed until that prize is theirs. They tear through the woods with one obsession. It's time to feast. Suddenly, a scout spots a giant boar snoozing in the brush and screams, "Target acquired!" The slimes blast a message to Yuji, "Go all out, or this prime meat is going to waste." Right from the heart of town, Yuji raises his hand and triggers his legendary magic transfer. A massive fireball erupts right on the boar, channeled instantly through a slime miles away. The clueless beast takes the full force of the magical blast right to the face. The devastating spell swallows the boar in a perfectly controlled, roaring inferno. Now, two perfectly roasted boars lie smoking in the middle of the silent forest clearing. One slime panics, terrified that the meat is charred black and will taste like bitter ash. Yuji calms them down, promising his flames were precise and the meat is cooked to perfection. He commands his loyal wolf to hunt down the carcasses and bring the prize back. The wolf sprints back, slamming a massive mountain of hunted boars right in front of the stall. Yuji turns to the owner and asks if this massive haul is enough to satisfy him. The stall owner gawks at the massive mountain of meat, his jaw hitting the floor in pure shock. He shouts that this haul is enough to stock his shop for over a month. Yuji waves toward the pile, telling him this should be plenty to get things started. He promises the man that if he ever runs low, he's got plenty more to sell him later. Recharged with energy, the owner snatches his cleaver and starts hacking away at the meat with a grin. Yuji, his loyal wolf, and his slimes dig into a massive, celebratory feast under the moonlit sky. A glowing crescent moon hangs over the quiet canyon town, painting the night in a peaceful glow. Yuji tells the crew it's time to hit the road and orders them to start scouting for intel. But the slimes are feeling lazy, whining that moving around is way too much work. Yuji just glares at them, his face turning into a dark, terrifying mask of pure irritation. He switches his strategy, promising the leftover meat to the first 10 slimes who step up. The slimes explode with excitement, bouncing and racing toward the town in a frantic blur. Yuji watches them go, wearing a bittersweet smile, as he realizes just how far a little food goes. Chaos erupts as the slimes start fighting over the lead, forcing Yuji to jump in and restore order. Finally, 10 bandaged slimes are handpicked and sent off to infiltrate the guild in total secrecy. 3 whole days pass by, and yet everything remains eerily quiet. Yuji stays glued to his slime vision, monitoring the guild 24/7, but he finds absolutely nothing. But today, the routine breaks as he heads to the smithy to finally collect his custom-made armor. The blacksmith greets him with a massive, triumphant grin, clearly ecstatic about what he's created. One look at the man's face tells Yuji everything. This gear is going to be absolutely insane. The blacksmith declares the armor is finally finished, and Yuji demands to see the masterpiece. But instead of heavy plate, he reveals a tiny, shimmering winged accessory and tells Yuji to witness its true glory. The smith explains, yet he forged this special gear specifically for the wolf or one of the slimes. Yuji asks for a test run, and the blacksmith is absolutely pumped to see it in action. A slime steps up, proudly rocking the gleaming new wing as its ultimate upgrade. Yuji wonders what the first move should be, and the smith tells him to just go for a jump. The slime nods, squishing its body down before exploding into the sky with insane power. Rocketing high above the canyon, the slime cheers in pure joy at how weightless it feels. Yuji stares at the tiny dot in the clouds, stunned that it reached those heights in a heartbeat. The proud wolf is completely floored, howling in disbelief that a slime is now faster than him. The slime drifts through the air, settling perfectly into Yuji's waiting hand. Clutching the gear, Yuji is absolutely blown away by the insane power of this new armor. The blacksmith bows low, admitting he went wild since working with a fire dragon jewel is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Yuji casually mentions it was just a big lesser fire dragon, leaving the blacksmith completely speechless. Shaking off the shock, the smith demands to know how Yuji could possibly take down such a monster. Yuji reveals he crushed the beast using a massive, high-tier ice-sealing spell. The blacksmith is itching to see the armor's magic defense in action, confident it can handle anything. Yuji asks for a training ground, and the smith immediately guides him to the back of the shop. They head toward the clearing, while Yuji's slimes hop along excitedly behind them. They reach a massive open field surrounded by thick woods and a towering, jagged cliff. The blacksmith gives the green light, and Yuji prepares to unleash a devastating test run. Yuji's hand erupts in a brilliant glow as he pumps his raw mana directly into his slime. Wearing the enchanted accessory, the little slime becomes the heart of a massive, glowing magic circle. He triggers water discharge, and a monstrous tidal wave explodes out of the tiny creature. This high-pressure jet obliterates the forest, shattering ancient trees like they're nothing but toothpicks. Yuji realizes this blast is way more lethal than the dragon's actual breath attack. The blacksmith, the wolf, and the slimes can only stare in absolute shock at this insane display of power. The smith screams that he's never witnessed water magic with this kind of world-ending force. Yuji tries to play it cool, insisting the armor is doing all the heavy lifting for this power spike. The blacksmith realizes that even a fraction of this power would absolutely shred a fire dragon. He pushes Yuji to stay in town and keep stacking gold from dragon hunting, and Yuji actually gives it some serious thought. But before he commits, Yuji knows he has to prove this guild is actually trustworthy. The blacksmith stands in awe of his own masterpiece, armor forged to withstand the most terrifying magic imaginable. Yuji thanks him for the incredible gear, confident it can even tank his own world-shattering fire spells. For payment, Yuji slams down a heavy stack of shimmering gold bars. He feels like 1,000,000 gold is a total bargain for such insane power. The blacksmith is ecstatic, claiming this deal will make him a fortune, while Yuji just stands there, totally confused. The smith points to a massive heap of dragon jewels, explaining that their value is absolutely off the charts. Yuji is just glad he finally found a master who can actually work with such high-tier materials. He waves a final goodbye to the blacksmith, officially wrapping up his business in town. He struts through the streets alongside his majestic wolf, carrying a whole squad of slimes on its back. Out of nowhere, the slime perched on his shoulder flashes an emergency alert about that mysterious rain machine. Yuji rushes back to his room, desperate to eavesdrop on the guild's secret meeting. He settles in and shuts his eyes, finally ready to see what his tiny spies have uncovered over the last 3 days. A glowing magic circle ignites over his eye as he triggers his sense-sharing ability. His mind drifts away, his vision now perfectly synced with the slime hidden deep inside the guild. He intercepts the meeting, listening to them complain about how their investigation has hit a total dead end. Yuji realizes his slimes are perfectly positioned right under the floorboards of the branch manager's office. The charismatic branch manager demands to know if they've finally narrowed down their list of suspects. An aide steps forward, reporting that the geography points to only one terrifying possibility. The branch manager's eyes widen as he realizes they're talking about the notorious Ordalian branch. His aide confirms the worst. Ordalian is the only branch stonewalling the entire investigation. Yuji breathes a massive sigh of relief, realizing the guild isn't rotten to the core. They're actually hunting the traitors too. The manager demands to know the odds. Is Ordalian really the one behind this entire mess? But the aide shakes his head, admitting they need cold, hard proof before they can make a move. They're stuck in a deadlock, knowing a forced inspection order from HQ would take way too long to arrive. Yuji cuts the connection, his mind racing over why the Ordalian Guild is acting so incredibly suspicious. Morning hits, and Yuji marches through the sun-drenched streets of Virginia with total determination. He slams open the heavy wooden doors of the Adventurers Guild, ready for action. He strides straight to the front desk and looks the receptionist in the eye, demanding answers. He reveals his plan to trek to Ordalian, demanding to know if the town is actually safe. The receptionist's eyes go wide with total shock as she stammers, "You're actually leaving Virginia?" Yuji doubles down, explaining that with the fire dragons wiped out, there's absolutely nothing left for him here. Memories of his boring corporate life flood back, making him realize he's going stir-crazy without a real job. She admits the work has vanished, but she's still dead set on questioning why he'd choose Ordalian. Yuji presses her, asking why his choice of destination has her looking so completely rattled. She explains that Ordalian is a bizarre town that only fits a very specific, dangerous kind of person. It's a land of shadows where secrets are buried deep and no one tolerates any outside interference. Yuji rubs his chin, repeating the word secretive as he weighs the risks of this mysterious place. She clarifies that it's the ultimate haven for people with dark pasts who know how to keep their mouths shut. She reveals that crime is practically zero because the locals dish out their own brutal justice. Yuji thanks her for the tip and decides he absolutely has to witness this place for himself. The receptionist blushes hard, desperate for him to stay after he became the first person to ever slay a fire dragon. Yuji offers a quick apology, explaining that his thirst for adventure and growth can't be stopped. He locks in his next target, Ordalian, a fortress city that's notoriously impossible to infiltrate. Stepping outside, he gives the word to his loyal wolf, who lets out a fierce growl of approval. Boom! They ignite like a rocket, leaving nothing but a massive crater in the middle of the road. Yuji realizes this breakneck pace is the perfect way to push his new armor to the absolute limit. They streak across the horizon like a comet, easily clocking in at over 100 kilometers per hour. He's amazed that the armor is cranking his reflexes into overdrive just to keep up with this insane speed. Suddenly, the slime on his shoulder goes on high alert, There's a monster lurking nearby. Yuji signals his wolf to slow down, itching to put his new armor to the ultimate test in a real fight. They hop off their mount and creep through a jagged rocky pass with total caution. Yuji peers around a massive boulder, desperate to catch a glimpse of the beast. There it is, a colossal, hulking bear looming over the gory remains of its last meal. A jagged scar rips across the bear's eye, revealing a row of terrifying, razor-sharp teeth. Yuji sizes up the beast, realizing this massive bear is easily a C-rank nightmare. Yuji readies a tiny slime, arming it with a lethal, magic-infused quill. The magical dart flies true, piercing the bear's eye and forcing a low, guttural growl from its throat. Blinded by rage and pain, the bear lets out a deafening roar and lunges straight for Yuji and his team. The once proud wolf is now trembling in terror, begging Yuji to take down the beast. Yuji triggers his magic transfer, pumping every ounce of his mana into a lone slime. That little slime erupts, launching a massive, roaring fireball straight at the bear. A pillar of white-hot flames swallows the charging monster whole. The sheer force of the blast rips through the clearing, sending shockwaves and debris everywhere. In a split second, the bear's massive frame is completely vaporized by that insane power. A massive explosion shakes the entire forest, leaving nothing but a thick cloud of smoke. Yuji realizes this spell is on a whole new level of ridiculous. Staring at the charred remains, he admits that he might have gone a little too far. He vows to save this trump card for emergencies, and his wolf couldn't agree more. With the dust finally settled, Yuji wastes no time and tears through the dense forest at breakneck speed. His loyal wolf howls with excitement, sensing that they've finally reached their goal. Boot and paw hit the cold stone together as they step onto the path, leading straight into the heart of the city. Looming over them is the massive fortress city of Ordalion, carved right into the base of the towering mountains. Yuji double-checks his map to make sure they're in the right place, while his slimes chirp in total agreement. To keep things low-key, he orders his wolf and half the slime squad to stay hidden outside the gates. But as he steps inside, he can feel a dozen cold eyes tracking his every move from the shadows. A grim-faced guard grips his spear tight, glaring at Yuji with pure suspicion as he passes by. Deep in a dark alley, two sharp-eyed elves watch him like hawks, waiting for him to slip up. Even a massive, tiger-like beast man locks onto him, his eyes burning with a terrifying, predatory hunger. He stands dead center in the plaza, surrounded by a wall of cold, menacing stares. Those piercing glares prove one thing: this entire city is a massive surveillance trap. He locks onto his first target in this bizarre town, the Adventurers Guild. He finally reaches the guild's headquarters, a massive, towering fortress that dominates the street. Surprisingly, the building looks totally normal, a sharp contrast to the suffocating tension outside. Even with eyes on him, he plans to deploy a slime to sniff out any hidden magical traps. He beams a telepathic command to his slimes, ordering them to cloak themselves and infiltrate the building. Deep in the woods, the slimes chirp with excitement as they gear up for their mission. These invisible slimes bounce right past the clueless guards and slip through the main gates undetected. Our hero throws the heavy doors open and marches straight into the heart of the Adventurers Guild. He scans the sprawling guild hall, eyes darting between the endless reception desks and the massive balcony above. An older clerk with a sharp bowl cut kicks things off with a booming welcome. A scarred, bald-headed brute picks up the greeting, shouting, "To the Ordalion!" Finally, a grim-faced man with long, flowing hair finishes the sentence. Adventurers Guild. Yuji is totally thrown off. This entire staff is made of terrifying, muscle-bound men. He marches over to the quest board, dying to see what kind of insane missions they're offering. Sweat beads on his forehead as he stares at the board, sensing that something is horribly wrong. The board is practically a ghost town, completely stripped of the usual monster hunting contracts. Right then, his stealthy camouflage slimes chime in, confirming they've successfully infiltrated the hall. Yuji acknowledges the signal, ordering them to stay in the shadows and keep their guard up. Those invisible slimes stealthily hop their way up the main stairs to the second floor. From their high vantage point, they spy on an adventurer chatting away with a receptionist. Yuji hangs back, realizing a guild employee has been burning a hole in his back with a glare. He looks over and spots a guy with a massive mustache staring him down from a doorway. This guy is standing there with his arms crossed, looking incredibly suspicious and stern. He feels the eyes on him, and his slimes confirm he's being watched every single second. Having seen enough, Yuji decides it's time to get out of there for the day. He treks through the creepy town, already planning to send his slimes back for a deep dive later. He keeps his sensory link active with the slimes he left behind to act as his secret spies. That mustached man tracks Yuji's every move, his suspicious eyes following him right out the door. The man demands to know if he's gone, and the receptionist confirms he is bailed without even taking a quest. Hidden in the shadows, one of Yuji's slimes peeks around the corner, eavesdropping on their every word. Yuji's heart skips a beat as he realizes they've started talking about him. The man with the mustache signals his crew to a back room, desperate to discuss the mysterious stranger. As they retreat, Yuji commands his slimes to tail them and record everything they see. The two guild members duck into a private, book-filled office to speak their minds freely. The heavy wooden door slams shut behind them, sealing their secret conversation away from prying eyes. But one determined slime squishes itself flat and slides right under the door. The receptionist drops a bombshell. That adventurer is definitely Yuji, and he's an assassination target. Yuji is absolutely floored. Why in the world would the guild be plotting to kill him? The receptionist drops a bombshell. He was once a candidate, but they've officially scrubbed his name. The mustached man slams his fist down, roaring that this low threat level is a complete insult. He demands answers about headquarters' insane decision, but the receptionist just shuts him down. With a cold stare, she asks if he's actually brave enough to challenge a direct order from the higher-ups. The man admits he felt a primal terror radiating off Yuji, a soul-crushing realization that he stood no chance. He swears that the tiny slime on Yuji's shoulder carried the monstrous aura of a legendary fire dragon. Yuji can't help but chuckle, thinking that's a massive exaggeration for his little slime buddies. The man demands they strike now and wipe the adventurer Yuji off the face of the earth. Yuji's expression darkens as he realizes just how fast these people jump to cold-blooded murder. He remembers the rumors that the Ordalian Guild used a mysterious device to enrage a fire dragon. He uses his slimes as secret eyes to spy on the two men plotting in the back room. The man doubles down, demanding they assassinate Yuji before he can even blink. Yuji realizes their thirst for blood is a terrifying match for the Blue Moon of Salvation cult. The receptionist snaps at him, reminding him they were ordered to stop leaving a trail of bodies. The man fires back, insisting they have to eliminate every threat before it's too late. The receptionist warns that if the cult's secret takeover is exposed, their entire plan will crumble. Yuji finally sees the truth. The cult has completely seized control of the entire city of Ordalian. The man decides to report everything to Lord Kaiser, and the receptionist quickly agrees. Yuji knows he can't stay in this corrupt city for a single second longer. He orders his proud wolf to get ready to move, and the beast lets out a loyal growl of agreement. He glares back at the city, knowing that rushing in to save the cult's prisoners now would be a suicide mission. He briefly weighs the idea of burning the entire town to ashes, but realizes that mindless destruction won't solve a thing. He deploys a battalion of 200 slimes to lurk in the shadows and track every single move the citizens make. He promises them a legendary meat feast as a reward, and the slimes absolutely lose it with excitement. As he gallops away, his loyal slimes roar their support, vowing to carry out his orders to the letter. The wolf growls, asking for their destination, but Yuji coldly orders him to just keep charging straight ahead. A quick look at the map reveals a shocking truth. They're heading in the complete opposite direction of Virginia. He commands the wolf to sneak toward the next town with absolute stealth, making sure nobody spots them coming. The majestic wolf's massive paws thunder against the earth as it tears down the road at breakneck speeds. They lurch to a sudden, violent halt as the wolf realizes they've hit a total dead end. Yuji stares at the twisted wreckage, questioning if this heap of debris used to be a bridge. They're perched on the edge of a massive cliff, staring at a path that's been wiped off the map. As they peer into the bottomless abyss, a slime nervously asks, "What's the plan now?" Yuji notices the debris is fresh. This bridge didn't just fall, it collapsed moments ago. The wolf suggests a detour, but the slime scouts report there's absolutely no other way around. Yuji refuses to retreat to Ordalion, that cursed cult stronghold, no matter the cost. The loyal wolf keeps his eyes locked on his master, eagerly waiting for the next order. With a confident smirk, the wolf promises Yuji that he's got everything under control. Yuji hops onto the wolf's back to scale the cliff, asking if he can really handle the monsters ahead. Without warning, the massive rock wall above them starts to shatter and rain down. A horde of pitch-black horned demons comes scrambling down the walls like a nightmare. It's a full-blown ambush as an endless flood of shadow monsters pours down the cliffside. Yuji spots the swarm and commands his terrified mount to bolt before they're spotted. Suddenly, a jagged bolt of energy tears through the air, barely missing them by an inch. The blast craters the earth, sending the proud wolf into a state of pure, shrieking panic. But Yuji doesn't flinch, coldly locking his eyes on exactly where that shot came from. Out from the canyon's darkness, a sleek, obsidian panther-like beast slinks into the light. Then, two colossal, razor-sharp paws stomp forward, signaling that something much bigger is coming. A massive, towering tiger monster with haunting white eyes steps out, ready to tear them apart. The great beast lets out a bone-chilling growl, its face twisted in a mask of pure, unbridled rage. The wolf's pride shatters instantly as he stares into the eyes of a legendary tiger beast. He bolts in pure terror, his legs moving like a blur while he shrieks for his life. The ground trembles as the tiger slams down onto the jagged rocks right behind them. Suddenly, a giant bee screeches to a stop, blocking their only way out. Shaking with fear, the wolf desperately pleads for Yuji to buff his speed with magic. Yuji stays dead silent, his eyes narrowing as a cold calculation takes over. This is the ultimate opportunity to see exactly what this monster is capable of. "Let's do this," he shouts, spinning around as a glowing magic circle erupts beneath him. He charges up a basic fireball, ready to see how this beast handles the heat. The blast shatters the stone wall, but the tiger is gone, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yuji stares through the chaos, desperately hoping his strike actually landed. As the dust settles, the monster has completely vanished from the crater. Like a flash of lightning, the tiger materializes right next to Yuji, jaws wide open. "Proud wolf, move!" Yuji screams, sensing the lethal strike coming a mile away. The beast's colossal paw swings with bone-crushing power, claws ready to shred. The wolf howls and lunges back, just as the tiger's claws pulverize the solid stone. Still midair, Yuji strikes back, channeling raw magic straight through his slimes. A storm of fireballs erupts from every direction, closing in to trap the monster. Even in the middle of this magical inferno, the tiger's glowing eye stays cold and calculated. With godlike reflexes, the beast dances through the explosions without breaking a sweat. Yuji realizes this beast is way too fast, and he's going to need a spell that's impossible to dodge. The tiger dances through the massive explosions, weaving past the flames without a single scratch. Yuji quickly preps another magic transfer, switching gears for a totally different kind of attack. Using a grinning slime as his catalyst, he triggers a massive area freeze. A blast of sub-zero air explodes outward, trapping the tiger in a prison of jagged ice. The beast is instantly frozen solid from the waist down, bringing its deadly charge to a dead stop. Yuji smirks as the spell hits home, completely paralyzing the monster's movement. Now it's time for an experiment using his specialized monster-crafted gear. He pulls out a tiny slime armed with a lethal winged spike from that fire dragon he took down. He channels a scorching fireball through the armed slime and lets loose a devastating blast. A colossal explosion erupts, swallowing the trapped tiger in a roaring sphere of flames. Choking clouds of black smoke mask the devastation left behind by the blast. The beast staggers out of the haze, charred and bleeding, yet it refuses to fall. Yuji realizes his magic is stronger than ever, but this monster's defense is absolutely insane. "Try this on for size," he shouts, launching a devastating Fireball X2. The double-strength explosion is too much for the beast, and the massive tiger finally hits the dirt. The loyal wolf creeps out from the shadows, howling in triumph over their fallen foe. A giant slime glides forward, instantly gulping down the tiger's carcass for safekeeping. With the threat neutralized, Yuji wastes no time and sets his sights back on the goal. Together with his wolf, he charges ahead, scaling the treacherous mountain trail. They trek through a jagged rocky wasteland as the trail finally opens up before them. Yuji squints at the horizon and realizes their next destination is finally in sight. They stand in awe before the massive city of Iliark, carved directly into a towering cliffside. A giant sign hanging over the main gate confirms they've reached the legendary Iliark. Yuji and his loyal wolf companions stride through the gates and step into the heart of the city. He scans the perimeter and notices the guards look surprisingly calm and laid back. The town square is exploding with life, filled with happy faces and a total sense of peace. Yuji realizes this is the very first city he's found that isn't currently facing total destruction. It doesn't take long for him to track down the local branch of the Adventurers Guild. Stepping inside, he finds a crowd of adventurers huddled around the massive quest board. He scans the quest board, but it's filled with nothing but the same old boring monster hunts. Suddenly, one specific poster catches his eye and demands his attention. It's a D-rank mission to hunt a small tiger for a massive payout of 100,000 coal. Yuji is suspicious, knowing the beast he just fought was way too powerful for a low-rank quest. He decides to report the kill anyway and marches straight into the center of the guild hall. He orders his slime to cough up the massive tiger he just slaughtered. The giant corpse slams onto the floor, leaving every adventurer in the room absolutely speechless. He walks up to the receptionist and slams down the small tiger quest poster. The young girl behind the counter stays cool and tells him everything is in order. She steps over to inspect the kill, looking tiny next to that mountain of a monster. Her face drains of color as she realizes this definitely isn't the monster they were hunting. Yuji's heart sinks as he realizes he must have picked a fight with the wrong creature. He tries to apologize for the massive blunder, but the receptionist tells him to hold on. Her finger trembles as she points at the carcass, her mind racing to process what she's seeing. She whips out a different poster, identifying the beast as the terrifying carnival tiger. Yuji is completely lost, asking why the name matters when neither of them are actually tigers. Then he spots it. The reward for this beast is a mind-blowing 30 million coal. The receptionist explains that a monster this high level demands a massive rank and an even bigger payout. She gives him a bright smile, noting that the gold will be split among his entire party. Yuji is totally stunned, reminding her that he's actually a one-man army. She's stunned, asking if his only friends in the world are really just a wolf and some slimes. Tears well up in her eyes as her face twists with overwhelming pity. She starts apologizing frantically, convinced his entire party was brutally wiped out. Sobbing, she concludes that he must have been wandering all alone this entire time. Yuji's face drops as he realizes this massive misunderstanding is spiraling out of control. The receptionist grabs his hands tight, begging him not to hold back his grief. She cries out that his fallen comrades would be so incredibly proud of him. Yuji is totally exasperated, struggling to find the words to tell her that no one actually died. He decides to end the drama right now by handing over his adventurer card as proof. She snatches the card and presses it against the crystal orb for verification. Her eyes bulge in pure disbelief as the glowing orb reveals the shocking truth. She stammers out his status. Yuji is a B-rank adventurer authorized for solo hunts. The orb confirms the impossible. He slaughtered the carnival tiger entirely on his own. Yuji tries to play it down, arguing that his tamed beasts mean he wasn't technically alone. "That's not the point," she shrieks, frantically summoning her boss to handle this madness. The sharp click of high heels echoes through the guild as a new figure approaches. A stern woman in glasses looms over them, demanding to know why there's such a commotion. The receptionist gasps that a lone adventurer just dragged in a massive carnival tiger. The superior inspects the beast and notices it was absolutely scorched by high-tier fire magic. It makes no sense. Why would a mage with this much raw power be hunting without a party? The receptionist drops a total bombshell. This guy is actually a tamer. The superior pushes up her glasses, her eyes gleaming at such an impossible claim. Yuji just stands there, cool as ice, with a glowing slime perched right on his shoulder. He slams his adventurer card onto the counter for the final, official proof. Light bulbs go off in the superior's head as she shouts, "It all makes sense now." She turns to her assistant and asks, "Haven't you heard the legends of Yuji, the magic-wielding tamer?" The receptionist's eyes widen as she remembers the hero who single-handedly saved a village from a monster horde. A chill runs down Yuji's spine as he wonders just how crazy the rumors about him have become. The superior realizes it has to be him, which explains how he pulled off that insane solo kill. The receptionist hands over a massive 300,000 coal reward while Yuji gives a polite nod of thanks. She presses him for the location of the kill, and he nonchalantly mentions it went down in the valley. The receptionist's jaw drops as she repeats the word valley in utter disbelief. Yuji explains that with the bridge destroyed, he had to plunge right into the heart of the canyon. Terror grips the superior as she realizes he just walked out of the legendary Valley of Death alive. He casually claims he just outran a massive swarm of monsters until he reached the exit. A smirk plays on her lips as she realizes the rumors of his monstrous power are 100% real. Yuji is completely oblivious to the fact that he just survived a total death trap. He stabs a finger at the wall map, pointing out the exact spot where the trail was severed. The map reveals a devastating blow. A major trade route is now totally cut off by that fallen bridge. The receptionist's face falls as she reveals that the vital suspension bridge was completely incinerated. Yuji demands answers, but his superior warns that the valley is a total death trap. He's convinced the Blue Moon of Salvation cult is responsible for the bridge's destruction. The receptionist groans, revealing that endless negotiations are stalling the entire repair project. Yuji's eyes narrow as he realizes this has the cult's fingerprints all over it. The receptionist suggests he guard the construction site, and he agrees to weigh his options. Yuji strides out of the guild, his majestic wolf companion walking proudly by his side. He wonders what the cult is truly plotting, hoping their endgame isn't something horrific. He checks in with his slime recon squad, making sure they can move without being detected. From their secret hiding spots, the slimes report back that everything is going smoothly. Two slimes peek out from behind a tree, confirming they're still completely invisible to the enemy. Yuji promises his crew a massive meat feast, and the slimes erupt in a telepathic roar of pure joy. With a massive reward finally in his hands, he decides to treat his slimes to the ultimate meal. He marches up the stone path, heading straight for the town's local butcher shop. The butcher greets him with a massive grin, welcoming his newest customer with open arms. Yuji scans the rows of prime cuts hanging right in front of him, eyeing the best pieces. He asks if this is enough, but the slimes scream that they're still starving for more. He starts to worry, noticing his slimes have been getting a little too round and chubby lately. The butcher leans in, asking exactly what kind of meat he's looking to buy. Yuji explains he needs a mountain of food to satisfy his bottomless pits of monsters. The butcher nods in realization, instantly figuring out he's dealing with a professional monster tamer. The butcher presents a massive slab of eco-wolf meat, a delicacy every monster craves. He recommends starting with a sample, and Yuji immediately jumps on the deal. With a grateful grin, the butcher hands over the prize and thanks him for the coin. Yuji stares at the lean, fat-free cut, thinking it looks totally bland and unappetizing. But his slimes are losing their minds, their eyes glowing with pure joy. Yuji lets them have a tiny taste, and they instantly swarm the meat like a pack of piranhas. One slime gulps down a massive chunk, screaming that it's the best thing it's ever eaten. Yuji is stoked they love it, finally finding a place that sells meat in massive quantities. He demands to know the total stock, and the butcher reveals they have a staggering 2,000 kilos. Yuji's eyes light up as he vows to buy every single scrap, leaving the butcher absolutely speechless. The butcher offers a sweet deal, but can't help but wonder why Yuji needs such a massive haul, only for Yuji to reveal he's got a whole army of monsters to feed. The butcher marches him straight to the back to show off his incredible stockpile. He slams open the heavy wooden doors, revealing his massive meat warehouse. The entire room is crammed to the rafters with towering piles of meat. The butcher warns that moving this much weight is going to be a total nightmare. He stresses that if they don't store this mountain of food properly, it's all going to rot. But when he turns around, his jaw hits the floor as he screams. The entire warehouse is completely empty. Yuji casually explains that his slime can store everything, and the little guy chirps in happy agreement. The butcher is absolutely floored that a simple slime can keep food fresh without it ever spoiling. A crafty smirk creeps across his face, realizing Yuji is way more skilled than he looks. Yuji drops a staggering 700,000 coal, sealing this massive deal once and for all. He marches up the stone steps, with his majestic wolf trailing close behind. With the food finally secured, he's faced with a new challenge: how to move all these slimes. He wonders if he should promote his legendary wolf to the role of transport officer. The wolf absolutely loses it, screaming in terror that he's being fired from the team. He bows his head to the dirt, begging for mercy and swearing he'll do anything to stay. Yuji is cracked up by the wolf's total lack of dignity, but promises he isn't getting the boot. He considers taming a second wolf, but he knows his current partner is truly one of a kind. He asks his mount if there are any old friends or packmates he could bring into the fold. The wolf puffs out his chest, bragging that proud wolves are lone warriors who live for glory. Yuji sets his sights on a brand new target, a beast that can rule the skies. His wolf companion nods in agreement, knowing an aerial scout would be the ultimate advantage. With a new goal in mind, Yuji hunts for a mission featuring a winged terror. He wastes no time and sprints back toward the bustling adventurers guild. The moment he steps inside, the receptionist spots him and offers a warm welcome. He cuts straight to the point, asking if there are any contracts out for monsters in the air. She points one out immediately, but her voice trembles as she warns him of the extreme danger. Unfazed, Yuji demands to know exactly what kind of beast he'll be facing. She reveals the terrifying task: hunt down a deadly cockatrice lurking in the valley of Iliark. Yuji weighs his options, knowing the treacherous terrain will push his skills to the absolute limit. He hits a major roadblock because he's not looking for a kill. He wants to tame this beast. The receptionist's jaw hits the floor when she realizes he actually plans to tame a lethal cockatrice. He double-checks if taming the monster counts as a win, and she confirms it's a valid strategy. She desperately warns him that bringing a monster like that home would spark absolute chaos in the streets. Yuji stays cool as ice, suggesting he'll just keep the beast chained up far outside the city walls. She explains that the second a monster like that is spotted, an entire army will mobilize to hunt it down. He questions if this creature is truly as terrifying as everyone says. She warns him that the cockatrice is a bloodthirsty nightmare packed with lethal venom. Yuji weighs the massive risk against the sheer glory of having his own personal flying mount. He locks in the quest, completely brushing off her frantic warnings about the valley's deadly secrets. He gives her a quick nod of thanks, swearing to keep his guard up. Yuji strides through the streets, laser-focused on his next mission. He rehearses every detox spell in his head, prepping for the deadly hunt ahead. On the horizon, the jagged, terrifying peaks of the valley pierce the sky. Yuji and his majestic wolf loom over the cliff's edge, ready to dive into the abyss. He shouts to his crew to see if they're ready, and they answer with a deafening roar. "Let's move!" he screams, charging headfirst down the lethal cliffside. Clinging to his wolf, Yuji plunges down the jagged, rocky trail. Even the mighty wolf whimpers, spooked by the deathly silence hanging in the air. Yuji knows that for this search to work, a monster has to show its face. A shadow erupts from the darkness as a monstrous black wolf appears, sending the proud wolf into a panicked yelp. Paralyzed by fear, the proud wolf stands frozen, its paws locked tight against the jagged rock. The black wolf crashes down with bone-shattering force, its lethal claws shredding the very stone beneath it. Yuji stays ice-cold, analyzing the beast while his mount loses its mind in a total panic. The beast unleashes a guttural snarl, saliva dripping from its jagged fangs and matted fur. The monster steps into the light, a lean, muscular killing machine built for pure destruction. Its eyes glow with a savage, untamed fury, locking onto its prey with murderous intent. Yuji doesn't flinch, instantly identifying this nightmare as a high-level demonic Garmor wolf. Instead of drawing his sword, he triggers his monster telepathy to bridge the gap between them. A psychic spark ignites, forging a mental bridge between Yuji and the silent, deadly predator. A low, menacing growl echoes deep inside Yuji's mind. Baffled by the raw, primal noise, Yuji demands the beast repeat itself, but the wolf only answers with that same bloodthirsty, bone-chilling snarl. Suddenly, the chaos clears into a savage scream. Kill the human, devour his flesh. The wolf slams its massive paw down, obliterating the solid rock beneath it. With a deafening roar, the monster springs forward in a lethal, high-speed charge. Yuji realizes this thing is just a mindless predator that sees him as nothing but a snack. Instead of ending its life, he decides to trap it and unleashes a powerful magic net. A glowing web of energy explodes outward, snagging the beast right out of the sky. The wolf slams into the dirt, hopelessly tangled and unable to move a single muscle. He's desperately hoping this wolf will chill out once it's captured, just like his other mount. But the wolf is pure, unbridled rage, screaming for a taste of his blood. Yuji realizes with a sting of disappointment that there's no way to reason with this savage beast. Since it's way too dangerous to leave alive, he reluctantly prepares to strike the creature down. He commands his slimes to fan out and track down a monster that's actually willing to talk. Suddenly, a slime spots a bizarre snail-like creature hiding deep within the jagged rocks. Another group hits the jackpot, discovering an entire family of rare slimes nearby. Just like that, his army explodes by 50 new members, even if they are all just slimes. He's grateful for the numbers, but his eyes are still glued to the sky, praying for a flying mount. He tells his slime squad they'll hunt for just a bit longer before finally heading home. He desperately scans his memory, hunting for any spell that can track his target. Then, like a bolt of lightning, a genius plan flashes through his mind. He realizes the cockatrice is dripping with venom, making it the perfect target for a detection spell. He drops to one knee and snatches a plain, dusty pebble from the earth. He thrusts the stone toward the sky as it erupts with a blinding, mystical glow. Intricate magic circles swirl around his fingertips, pumping raw energy into the rock. With his master-level crafting, he transmutes that simple stone into a high-tech poison radar. He sprints after the hovering device as it zips through the jagged canyon walls. Suddenly, the tool starts vibrating and spinning wildly. It's locked onto a signal. There's no doubt about it. That reaction means a lethal, venomous beast is lurking right nearby. Perched on a jagged ridge, he watches as his detector starts screaming with life. But his heart sinks when he sees a massive vertical wall of rock dead ahead. He teeters on the edge of the abyss, while his device pulses with a blinding light. Out of nowhere, the detector starts vibrating so hard it nearly jumps out of his hand. Then, giant, majestic feathers begin raining down from the heavens like snow. A monstrous cockatrice dives from the clouds, its colossal wings turning day into night. This beast is freaking huge, casting a shadow that swallows the entire canyon whole. His slimes shriek in pure shock as Yuji realizes this is the monster he's been hunting. The titan bird lets out a bone-chilling shriek that rattles the very walls of the gorge. Totally fed up with the noise, he decides to try and talk to the damn thing anyway. He ignites his telepathy, blasting his thoughts straight into the massive bird's mind. He reaches out to the beast, demanding to know if it understands his offer to join him. The cockatrice snaps its head around, locking a razor-sharp, piercing gaze right onto him. It snarls back, stunned that a lowly human has the audacity to speak its ancient tongue. Yuji keeps his cool, explaining his power while doubling down on his offer of companionship. The massive beast tosses its head back, erupting in a fit of pure, mocking amusement. A jagged, bone-chilling cackle rips through the air from its wicked, cruel beak. Its massive frame trembles with every laugh, sending a storm of feathers swirling into the sky. It sneers at Yuji, ridiculing the pathetic human for even daring to stand in its presence. Its hateful eyes shift, landing right on Yuji's terrified wolf, who's shaking in its boots. The once mighty wolf is reduced to a sobbing mess, cowering pathetically behind a jagged rock. Yuji confirms the beast is his loyal ally, and the trembling wolf gives a shaky nod of agreement. The cockatrice sneers with pure venom, its eyes burning with hatred at the wolf's words. It mocks the wolf's fallen dignity, disgusted that a predator would ever serve a lowly human. That's the breaking point. The wolf snaps and roars back, fiercely defending its choice to follow Yuji. The wolf begs Yuji to take down this arrogant bird, even though the beast seems completely unstoppable. Surprisingly, the cockatrice offers to let them walk away, claiming it's in an unusually fantastic mood. Yuji doesn't buy it for a second, immediately questioning this monster's suspicious good fortune. The bird lets out a chilling laugh, explaining its luck is simply finding a delicious meal without even trying. Yuji's face turns stone cold as the horrifying reality of the creature's threat finally sinks in. The cockatrice twists its face into a gruesome, toothy grin of pure sadistic joy. It's drooling at the thought of devouring human flesh, while its victim is still alive and paralyzed. Foul, black, toxic smoke billows from its throat as it gears up for a lethal strike. It launches a barrage of venomous spikes, shrieking that Yuji is its prey. Yuji doesn't even flinch, declaring he's not on the menu as he snaps a reflection barrier into place. The poison slams into the shimmering shield and shatters into harmless droplets. That thick, black sludge just slides right off the barrier's surface without leaving a scratch. It hits the ground with a hiss, instantly melting the solid rock into a bubbling mess. Yuji decides right then and there that a man-eater like this is way too dangerous to let live. He charges up a devastating fireball and blasts it straight at the monstrous bird. The cockatrice contorts mid-air, barely avoiding the lethal blast of fire. The spell slams into the cliffside, erupting in a violent, earth-shaking explosion. Yuji watches with cold precision, calculating the beast's insane speed and reflexes. The cockatrice freezes in shock, paralyzed by the fact that a mere human possesses such godlike strength. His buffed-up wolf lunges forward, snarling a warning that this human is not to be messed with. Terrified, the bird mistakes the wolf for a legendary dragon and realizes it's completely outclassed. It bolts for the clouds in a desperate retreat, and Yuji is impressed by its survival instincts. But there's no way Yuji is letting this man-eater escape. He's got a bounty to collect. He snaps his hand up and unleashes an area freeze, trapping the bird in a tomb of solid ice. Now a giant ice cube, the massive beast falls like a stone and shatters against the ground. Cornered and completely helpless, the cockatrice can only shriek in pure disbelief. Yuji doesn't flinch as he readies one final, devastating fireball to end this battle. The spell hits with lethal precision, forcing a final, blood-curdling scream from the beast. Swallowed by the roaring flames, the monster curses its defeat at the hands of a human. Its last bitter thought is the absolute shame of being killed by its own prey. In a flash, the massive creature is incinerated into nothing but a pile of ash. Standing over the scorched earth, Yuji coldly declares the subjugation quest finished. Yuji looks at the fallen dragon and sighs, wishing they could have been comrades instead. But suddenly, a faint, mysterious sound from the distance catches his ear. He stares down at the dragon's remains, questioning exactly what he just heard. "Wait, did you hear that?" he asks, as his slimes look around in total confusion. He strains his ears as a faint, desperate cry rings out through the jagged rocky canyon. Suddenly, the slimes pick up the noise too. This isn't just his imagination. Realizing the cry sounds exactly like a slime, he orders his team to go check it out. Yuji and his monster squad creep toward the edge, staring down into a massive dark ravine. Trapped at the bottom is a massive bleeding bird-like beast with a strange, curly antenna. One of the slimes gasps, instantly recognizing their old friend, the slime bird Coon. The battered bird looks up with fading eyes, hearing the familiar voice of its slime buddy. Yuji watches the scene unfold, stunned that his slimes already have a history with this bizarre creature. The entire slime army charges down to their fallen comrade, desperate to see if it's still alive. The slime bird reveals it was snatched up by a deadly cockatrice and barely escaped being its next meal. Yuji realizes the clock is ticking. The bird is riddled with poison and staring death in the face. Without wasting a second, he channels a detox spell through his slimes using magic transfer. A glowing magic circle erupts over the bird's wing, fighting back the pitch-black venom. In a flash of light, the lethal poison stains on its feathers vanish into thin air. He doesn't stop there, unleashing a massive high heel spell to mend its broken body. Now back at full strength, the bird takes flight in pure joy, while the slimes watch in total awe. The slimes waste no time and start pitching a deal, begging the bird to join their squad. They promise him total protection and the ultimate clincher, a never-ending supply of gourmet food. Yuji just smiles, realizing this is perfect since he was just looking for a scout in the sky. The slimes keep up their rhythmic chant, practically begging the bird to join their squad. The slime bird shuts its eyes, weighing this incredible offer with intense focus. With a triumphant screech and wings spread wide, the bird officially says yes. Suddenly, a glowing system notification pops up right in front of a stunned Yuji. It's official. The monster slime bird is now completely tamed. The bird soars toward Yuji, perching on his arm while chirping his name in pure delight. Yuji turns to his crew, dying to know the secret history between them and this bird. One slime reveals their best buds, and the bird even gives them free rides through the sky. The bird chimes in, explaining that the slimes always find it the perfect spot to hide from the rain. Eugene realizes this perfect partnership with a flying beast is exactly what he needs. One little slime is dying for a lift, and the slime bird is more than happy to oblige. The bird sinks its talons in, snatching up the grinning slime with a rock-solid grip. They rocket into the air, the slime screaming with joy as they blast through the canyon. Yuji just stares, totally baffled by their bizarre idea of a joyride. The duo vanishes into the horizon, weaving between the massive, jagged cliffs. Yuji tracks them with his eyes, wondering exactly where this crazy flight is going to end. Suddenly, they pull a sharp U-turn and come barreling back toward him at top speed. The slime bird is freaking out, screaming for its life as a monstrous bat hunts them down. Yuji lets out a heavy sigh, knowing his slimes don't stand a chance against a beast like that. He unleashes Area Freeze, sending lethal pillars of ice exploding out of the canyon floor. The slime bird whips its head around, stunned to see that bat monster turned into a literal popsicle. Yuji promises the little bird he's got its back, and the creature chirps with pure gratitude. To level up his new friend, Yuji starts stacking a massive chain of reinforcement spells. Suddenly, a telepathic scream of his name shatters his concentration. Peering through a slime's vision, he spots the city of Ordelian. It's time for the guards to swap shifts. Yuji realizes the timing is absolutely perfect as he gets a crystal-clear view of the distant city. He asks the slime bird to soar toward Ordelian so they can rotate the slimes on the ground. The bird's eyes light up like diamonds the second Yuji mentions a delicious meat reward. Yuji cloaks the merged slime in camouflage magic and warns the bird to stay out of sight. The slime bird launches into the sky with its heavy passenger, both shouting their farewells as they vanish. Yuji's loving the absolute convenience of flight, and his proud wolf is totally on board. He starts thinking this slime bird might just become his go-to ride for every journey. This lights a fire under the proud wolf, who barks out that he's the one who carries Yuji. Fueled by pure competitive spirit, the wolf explodes forward at a blistering breakneck speed. Yuji breaks into a cold sweat as he realizes his wolf is getting seriously jealous of its new rival in the sky. He figures a little healthy competition is exactly what they need to step up their game. Further down the road, a familiar voice rings out from above, announcing its return from the clouds. He glances up to see the slime bird soaring back after crushing its long-distance mission. The bird touches down, the slimes emerge, and just like that, the shift change is complete. Yuji is blown away by how fast they finish the job, all while the wolf watches closely. True to his word, Yuji rewards the slime bird with a massive plate of sizzling, cooked meat. The slimes and the bird go wild, devouring the feast and declaring it the greatest meal of their lives. Under the cover of night, Yuji and his loyal companions finally march back into the Adventurers Guild. He turns in the cockatrice quest, leaving the receptionist absolutely speechless and shaking with shock. Yuji struts away from the counter, hauling a massive, glittering stack of pure gold bars. A heavy silence falls over the city as the crescent moon glows brightly in the night sky. Finally back in his room, Yuji collapses onto his bed, ready to drift off into a deep sleep. Outside, his majestic wolf lets out a satisfied yawn as it curls up in its doghouse. Suddenly, a desperate telepathic scream of his name jolts Yuji wide awake. The slimes hiding in the bushes outside the manor send a frantic report. Dangerous people are starting to gather. Yuji commands them to stay out of sight and listen in, and they nod in instant agreement. He activates his sense-sharing, and his eyes fly open as he detects a foul, suspicious aura. He peers through the window and spots the dark silhouettes of a secret meeting taking place. One of his slimes creeps over the ledge, giving him a front-row seat to the clandestine gathering. A woman sporting an eye patch reports that everything in the city seems perfectly normal, for now. A man with a cold, stern expression agrees, but drops a bombshell about a troubling report from the guild. A third man, radiating pure power, demands to hear every detail of this unsettling news. The woman reveals the shocking truth. A candidate for the legendary 9 assassins has just entered the city. Yuji freezes in shock as it hits him. They're talking about him, and these people are definitely the cult. The leader sneers, wondering if Yuji was such a pathetic threat that he was scrubbed right off their hit list. A scout reveals that the deadly assassin rogues sent a chilling warning about Yuji's true power. A man with a thick mustache remembers a guild worker burning a hole through him with a suspicious glare. The leader realizes that if an elite killer is scared, their target must be a total monster. A woman scoffs at the danger, claiming that none of it matters anymore. An old man nods grimly, declaring that the entire continent is living on borrowed time. UG freezes in shock, his mind racing over what they mean by the world's final moments. With a wicked smirk, the leader announces they're done taking orders from headquarters. He unveils their ultimate trump card, a purification device designed to wipe every living soul off the map. Horror washes over UG as he struggles to understand why these lunatics are hell-bent on total annihilation. The old man leans in, demanding to know if their weapon of mass destruction is ready for launch. The leader confirms the timeline, boasting that everything will be finished in just 10 to 20 days. UG freezes, realizing he has less than 10 days to hunt them down and stop the clock. The woman sighs deeply, noting that their time in this world is rapidly running out. The leader asks her point-blank if she has any regrets about their lives ending so soon. She flashes a psychotic grin, declaring her only regret is that she hasn't murdered every single person yet. UG listens with pure revulsion, disgusted by the fact that this cult is nothing but a pack of sick killers. The leader finally drops the bombshell. Their true mission is to slay the Black Dragon of Destruction. Inside a massive, echoing chamber, the Guildmaster demands to know if the Black Dragon of Ruin can even be killed. The Guildmaster brushes it off, sneering that the central office will be completely useless very soon. Alone in his room, UG's mind spirals as he tries to connect the dots between the dragon and that purification device. Remembering the priest's legendary book of myths, he charges toward the local church to uncover the truth. UG slips out of the inn, vanishing into the eerie silence of the midnight air. He stands before a massive, imposing cathedral, its jagged spires piercing the glow of the crescent moon. The place looks humble, and he doesn't expect much, but he pushes through the heavy doors anyway. To his total shock, a solitary figure is hunched over the altar, lost in deep, intense prayer. A lone candle flickers beside the priest, casting dancing shadows across the hollow, pitch-black hall. UG freezes in his tracks, finding it almost impossible to interrupt such a holy moment. Suddenly, the priest whips around, sensing UG's presence lurking in the back of the church. With a warm, radiant smile, the priest thanks the heavens and welcomes UG back like an old friend. UG's heart stops as he realizes exactly who this man is. It's the priest, Stale. Stale clarifies that he doesn't belong to this church. A holy vision led him straight to this spot. UG instantly recalls the last time Stale had a divine message, and it was just as sketchy as it was helpful. The priest drops a bombshell. His holy mission is to serve the very first person who walks through those doors. Wearing a soft, saintly smile, Stale asks UG exactly how he can be of service. UG realizes this is his golden ticket to finally get the answers he's been hunting for. He cuts straight to the chase and asks the priest if he's ever heard of the legendary Black Dragon of Ruin. A bead of sweat rolls down Stale's face as his expression turns deadly serious. He knows exactly what that is. UG wonders if it's just a common myth, but Stale warns him that this secret is under heavy lock and key. The priest confesses that only the highest-ranking members of the church are even allowed to know the dragon exists. The terrifying name of the Black Dragon of Ruin echoes through the hollow silence of the cathedral. Stale reveals that this forbidden truth is guarded by only the 10 most powerful leaders in the entire church. UG realizes he's dealing with a secret so massive it could shake the world to its core. Stale decides to spill everything, declaring that a command from the heavens simply cannot be ignored. The real legend speaks of a legendary apostle who slayed the dragon after 7 terrifying omens plagued the land. UG demands to know exactly which signs signal the dragon's catastrophic return. Stale raises 2 fingers, admitting they've only identified 2 of these apocalyptic warnings. The first omen is the arrival of grotesque, pitch-black demons, born from the shadows themselves. The second sign is the eerie blue moon, where the night sky is stained with a haunting, unnatural glow. Yuji immediately links this to the Salvation cult's prophecy, breathing a sigh of relief that the moon hasn't changed. Yet, he shifts his focus to the all-creation purification device, the one weapon that truly terrifies him. Stale confirms this is a legendary relic forged to bring down a colossal dragon. Yuji is skeptical, wondering if that's just the sugar-coated version of the myth. Stale's face turns to stone as he warns that the history books got the ending dead wrong. Sensing the dread in the air, Yuji demands to hear the real, bloody truth. The actual myth is a nightmare. The device was a total failure that wiped out half of humanity. Stale explains with a heavy heart that the apostle only descended after the world was already broken. Yuji is paralyzed with shock. Their supposed trump card was actually a weapon of mass destruction. He demands to know the truth. What exactly is this mysterious apostle? Stale admits the records are a mess, saying these entities just materialize out of the void. Yuji scoffs at the legend, refusing to leave his fate in the hands of some phantom savior. He demands to know if the purification device still exists, but Stale admits there's absolutely no record of it. Suddenly, the priest reveals a brand new divine clue, the cryptic name Mani-I-A. This bizarre name, Mani-I, looks like the ultimate key to cracking this ancient mystery. Yuji's never heard of it, but Stale swears it's a direct message from the heavens. Yuji is usually skeptical of divine messages, but he can't deny that Stale's instincts have been spot on before. Yuji offers his thanks, and Stale bows low, beaming with pride for being able to help. Morning breaks as the twin suns blaze over the bustling city of Korea. Yuji strides through the streets with his loyal wolf, making a beeline for the guild to hunt down a map. He scours every inch of the massive regional map, but the town of Mani-I-A is nowhere to be found. Castles and villages dot the landscape, but Mani-I-A has completely vanished from the records. A young guild receptionist steps up, asking Eugene if he needs help tracking something down. He brings up the name Manhwa, explaining that the place is completely missing from any modern map. The receptionist recognizes the name and offers to scour the guild's deepest archives for him. A massive mountain of ancient scrolls and heavy tomes slams onto her desk with a thunderous thud. She meticulously scans a faded, crumbling map through her magnifying glass with laser focus. Her eyes suddenly bulge as she locks onto a tiny, nearly invisible detail on the parchment. She points triumphantly at the map, exclaiming that she's finally found the location of Manhwa. Eugene sees the town on the ancient map, making the receptionist think it's a brand new construction. He suspects the truth is far darker. This is a secret town built by the Blue Moon of Salvation. Now that he has his lead, he thanks the receptionist and prepares to head out immediately. The elf receptionist is stunned that Yuji is already ditching Kyria, but he's got a mission that can't wait. Her heart shatters instantly, and she breaks down into a massive puddle of tears. Yuji is caught completely off guard by her explosive sobbing meltdown. Between her gasping sobs, she begs him to return, and he gives her a super awkward promise that he'll be back. After that bizarre goodbye, Yuji marches out of the guild hall and hits the open road. With 0 leads left, he sets his sights on the mysterious and shadowy town of Mani-I-A. He commands his slime bird to soar ahead and scout out every inch of the territory. The bird asks if it needs backup, and Yuji tells it to pack a massive army of 100 slimes. Clutching a slime tight, the bird launches into the clouds with a thunderous flap of its wings. Yuji vaults onto his majestic wolf, and they tear across the land to keep up with their scout in the sky. They trek through a vibrant mountain range, baked by the intense glow of the twin suns. High above the trees, the slime bird glides through the air, gripping a slime tight in its claws. The bird lets out a piercing, victorious screech as it finally locks onto its target. It looks down at a town tucked away in the valley, certain it's finally found Mani-I-A. Yuji steps into the village, scanning the streets of what looks like a perfectly calm, peaceful town. At a market stall, a woman carefully picks out the perfect cut of meat from the local butcher. Nearby, a bard in a feathered cap perches on a barrel, strumming a lively melody on his lute. Yuji scans the area, but everything looks totally normal. There's no sign of that creepy cult anywhere. But suddenly his eyes sharpen as he catches sight of something that feels totally out of place. Looming over the entire town at the end of the road stands a massive, incredibly fancy mansion. He spots a massive army of armored soldiers swarming the mansion. These guards are stone-cold killers, standing perfectly still with terrifying, grim faces. There's zero magic coming from the place, but this insane level of security screams trap. Yuji's gut is screaming that something is dead wrong, and he's not leaving until he finds out what. Perched and ready, the slime bird chirps out, asking if it's finally time to drop the payload. Looking down from his vantage point, Yuji realizes a head-on assault would be total suicide. He commands the slime bird to dump its gelatinous cargo right on the outskirts of town. The bird dives low, launching a single slime that triggers its camouflage mid-air. With a tiny pop, the bird lets go of the grinning, gooey little monster. The slime flashes with a brilliant light, vanishing into thin air before it even touches the dirt. A massive legion of invisible slimes glides through the forest, closing in on the town without a sound. Yuji barks out his commands, sending his slime scouts to infiltrate the creepy mansion. He halts his wolf right at the town's edge, keeping his beast hidden in the shadows. He stakes out the perimeter, watching for any sign of the deadly cult lurking within. The invisible slimes reach the mansion and report back. The place is crawling with people. Stone-faced guards stand at attention, completely clueless, as the slimes slide right past their feet. Yuji knows his perfect camouflage is more than enough to fool these pathetic human sentries. Deep in the shadows, a voice whispers, questioning if their defenses are truly impenetrable. Heavy, rhythmic footsteps thunder across the cold stone walkway. A loyal knight vows to his master that 200 elite guards are watching every single corner. The master declares their goal is finally in sight, placing his absolute trust in his loyal men. The knight boldly swears that not a single slime will ever breach their watch. Little do they know, Yuji's slimes have already slipped inside, claiming an effortless victory. Yuji laughs at their useless patrols, knowing they're blind to his massive slime spy network. The camouflaged slimes bounce soundlessly down the massive pillars, moving like shadows. Yuji eyes the two guards at the door, searching for any opening to exploit. The slimes alert him to an approaching figure, and Yuji orders them to hide and stay vigilant. Yuji analyzes the man, unsettled by his empty, soulless eyes and lack of a proper uniform. The man drones out his ID as number 5267, and the guard immediately lets him pass. Feeling a wave of pure dread, Yuji warns his slimes to proceed with extreme caution. The man steps inside, and the slimes scramble to tail him before the gap closes. Deep within the narrow hallway, the slimes lock eyes on a second door waiting for them. Bam! The entrance slams shut behind them, sealing their only escape. Panic sets in as the slimes realize the front door is locked tight, too. Yuji instantly realizes they've fallen for a deadly double-door trap designed to snare anyone following. They look up to see ominous holes in the ceiling. Poison gas could flood the room at any second. Yuji desperately asks if the slimes can wiggle through the tiny cracks in the door. But it's no use. The slimes shout back that something is jamming the gaps. Yuji figures it out. The door is airtight, sealed shut with a thick rubber lining. He knows they have to smash their way out, even if it blows their entire cover. Magic is way too noisy, so Yuji starts hunting through his slime's unique abilities. He finds the ultimate stealth weapon buried in his skill list, slime acid. Yuji wonders if this corrosive power is strong enough to melt right through the obstacle. He commands the slimes to target the door's seal with absolute precision. The slimes chirp with excitement, gearing up for their corrosive assault. They blast tiny, concentrated jets of acid directly at the base of the door. The acid pools on the floor, silently sizzling as it eats through the tough seal. With a faint hiss, the barrier dissolves, leaving a small opening wide open. One triumphant slime squishes its gelatinous body right through the new gap. It pops out on the other side, happily cheering to celebrate its success. The rest of the slime squad presses on, diving deeper into enemy territory. UG knows his slime abilities are the ultimate trump card for any crisis. Something catches their eye, and they rush to scout out the next chamber. They stumble upon a massive hall where a crowd kneels before a colossal, steaming vat. One of the slimes stares in shock at the bizarre room and that overflowing tank of liquid. They watch as the entire crowd prays fervently toward the mysterious cauldron. The slimes spot a familiar, exhausted face in the crowd and realize something is dead wrong. Looking down from above, a wave of pure disgust hits them as they sense the foul energy from the water. Suddenly, a cloaked figure stands up and marches straight toward the giant vat. The mysterious figure starts scaling a wooden ladder, heading right for the edge of the cauldron. Looming over the swirling liquid, the mysterious figure hoists a wicked ceremonial blade. Their lips tremble in a frantic rhythm, muttering a chilling, silent prayer into the void. They slice their own palm wide open, letting the hot, crimson blood pool and overflow. A single, heavy drop of blood plunges down, sending a shockwave through the dark liquid. The corruption is instant, as a foul black miasma chokes the entire vat. Yuji is completely floored that a mere drop of blood could stain the liquid so pitch black. Sensing the vile energy, the slimes recoil in horror, as if they've been struck by a dragon's curse. Yuji finally connects the dots. This is the exact same cursed water the cultists were smuggling. This is it. He stumbled right into a secret production factory for the Blue Moon of Salvation. He commands his slimes to sweep the remaining rooms, and they eagerly dive into the hunt. The slimes fan out, bouncing through the ancient runes scattered across the complex. They swarm through rooms overflowing with massive bookshelves and hidden crates. A handful of slimes peer through a cracked door, desperate for any clue they can find. They stumble into a massive storeroom packed with barrels oozing a terrifying, foul aura. Deep in the shadows, a lone slime signals that it's found something absolutely critical. The slimes report a secret passage hidden right at the back of the storeroom. Yuji pauses, his mind racing as he wonders exactly where this mysterious tunnel leads. The slimes ask to scout ahead, and Yuji gives them the green light to move in. Just as they close in, they're shocked to see someone stepping out from the shadows. An endless line of humans begins filing into the storeroom one by one. The slimes realize these men are nothing but empty shells with cold, lifeless stares. Crouching in the shadows, the slimes whisper that these guys are giving them the major creeps. Yuji totally agrees, noting their spirits are so broken that even the slimes can sense the void. Like mindless drones, the men start hoisting those massive heavy barrels onto their backs. One man nearly collapses under the crushing weight, his face a mask of pure, exhausted despair. They form a haunting parade, marching out of the room with their mysterious cargo in tow. Yuji barks an order for the slimes to tail them, and they jump into action immediately. The slimes shadow the silent workers, dying to know exactly where this creepy delivery is going. They track the heavy footsteps through a pitch-black tunnel, heading straight toward a distant light. They burst out into a jagged rocky canyon that Yuji instantly recognizes as the back of the mine. A sign hanging right above the entrance confirms it. This is the Mani Eye, a fifth mine. Yuji's suspicions are dead on. He's finally found the way inside. He notices the door looks suspiciously brand new, a dead giveaway that this place is just a front. Yuji can't help but wonder what they're really doing with that cursed water, sensing a sinister hidden motive. The workers call out their final reports, announcing that the transport is officially complete. The door handle begins to creak and turn as someone inside prepares to step out. One worker stands there with a hollow, vacant stare, waiting for the heavy doors to swing wide. Suddenly, a twisted, guttural chant in a bizarre language starts leaking from his mouth. The slimes outside actually recoil, terrified by that eerie, an unsettling sound. Yuji finds the noise absolutely revolting, like the grating screech of a shattered speaker. Two mysterious figures lurk in the shadows, standing guard before the massive double doors. The massive iron doors groan open, swallowing the workers into the darkness. A cold voice echoes from the depths, summoning number 4263 to step inside. One by one, the workers trudge deep into the heart of the mine. Suddenly, the doors slam shut with a bone-rattling thud, sealing them inside. Yuji instantly realizes this is another deadly double-door trap designed for maximum security. He hangs back in the shadows, ordering his loyal slimes to tail the workers. The slimes outside signal their readiness, waiting for the perfect moment to slip in. Yuji realizes he's looking at the exact same door from before, just from the outside. He asks if they can break in, and the slimes cheer with excitement, ready for the challenge. Seconds later, the signal comes through. They've breached the antechamber. Yuji barks the command to unleash their corrosive slime acid and melt right through the second door. A cheerful little slime bounces out of the shadows, eager to get back to work. Once inside, the slimes stumble upon a colossal warehouse overflowing with that deadly, cursed water. Scores of workers are frantically stacking endless rows of barrels as far as the eye can see. The supervisor roars out the command, "It's time to move the cargo." The laborers haul the heavy barrels deeper into the heart of the massive underground labyrinth. Yuji realizes the truth. These cultists are moving the exact same cursed water he fought before. Deep within the mine, cultists scream in excitement as they uncover hidden tunnels. Shouting, "Let's explore!" Yuji's slimes dive headfirst into the pitch-black darkness of the mine. Yuji lets out a sigh at his slime's carefree attitude, warning them that danger could be lurking anywhere. The slimes bounce happily along the rusted mine tracks, eager to uncover the tunnel's secrets. His gooey scouts press forward, scanning every inch of the reinforced caverns. Two of the slimes hop into an old wooden minecart, turning their mission into a playful game. With his slimes acting as his eyes, Yuji finally gets a clear picture of this massive underground maze. He charts the entire facility, noting over 100 tunnels that have been completely sealed off. He's stunned by the sheer amount of time and resources the cult must have wasted to build this place. The slimes stumble upon a brand new passage and rush inside with pure excitement. They emerge onto a high platform over a dark chasm, sensing a massive surge of magical power. Yuji feels the energy vibrating through the air and wonders if this is the legendary purification device. The curious slimes bounce right to the ledge, desperate to see what's below. One slime leans over the drop, its eyes bulging at the massive structure looming beneath them. Floating right in the middle of the cavern is a colossal high-tech machine that defies gravity. It's a terrifying mix of ancient magic and futuristic tech on a scale that shouldn't even exist. Yuji stands there frozen, his brain short-circuiting as he tries to process this impossible sight. Even the slimes are losing their minds, screaming about how insanely huge this thing is. He realizes the guards on the walkways look like ants compared to the machine's massive bolts. Yuji finally gets it. A weapon this world-ending had to be buried deep where no one could find it. This is it. The legendary all-purpose purification device he's been hunting for. He can't help but wonder just how many thousands of workers it took to carve out this secret tomb. He's convinced this machine was built to survive even his most devastating strikes. Yuji weighs the idea of snatching the guards and seizing control of the entire facility. He tosses that plan aside, knowing he can't waste his life playing security guard. The slimes huddle on the platform's edge, peering deep into the pitch-black void below. One of them lets out a gasp as it detects a massive, overwhelming surge of power. From high above, the massive machine slowly sinks into the bottomless abyss. The slimes scream a warning to Yuji about a gargantuan magical signature lurking in the depths. Yuji's face pales with shock and worry as this nightmare takes an unexpected turn. He realizes this new energy source is even more massive than that giant machine. This magical aura feels terrifyingly biological, like something alive is waiting down there. These brave little slimes don't hesitate for a second, diving headfirst off the ledge and into the abyss. They freefall past the massive machinery, racing straight toward that mysterious energy signature. UG shouts a warning to stay sharp, because that power reading definitely screams monster. The slimes ricochet off the metal frame, tumbling deeper and deeper toward the floor. Meanwhile, Yuji has a sudden realization. That pillar his slimes scaled isn't what it seems. He spots gargantuan pipes and instantly knows they're pumping that deadly cursed water. The slimes stick the landing at the very bottom of the pit, reporting back that they've finally arrived. One slime with a flickering flame on its head scans the area, baffled by the bizarre terrain. The rest of the crew panics as the floor begins to shake and radiate a terrifying heat. Suddenly, the entire ground heaves upward, launching the shocked slimes into the sky. The slimes freak out, screaming that an earthquake is hitting and they've got to find cover. Yuji's eyes snap wide as the terrifying reality finally clicks in his mind. A wave of pure horror washes over him as he realizes this is no natural disaster. That rhythmic thumping isn't a tremor, it's a heartbeat, and the slimes aren't even on solid ground. The dust clears to reveal a monstrous crimson dragon, shackled to the very floor of the chamber. It hits him. The slimes haven't landed on a mountain, they're standing right on the beast's back. The slimes lose their minds, shrieking in terror at the absolute unit of a dragon beneath them. Yuji stands frozen, cold sweat pouring down his face as he stares at this impossible titan. This monster is massive, bigger than every single dragon he's ever faced put together. There's no running away now, not while the cult holds the leash to this nightmare. He decides to strike first, launching a lethal blow before the dragon even senses their presence. Panic hits the slimes as the colossal beast begins to rumble and stir right beneath them. A dangerous glint flashes in Yuji's eyes as he prepares to unleash a devastating wave of magic. The dragon's massive eye snaps open, and an ancient booming voice demands to know who's hitching a ride. Yuji is frozen in pure shock, his jaw dropping because he can't believe this dragon actually just spoke. Looking at the dragon's crumbling, rusted chains, the slimes are suddenly overcome with deep pity for the beast. The exhausted dragon slowly turns its massive head, weakly asking the slimes exactly what they're looking for. Yuji is losing his mind because these slimes have absolutely zero sense of danger. A slime sporting a mustache steps up and boldly tells the massive chained dragon that everything is going to be okay. Yuji realizes something strange. Every other dragon was a nightmare, but this one actually feels safe. A tiny spark of light flickers deep within the dragon's ancient, weathered eye. One of the slimes pipes up, shouting to see if the massive beast can even hear them. But the dragon stays still, its heavy eyelid barely twitching as it ignores their call. It dismisses them as a dying hallucination, convinced that its final hour has finally arrived. The slimes scream out together, absolutely fuming at being called a figment of its imagination. They start pouncing all over its snout, desperate to prove they're real and not some dream. Even with them jumping around, the dragon's giant eye stays shut, completely unfazed by their chaos. Now the slimes are barking orders at Yuji, demanding he use magic transfer to hand over some water. Yuji is skeptical, questioning if their grand plan is really just to splash the beast awake. They snap back that it'll be totally fine, impatiently screaming for him to just give them the water already. Yuji decides to roll the dice and trust his slime's bizarre gut feeling. A magic circle erupts around the slime as Yuji pumps his own mana into the little guy. A massive blast of water shoots from the slime and slams right into the dragon's giant eye. That magical spray hits with the force of a crashing tidal wave. The dragon freezes in place, completely baffled by this sudden magical shower. Its gaze suddenly sharpens, and the beast growls that it can finally hear them. The dragon rears back, demanding to know who they are and how a lowly slime is casting spells. Yuji hears the dragon's fading but regal voice, while his wolf is absolutely paralyzed with fear. The slimes puff out their chests, bragging that they serve Yuji and that the magic is all his. The dragon stares them down, realizing it's witnessing the legendary power of magic transfer. Yuji is absolutely stunned. No one has ever been able to see through his secret power before. He realizes he's only been eavesdropping this whole time, using his sense-sharing skill. He decides to bridge the gap and speak directly to the dragon's mind with monster telepathy. A brilliant light flares in the dragon's eye the moment the message connects. The dragon recognizes the power instantly, confirming that Yuji is indeed the slime's tamer. Yuji stands his ground, swearing he has absolutely no intention of attacking the beast. The dragon growls that it doesn't matter, as it's already waiting for death to take its soul. Yuji takes a closer look and tells the dragon straight up it doesn't have any fatal wounds. The dragon refuses to listen, insisting its end is near and that it knows its own body best. Yuji starts to wonder if his healing magic is strong enough to save a legendary dragon. Suddenly, a thunderous telepathic roar from the dragon commands him to halt. The beast screams that death is its only escape from these cruel captors. Yuji feels the dragon's burning rage and asks if the cult is behind its suffering. The dragon demands to know if he's with the cult, but Yuji vows to take them down. The dragon's massive eye snaps open in shock, stunned by his fearless declaration. Yuji stands his ground and demands to know the cult's one fatal weakness. After a tense silence, the legendary dragon decides to spill every dark secret. It reveals the horrific truth. They only captured it to harvest its godlike magic. A brutal mechanical probe stabs into its spine, draining its life with cursed water. Every drop of its power is siphoned away by a monstrous machine looming overhead. Yuji realizes that this cursed water functions exactly like those sinister monoliths. Deep in the woods, Yuji wonders if liberating the dragon would finally put an end to its captors. The dragon sneers at the puny human, mocking his weak magic as completely useless. Yuji decides to get aggressive, proposing to incinerate those chains with his devastating hellfire. The dragon finds it hilarious that a lowly tamer thinks he can wield such a legendary spell. Yuji knows he's a tamer, but he's hiding a power that goes way beyond that. Brimming with confidence, Yuji drops a bombshell. He's also a legendary sage. The dragon's jaw drops as a fierce grin spreads across its face, demanding to know if Yuji even realizes what he's saying. It's baffled. How could a simple tamer ever wield the godlike power of a sage? The dragon shuts its eye, dismissing the whole thing as a total impossibility. The dragon demands proof, daring Yuji to name just one more world-shattering spell. Without breaking a sweat, Yuji rattles off a list of apocalyptic spells from his insane arsenal. The dragon stands frozen in shock, realizing its luck might have finally changed for the better. Yuji realizes that his overwhelming power has finally earned the beast's respect. The dragon begs to know his plan, but Yuji has something much more radical in mind. He demands to inspect the dragon's stomach to uncover the real source of its agony. Buried deep inside the beast are pitch-black stakes wrapped in sinister, cursed talismans. Yuji instantly recognizes those jagged stakes as a high-level, devastating curse. The dragon groans in confirmation. This wicked curse is exactly what's stripping away its power. Yuji can feel it. This dark energy is even more terrifying than the monoliths themselves. He prepares to shatter the spell, ignoring the dragon's frantic warnings that it's far too powerful. With total composure, Yuji announces he's unleashing the ultimate trump card, Decours Extreme. The dragon's jaw hits the floor, terrified that Yuji actually means extreme and not just a standard power-up. Yuji tilts his head and asks which one is stronger, proving he's completely clueless about the hierarchy of magic. The dragon explains that extreme demands godlike control, far surpassing even the legendary hellfire. Yuji just scratches his head, casually admitting he had no idea the spell was supposed to be difficult. Completely awestruck, the dragon demands to know who Yuji really is and where he got this insane power. Yuji wonders if this dragon might actually recognize the mysterious book he's been studying. He drops a bombshell of a truth. He learned every bit of it from a single book. The dragon just stares in dead silence, his mind reeling from such a ridiculous explanation. Drenched in sweat, the dragon stammers, asking if Yuji is actually serious about mastering magic from a mere book. Yuji doesn't blink, dropping the name of the ultimate legend, the grimoire of the divine annihilator. The dragon warns him that mastering a tome like that would take a normal mage an entire lifetime. Yuji tilts his head, wondering if he somehow picked up the wrong book by mistake. He gives the dragon a choice. Does he want a strong curse or something absolutely extreme? Terrified that a weak spell won't cut it, the dragon begs for the extreme version. Yuji nods and ignites his magic transfer, kicking off the massive ritual. Deep within the dragon's body, the cursed stakes erupt with a blinding, holy light. We see a stake begin to shatter as it buckles under the weight of Yuji's overwhelming power. The paper talisman bound to it instantly incinerates, vanishing into thin air. The stake shatters into a million pieces, its dark magic finally snuffed out. With the curse broken, the massive chains binding the dragon snap like twigs. Feeling the darkness lift, the dragon sends a wave of pure gratitude toward Yuji. Yuji sees the spell worked perfectly, but he isn't finished just yet. He unleashes Perfect Heal, drowning the dragon in a blinding, restorative light. Completely restored, the dragon hovers inside a colossal, shimmering magic circle. The slimes can only stare in total silence, completely blown away by the sight. Yuji casually notes just how insane high-level healing magic can be. The dragon's eyes fly open, burning with absolute power and raw fury. A terrified guard lets out a blood-curdling scream as the beast begins to move. The dragon flexes its massive talons, raw power surging through its newly healed muscles. That magical probe in its spine shatters into dust from the sheer, overwhelming pressure. Guards scatter in a total panic, screaming that the beast has finally gone on a rampage. The very last heavy chain snaps like a twig, setting the monster completely free. Standing tall, the dragon lets out a bone-chilling roar, announcing it's back and ready for blood. As the entire cavern quakes, Yuji's slimes start plummeting from a high ledge. He reacts instantly, casting a defensive spell that wraps them in a shimmering protective bubble. The bubble, carrying the slimes, touches down perfectly on the dragon's massive, broad back. Now that they're safe, Yuji gives the dragon the signal to unleash its absolute fury. The dragon snarls in agreement, vowing to tear that disgusting machine above to shreds first. Yuji watches in suspense, wondering if the dragon truly has the strength to obliterate that massive machine. The dragon unhinges its jaw, gathering a sphere of pitch-black, crackling energy. That chaotic power condenses into a volatile, unstable orb of pure destruction. It fires a devastating beam that slams directly into the machine's energy shield. The massive barrier shatters instantly against the weight of that overwhelming attack. The beam of pure carnage rips right through the heart of the mana-siphoning device. The entire complex erupts into a violent explosion of twisted metal and shrapnel. Colossal chunks of debris start raining down from the cavern ceiling like a nightmare. The falling wreckage completely crushes the panicked guards and cultists trapped below. Every last supply and barrel is vaporized in the wake of this catastrophic collapse. That beam surges upward, carving a massive crater right through the heart of the mountain. Outside, a colossal wall of smoke and debris erupts from the fresh wreckage. The dragon glances up, casually joking that his aim is getting a bit rusty. The UG slimes are frozen in pure shock after witnessing that insane display of raw power. UG breathes a massive sigh of relief, thanking his lucky stars this dragon is on their side. He touches down with perfect grace onto the jagged, shattered floor of the cave. The dragon looms triumphantly over the hooded cultists who are absolutely paralyzed with fear. The UG slans announce the miracle. The blue moon of salvation has finally arrived. A terrified cultist shrieks at the top of his lungs for his comrades to sound the alarm. Another voice bellows for the special capture squad to deploy this very instant. The dragon watches them scatter like rats, instantly sensing a deadly trap. It sees right through their pathetic plan. They're just desperately stalling for time. UG is sickened by the cult's total lack of mercy for their own disposable members. With a vicious snarl, the dragon vows to make them suffer for using it as a mere battery. It unfurls its massive wings, determined to end this skirmish in a heartbeat. One powerful flap sends a catastrophic shockwave tearing through the entire cavern. The raw, violent pressure of the blast literally shreds the air itself. The stone floor explodes, launching lethal shards of rock in every direction. The surviving cultists are instantly pulverized and buried under a massive rock slide. The dragon lunges into the sky, soaring straight toward its path to freedom. It signals Yuji to climb aboard as they prepare to burst through the roof. Yuji hops on while his slimes shower him with gratitude for saving them from a lethal plunge. The dragon commands Yuji to pull back the moment the true carnage erupts outside. Yuji agrees, but demands the dragon completely annihilate the cult's main stronghold. He remembers the cultists' plan to capture it, realizing more of those cursed stakes are still out there. He fears that if he abandons the fight, the dragon will just fall right back into their trap. The dragon swears to demolish the base, vowing that it won't back down for a second. The great dragon of calamity begs Yuji for the chance to deliver its own brutal revenge. Yuji coolly agrees to help, but warns they're retreating the instant his mana hits rock bottom. Deep in a jagged canyon, the dragon suddenly erupts before the terrified cultists of the Blue Moon. The cultists scream in pure terror as they recognize the dragon, desperately shouting for everyone to run for their lives. The dragon strikes like a bolt of lightning, leaving the cultists absolutely no time to even blink. It opens its massive jaws and breathes a torrent of hellfire, incinerating the cultists in a colossal explosion. The beast raises a massive, razor-sharp claw, swearing that not a single soul will escape its wrath. With a deafening roar, it swings its talons through the air, hell-bent on total annihilation. The impact shatters the earth itself, turning the cult's wooden defenses into a storm of flying splinters. Their secret hideout's entrance is instantly transformed into a graveyard of jagged rubble and smoking ruins. The dragon's terrifying silhouette looms through the thick smoke, its eyes burning with pure, unadulterated fury. As the haze clears, the true, monstrous scale of this legendary beast is finally revealed. Suddenly, a giant, drill-shaped projectile covered in glowing runes streaks across the sky, aiming straight for the dragon. Yuji instantly clocks the weapon as a cursed stake and screams a frantic warning to the dragon. The projectile slams into the dragon's hand with a deafening blast, shredding right through its iron-tough scales. That cursed weapon hammers down, pinning the dragon's massive claw deep into the canyon floor. The cultists erupt in cheers from their massive cannon as they scramble to load another shot. The dragon winces in agony, letting out a guttural grunt as the cursed metal bites into its flesh. Roaring for its enemies to perish, the dragon spits a devastating torrent of flames straight at the cannon. Once again, the entire canyon is swallowed by a hellish inferno of smoke and blistering heat. The dragon glares through the thick haze, its reptilian eyes locked on the clearing smoke. Unbelievably, that massive cannon emerges from the heart of the fire without a single scratch. Cold sweat beads on the dragon's brow as it realizes its ultimate attack didn't do a damn thing. Watching from the shadows, Yuji's jaw drops when he sees that bizarre weapon hasn't taken a single scratch. He realizes this cannon has to be forged from some legendary metal to survive a direct hit from dragonfire. The original crew was vaporized, but a fresh wave of cultists instantly swarms the weapon to prep the next shot. The dragon lets out a pained roar, desperately clawing to rip its hand away from that cursed stake's iron grip. It glares at the stake with pure hatred, feeling its godlike power being sucked dry by the wicked curse. The massive beast collapses as its very life force bleeds out, spiraling directly into the dark artifact. With the dragon on its knees, the cultists screaming from the cave demand the crew fire another devastating blast. The slimes scream into Yuji's mind, pleading with him to break the curse before the dragon is lost forever. Yuji hears their cries from the tree line, but he knows that cannon has to be destroyed before he can do anything else. He knows a standard strike won't cut it. He needs to unleash an overwhelming attack to shatter that indestructible weapon. The dragon groans in agony as that relentless curse continues to eat away at its strength. Sensing Yuji's hesitation and the dragon's suffering, the slimes go into a total frenzy. Yuji finally makes his move, apologizing to the dragon for the insane risk he's about to take. Suddenly, a slime hops right onto the dragon's face, telling it to just hang on a little longer. Miles away in the forest, Yuji ignites his magic transfer skill, summoning a massive glowing seal. We see a glimpse of the past, where this same terrifying power turned a monster into absolute dust. On the battlefield, the slimes become living conduits, surging with Yuji's overwhelming magical energy. A devastating beam of hellfire of extreme annihilation erupts from a slime screaming toward the cannon. The spell slams into the weapon, detonating in a blinding flash of white-hot, pure destruction. The dragon watches in awe, instantly recognizing the legendary power Yuji is unleashing. The smoke clears to reveal the cannon is battered and broken, but the damn thing is still standing. The slimes are absolutely stunned that the weapon somehow survived such a massive explosion. The dragon glares at the resilient weapon with growing dread, knowing another shot is coming. Yuji stays ice cold, realizing his attack wasn't a total failure after all. He spots the metal starting to liquefy. His magic is tearing it apart from the inside. With a look of pure, grim determination, he prepares to unleash that devastating spell once more. This time, 5 slimes are supercharged, each one pulsing inside a glowing magic circle. Yuji channels his massive mana, and the slimes launch a perfectly synchronized assault. 5 beams of absolute hellfire converge on the weapon from every single angle. The combined spells trigger a cataclysmic explosion that swallows the cult's cannon whole. The dragon stands frozen in shock, paralyzed by the sheer, crushing weight of that multiplied magic. Yuji stares through the chaos, praying that this devastating blow was enough to end it all. Pure destructive energy ripples outward, pulverizing the solid stone into dust. The dragon reels in total denial, unable to wrap its head around such terrifying, raw power. It glares into the smoldering crater, convinced that the cannon has been wiped off the face of the earth. Choking black smoke erupts from the blast zone, swallowing everything in sight. The cannon is nothing but a mangled, molten heap of scrap after Yuji's brutal magical barrage. Yuji lets out a heavy sigh of relief, wiping sweat from his brow as he sees the weapon is finally toast. Dragon 2 finally exhales, scales glistening with sweat, now that the lethal threat is gone. Yuji realizes that even though the cannon melted, that cursed stake is still shielded by its own dark energy. The dragon is stunned by that insane magic, and Yuji casually confirms it was the devastating hellfire of extreme annihilation. A realization hits the dragon like a truck. Yuji must have stacked that legendary spell multiple times simultaneously. The dragon demands to know if Yuji is even human, because no mortal should be able to survive that kind of soul-crushing strain. Looking totally unfazed, Yuji snaps back that he's definitely human, clearly irritated that the dragon is questioning him. He declares they need to strike now, refusing to give those cultist scumbags even a second to catch their breath. The dragon fully backs the plan, bowing its head in pure gratitude for Yuji's god-tier support. Yuji double-checks if the dragon is ready, reminding it they agreed to bail once he hit half mana. But then he drops a bombshell. He's still sitting at 80% mana, which is more than enough to finish the job. He explains that his recent bloodbaths have boosted his total capacity, leaving him with a massive reserve of raw power. From the shadows, the dragon mutters that it wants to take back its question, because there's no way this guy is human. Yuji stands there completely dazed, his mind blanking on the dragon's question from just seconds ago. The dragon repeats itself, declaring with absolute certainty that there's no way Yuji is a mere human. Yuji isn't sure whether to be insulted or honored, but he decides to just roll with the dragon's bizarre praise. After a quick apology for the wait, Yuji begins chanting a high-level spell to shatter the curse on the dragon's hand. He unleashes Curse Extreme, and the massive stake pinning the dragon's limb explodes into a shower of shimmering light. Without missing a beat, he triggers Perfect Heal, engulfing the dragon's broken body in a blinding restorative aura. The dragon surges upward as its scales sparkle, watching in awe as every single wound vanishes instantly. It lets out a thunderous roar of gratitude, feeling a massive wave of raw, overwhelming power surging back into its veins. With a deafening cry to charge, the legendary beast rockets forward with explosive, newfound speed. It obliterates a solid stone wall, completely ignoring the tunnels to tear its own path through the mountain. The great beast is on a total warpath, ripping right through the core of the mountain fortress. Yuji suddenly realizes the dragon is carving a brand new path to dodge every single trap the cult laid out. It's a genius move. The cult would never expect a frontal assault this insane. Yuji tells the dragon not to worry, since his loyal slimes have his back with their ultimate defensive magic. The dragon spits a massive wave of hellfire, vaporizing the solid rock in its way. That explosion is so violent, the entire ceiling caves in, sending a lethal rain of boulders crashing down. Deep inside, the clueless cultists are blindsided by a sudden, lethal avalanche of stone. The dragon's brutal power literally blows the entire side of the mountain wide open. A colossal landslide swallows the secret base under millions of tons of crushing debris. The cultists scream in pure terror as the mountain itself comes crashing down to bury them alive. The last trail of smoke vanishes into the void, signaling the end of this absolute carnage. The Dragon of Calamity looms triumphantly over the mountain it just wiped off the map. Yuji is absolutely floored by that raw power, a force strong enough to pulverize an entire mountain. The cursed darkness finally shatters, and brilliant sunlight floods the peaceful landscape once again. From inside their barrier, the slimes erupt in cheers, ecstatic to see the sun and sky again. With the dust settled, Yuji tells his loyal wolf it's time to get the hell out of there. He tears through the forest on wolfback, leaving that scene of total destruction in the dust. He looks back at the massive silhouette, realizing just how terrifyingly huge it really is from afar. Deep in the mountain range, a colossal titan rests its heavy head upon a distant peak. He stands face to face with the crystalline dragon, looking like a tiny ant before its godlike scale. The dragon stares in disbelief, demanding to know if Yuji is truly the tamer behind this unheard-of magic. Yuji wonders if there are other sages out there who can wield this same level of god-tier power. The dragon's mind races back 1,000 years to a legendary warrior named Leo who might have matched him. Just like Yuji, Leo was a total anomaly who mastered 2 classes at once, Tamer and Sage. Dying to know more about their connection, Yuji asks what kind of devastating magic Leo actually unleashed. Leo's ultimate trump card was the Hellfire of Demise, though even that couldn't touch Yuji's insane power. Yuji presses for more, asking exactly how many times Leo could fire off such a massive attack. The dragon warns him that a normal human body would literally disintegrate after using that spell just once. A heavy silence hangs in the air as the massive dragon processes the weight of Yuji's question. Suddenly, it hits the dragon like a ton of bricks. Yuji can spam these world-ending spells over and over again. Yuji keeps his cool, admitting that even with the insane recoil, 2 shots is his absolute limit. The dragon is blown away by Yuji's power, calling his entire kind terrifyingly strong. Yuji starts digging for info on Leo's taming skills just to see where he stands. It turns out the last beast the dragon tamed was his own legendary comrade, Verda the Red Dragon. Yuji is completely floored by the realization that taming a dragon is actually possible. He realizes that if he could track them down, an army of dragons would be totally unstoppable. The dragon gives a sly look, reminding him that there's a dragon standing right in front of him. But the dragon immediately warns him to back off, claiming there are some massive complications. Yuji can sense it. There's a very specific, dangerous reason for the dragon's hesitation. The dragon asks if Yuji even realizes that tamed beasts constantly drain their master's mana. Yuji, his wolf, and the slimes are all left jaw-dropped by this absolute bombshell. Even the proud wolf is stunned, while Yuji confesses he didn't have a single clue. The dragon just scoffs, claiming Yuji's mana recharges so fast he never even felt the drain. Yuji tries to explain that his team is just a bunch of low-level slimes and one wolf. The dragon mocks them as pathetic, budget-tier monsters, leaving the crew looking absolutely crushed. But taming a dragon is a whole different beast. Its massive power would suck his mana dry in an instant. If the drain outpaces his recovery, his entire mana pool will eventually hit rock bottom. Yuji thinks he can just cut the connection before his mana runs out completely. But the dragon warns that a powerful sage faces an even deadlier risk because of his insane abilities. Yuji realizes he can actually cast spells with negative MP, but it'll start eating away at his very life force. If he loses consciousness, he's finished, because his mana won't recharge on its own. Leo met a tragic end when his own beast drained his life force while he was out cold. Realizing the risk is far too high, Yuji immediately scraps his plan to tame the creature. Yuji suggests a powerful alliance instead, handing over a slime to keep their communication lines open. Yuji decides it's time to head back to the cult's hideout and keep a close eye on their every move. The dragon finally reveals his name as Balzurd, offering his sincere thanks to the modern sage. With a thunderous flap of his massive wings, Balzurd rockets into the sky. Yuji and his loyal wolf finally step into the peaceful town of Manhwa. He catches the locals whispering in a panic about the chaos caused by the dragon's sudden arrival. Yuji commands his slimes to sneak back into the mansion and gather more intel. The slimes chirp in excitement and trigger their camouflage, vanishing into thin air. Completely hidden, they slip right past the guards and head straight for the massive, ornate headquarters. They glide like shadows through the cold, empty halls of the cult's secret base. The squad reaches a heavy door and steals a glance at the high-stakes meeting happening inside. The cult's top brass are huddled around a massive table, looking absolutely miserable. You can see the pure desperation and panic etched into every single one of their faces. A high-ranking officer breaks down, crying out that they're finished now that the device is gone. A sophisticated man with flowing hair demands to know how much time they have until the dragon awakens. The black dragon is stalled, but the red dragon is a ticking time bomb that could blow at any second. When pressed for a backup plan, the man admits they've officially run out of options. Yuji just caught wind of a terrifying new menace, the legendary red dragon, and he's uncovered its one fatal flaw. Another member spits out a curse, fueled by pure hatred for the dragon and its fragmented source of power. He's convinced humans are pulling the strings, meaning they'll need a massive decurse spell to even stand a chance. Yuji gets the strange feeling that all this dragon-sized chaos is actually starting to resolve itself. The group argues over who could possibly wield such magic, suspecting that another ancient dragon might be involved. Yuji realizes they're completely clueless, because he's the one who's been responsible for everything this whole time. The man weeps over their tragic fate, claiming they were willing to sacrifice their very lives for the sake of humanity. Yuji is absolutely sickened by their hypocrisy, knowing they're the ones who unleashed a rampaging dragon on innocent people. He decides to reach out to Balls immediately to dig up every scrap of intel on this red dragon. But his telepathic link is suddenly shattered by Slime's ecstatic screaming about some delicious food. Yuji stands there in stunned silence, completely caught off guard by that bizarre answer. Meanwhile, the slimes are having the time of their lives, devouring a massive pile of mouth-watering fruit. Even Yuji's own slimes start freaking out, desperately begging him to let them join the feast. He finally reaches out to the slumbering dragon, jolting it awake through their telepathic link. Yuji doesn't waste a second, demanding answers about the terrifying red tentacle dragon. Balzord's eyes flare with pure hatred as he recognizes the beast as his ultimate sworn enemy. The dragon grills Yuji, asking what he'll do if the cult actually manages to resurrect this monster. Yuji declares his intent to crush the dragon as long as he's got the power to pull it off. Balzord insists that battle is their only choice, and with Yuji by his side, victory is within reach. Suddenly, Yuji realizes his go-to ultimate spell won't be enough to take down this nightmare. He recalls the ancient legend and plans to strike the dragon the very moment it's reborn. Balzord is stunned by his tactical genius, hailing him as a true master sage. The dragon drops a bombshell. The revival site is actually right nearby. His wolf catches the scent of a town, and Yuji locks it in as their perfect base of operations. The slimes are absolutely hyped for their new home, already drooling over the local fruit. They waste no time and hit the road, heading straight for the mysterious town. After a few days of trekking, the mountain city of Balzeria finally looms ahead. Yuji walks up to the gates and is immediately hit by the town's insane, bustling energy. He steps inside to find the streets overflowing with people feasting and celebrating like crazy. Yuji is completely baffled by the party atmosphere, especially since Balzor didn't mention a thing. He reaches out to Balzard, who's clearly having the time of his life soaking up the festival vibes. Suddenly, a rowdy local snatches him up, demanding he join the party for some free drinks. Totally baffled by the sudden kindness, Yuji asks what this massive celebration is even for. The man explains the truth. They're honoring the grand return of their legendary dragon god, Balzard. A smirk plays on Yuji's lips as he realizes Balzard isn't just a monster, he's a worshipped deity. Yuji reaches out telepathically, asking for the dragon's help instead of just dealing with his silent judgment. It finally clicks. Balzard and these townspeople live in perfect, peaceful harmony together. He hunts frantically for the promised fruit, but he comes up completely empty-handed. Yuji scours the entire market, only to notice that every single fruit stall has mysteriously vanished. He double-checks the area, confirming the impossible. There isn't a single fruit vendor in sight. He marches up to a merchant, demanding to know if there's any fruit left to buy. Yuji ignites his telepathic imaging skill, ready to show the man exactly what he's looking for. He beams a crystal-clear image of a bizarre, spiky fruit right onto the parchment. The merchant stares at the magical projection, his face turning dead serious as he inspects it. He instantly recognizes it as a legendary sacred fruit that no amount of gold can purchase. He frantically warns that this fruit belongs to the dragon god and is protected by elite guards. Yuji is absolutely floored to learn that the entire city of Balzard is guarding this mysterious fruit. A high-ranking official shouts that every single piece of fruit is a holy offering for their god. Yuji watches helplessly as his slimes start a full-blown riot over the unfair fruit ban. He's sweating as the tension hits a breaking point, but he refuses to let his companions down. The mighty dragon Balzard agrees to step in and win over the crowd for Yuji. With a thunderous flap of his massive wings, the beast rockets straight into the clouds. Down below, the villagers huddle in the square, completely oblivious to the spectacle heading their way. A colossal shadow swallows the sun, forcing every soul to stare up in absolute shock. A young boy screams with pure joy, pointing to the sky as he hails the arrival of the dragon god. Balzard slams onto a nearby cliff with a bone-shaking, earth-shattering explosion. This titan of a dragon towers over the mountain village, radiating an overwhelming godlike aura. The entire crowd drops to their knees instantly, desperate to worship their legendary deity. Yuji bows down awkwardly, getting cringeworthy flashbacks to the days he had to grovel before his old bosses. From high atop his perch, the dragon's voice booms like thunder, commanding the attention of everyone below. It basks in their warm welcome before dropping a bombshell. It has a special request. The official bows low, declaring that serving their divine god is the ultimate glory. Balsert's voice booms as he asks if a young traveler with a pack of slimes is hiding in this town. The official freezes in confusion, wondering if such a bizarre freak could even exist. The dragon clarifies that this mysterious boy is also traveling with a very peculiar wolf. Suddenly, a villager's eyes go wide as he spots his target in the crowd. Every head snaps toward Yuji, who's just standing there with his slimes and his majestic wolf. The mob erupts into a frenzy, screaming that they've found him and need to cut off his escape. A furious mob, brandishing pitchforks and scythes, instantly swarms Yuji and his wolf. They lash out in a rage, blaming him for keeping their dragon god away from the town for so long. Yuji grits his teeth, realizing the biohazard nightmare he feared is actually happening. Balzerd watches the carnage, filled with regret that a single question sparked such total insanity. He bellows at the mob to freeze, declaring that Yuji is his personal friend. The official's jaw hits the floor, unable to fathom that this newcomer is tight with their very own god. The villagers drop their tools in a heartbeat, paralyzed by sheer, unadulterated terror. They throw themselves onto the ground, screaming for forgiveness after their massive screw-up. Yuji is totally weirded out by their frantic worship and tells them to just chill out. The official hails the dragon's legendary mercy for letting Yuji gather up his slimes. He snaps into another deep bow, swearing to grant any wish the dragon god desires. The slimes go absolutely wild with excitement, knowing a fruit feast is finally coming their way. Yuji shrinks back, realizing his massive presence just caused total chaos, and he needs to lay low. The trembling official demands to know exactly who this mysterious powerhouse really is. Bowser shocks everyone, announcing that his grand return was only possible because of Yuji. Then comes the bone-chilling warning. Yuji has the power to wipe this entire town off the map in a heartbeat. This revelation sends a massive shockwave of pure, unadulterated terror through the panicked crowd. The official drops to his knees, begging for forgiveness for ever being disrespectful to such a monster. Desperate to survive, he offers up every single coin in the town's treasury just to appease him. Yuji just waves them off, completely fed up with how pathetic and desperate they're acting. He turns to Bowser, begging to get out of there and find somewhere quiet to talk. He suggests they head straight for the mountain peaks, where the dragon usually makes its lair. Bowser rockets into the sky, leaving Yuji and his wolf to trek up the steep climb alone. They finally reunite in a desolate clearing surrounded by razor-sharp mountain peaks. Sensing a dark presence, Yuji demands to know if the red-tipped dragon is finally waking up. Bowser points to the rotting plants, a terrifying omen that the dragon's resurrection is at hand. Yuji hangs on every word, his face hardening as he absorbs the gravity of the situation. A sudden fear strikes him. Could his own slimes be the ones killing the forest? The dragon's eyes narrow, flashing with the pain of a memory it's finally ready to reveal. He declares with absolute certainty that the beast's return is closer than they ever imagined. Yuji presses him, desperate to know how he can be so sure about the timing. Bowser shifts his massive body, revealing a faint, ancient scar etched into his side. He reveals that a jagged wound from an ancient war is suddenly burning with agony. Yuji's mind races, wondering if that lethal red-tipped dragon was the one who dealt the blow. Bowser sets the record straight. That scar came from the blue dragon, a monster fueled by pure water magic. Even though it's weaker than a red-tipped dragon, this beast still packs enough power to wipe an entire continent off the map. Yuji remembers the terrifying legend of the Blue Dragon of Delight and its 3-day path of total destruction. He speaks up, asking if the entire sky turned pitch black the moment that dragon emerged. Balzert's eyes nearly pop out of his head as he screams, demanding to know how Yuji could possibly know that secret. With total composure, Yuji drops a bombshell. He just fought and absolutely crushed that exact same dragon. The great dragon is frozen in disbelief, unable to fathom how a mere human could slay a dragon during its growth phase. Yuji just tilts his head, innocently asking if a dragon in its growth stage is actually supposed to be weak. Balsut warns that even if its power has dipped, this monster is still a walking catastrophe. Yuji's mind races as he asks how the ancient dragons ever stood a chance against such a beast. Fear flickers in the dragon's eyes as a cold sweat drips down, remembering the carnage of that day. They only dared to strike after the monster drained its energy by wiping an entire continent off the map. Yuji thinks they can pull off the same stunt, bragging that the last one he fought was a total pushover. Balzard's voice turns ice cold as he warns that their old tricks won't work this time. He reveals the terrifying truth. This red-tipped dragon is on a completely different level than the blue one. Yuji suddenly realizes that the blue dragon's rampage was nothing but a warm-up for this new nightmare. He demands to know just how much power a newborn red-tipped dragon could actually pack. Balsut looks away, admitting that even he can't fathom the true depths of this creature's strength. This monster wiped out an entire civilization long before Balzard was even born. Yuji instantly connects the dots to the legends of a long-lost empire. He's baffled. How could a disaster this massive leave behind absolutely no records? Balsut reveals that only shattered, ancient fragments from his ancestors have survived the ages. Out of nowhere, the earth erupts in a violent tremor that makes the very mountains scream. The dragon peers over the cliff's edge, its massive eye bulging with pure terror. Yuji watches in dread, praying this is just a simple earthquake and nothing more sinister.